We had to work out what was going on, what instruments do we use when interest rates are close to zero, how do we communicate policy. We discussed this at home with our staff, but it is very valuable for the governors themselves to get together and talk among themselves. Those discussions, say central bankers, must be confidential. When you are at the top in the number one post, it can be pretty lonely at times. It is helpful to be able to meet other number ones and say, "This is my problem, how do you deal with it?" King continued. Being able to talk informally and openly about our experiences has been immensely valuable. We are not speaking in a public forum. We can say what we really think and believe, and we can ask questions and benefit from others. The BIS management works hard to ensure that the atmosphere is friendly and clubbable throughout the weekend, and it seems they succeed. The bank arranges a fleet of limousines to pick up the governors at Zurich Airport and bring them to Basel. Separate breakfasts, lunches and dinners are organised for the governors of national banks who oversee different types and sizes of national economies, so no one feels excluded. The central bankers were more at home and relaxed with their fellow central bankers than with their own governments, recalled Paul Volcker, the former chairman of the US Federal Reserve, who attended the Basel weekends. "The superb quality of the food and wine made for an easy camaraderie," said Peter Ákos-Baude, a former governor of the National Bank of Hungary. "The main topics of discussion were the quality of the wine and the stupidity of finance ministers. If you had no knowledge of wine, you could not join in the conversation." And the conversation is usually stimulating and enjoyable, say central bankers. The contrast between the Federal Open Markets Committee at the US Federal Reserve and the Sunday evening G10 governors' dinners was notable, recalled Lawrence Meyer, who served as a member of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve from 1996 until 2002. The chairman of the Federal Reserve did not always represent the bank at the Basel meetings, so Meyer occasionally attended. The BIS discussions were always lively, focused and thought-provoking. At FMOC meetings while I was at the Fed, almost all the committee members read statements which had been prepared in advance. They very rarely referred to statements by other committee members, and there was almost never an exchange between two members or an ongoing discussion about the outlook or policy options. At BIS dinners, people actually talk to each other, and the discussions are always stimulating and interactive, focused on the serious issues facing the global economy. All the governors present at the two-day gathering are assured of total confidentiality, discretion, and the highest levels of security. The meetings take place on several floors that are usually used only when the governors are in attendance. The governors are provided with a dedicated office and the necessary support and secretarial staff. The Swiss authorities have no jurisdiction over the BIS premises. Founded by an international treaty and further protected by the 1987 headquarters agreement with the Swiss government, the BIS enjoys similar protections to those granted to the headquarters of the United Nations, the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and diplomatic embassies. The Swiss authorities need the permission of the BIS management to enter the bank's buildings, which are described as inviolable. The BIS has the right to communicate in code and to send and receive correspondence in bags covered by the same protection as embassies, meaning they cannot be opened. The BIS is exempt from Swiss taxes. Its employees do not have to pay income tax on their salaries, which are usually generous, designed to compete with the private sector. The general manager's salary in 2011 was 763,930 Swiss francs, while head of departments were paid 587,640 per annum, plus generous allowances. The bank's extraordinary legal privileges also extend to its staff and directors. Senior managers enjoy a special status similar to that of diplomats while carrying out their duties in Switzerland, which means their bags cannot be searched unless there is evidence of a blatant criminal act, and their papers are inviolable. The central bank governors travelling to Basel for the bi-monthly meetings enjoy the same status while in Switzerland. All bank officials are immune under Swiss law for life for all the acts carried out during the discharge of their duties. The bank is a popular place to work, and not just because of the salaries. Around 600 staff come from over 50 countries. The atmosphere is multinational and cosmopolitan, albeit very Swiss, emphasizing the bank's hierarchy. Like many of those working for the UN or the IMF, Some of the staff of the BIS, especially senior management, are driven by a sense of mission, that they are working for a higher, even celestial purpose, and so are immune from normal considerations of accountability and transparency. The bank's management has tried to plan for every eventuality, so that the Swiss police need never be called. The BIS headquarters has high-tech sprinkler systems with multiple backups, in-house medical facilities, and its own bomb shelter in the event of a terrorist attack or armed conflagration. The BIS's assets are not subject to civil claims under Swiss law and can never be seized. The BIS strictly guards the banker's secrecy. The minutes, agenda, and actual attendance list of the Global Economy meeting or the ECC are not released in any form. This is because no official minutes are taken, although the bankers sometimes scribble their own notes. Sometimes there will be a brief press conference or bland statement afterwards, but never anything detailed. This tradition of privileged confidentiality reaches back to the bank's foundation. The quietness of Basel and its absolutely non-political character provide a perfect setting for those equally quiet and non-political gatherings, wrote one American official in 1935. The regularity of the meetings and their almost unbroken attendance by practically every member of the board make them such they rarely attract any but the most meagre notice in the press. 40 years on, little had changed. Charles Coombs, a former foreign exchange chief of the New York Federal Reserve, attended governors' meetings from 1960 to 1975. The bankers who were allowed inside the inner sanctum of the governors' meetings trusted each other absolutely, he recalled in his memoirs. However much money was involved, no agreements were ever signed nor memoranda of understanding ever initialized. The word of each official was sufficient, and there were never any disappointments. What, then, does this matter to the rest of us? Bankers have been gathering confidentially since money was first invented. Central bankers like to view themselves as the high priests of finance, as technocrats overseeing arcane monetary rituals and a financial liturgy understood only by a small, self-selecting elite. But the governors who meet in Basel every other month are public servants. Their salaries, airplane tickets, hotel bills, and lucrative pensions when they retire are paid out of the public purse. The national reserves held by central banks are public money, the wealth of nations. The central bankers' discussions of the BIS, the information that they share, the policies that are evaluated, the opinions that are exchanged, and the subsequent decisions that are taken are profoundly political. Central bankers, whose independence is constitutionally protected, control monetary policy in a developed world. They manage the supply of money to national economies. They set interest rates, thus deciding the value of our savings and investments. They decide whether to focus on austerity or growth. Their decisions shape our lives. The BIS's tradition of secrecy reaches back through the decades. During the 1960s, for example, the bank hosted the London Gold Pool. 8 countries pledged to manipulate the gold market to keep the price at around $35 per ounce, in line with the provisions of the Bretton Woods Accord that governed the post-World War II international financial system. Although the London Gold Pool no longer exists, its successor is the BIS Markets Committee, which meets every other month on the occasion of the governors' meetings to discuss trends in the financial markets. Officials from 21 central banks attend. The committee releases occasional papers, but its agenda and discussions remain secret. Nowadays, the countries represented at the global economy meetings together account for around 4/5 of global gross domestic product, GDP, most of the produced wealth of the world, according to the BIS's own statistics. Central bankers now seem more powerful than politicians, wrote The Economist newspaper, holding the destiny of the global economy in their hands. How did this happen? The BIS, the world's most secretive global financial institution, can claim much of the credit. From its first day of existence, the BIS has dedicated itself to furthering the interests of central banks and building the new architecture of transnational finance. In doing so, it has spawned a new class of close-knit global technocrats whose members glide between highly paid positions at the BIS, the IMF, and central and commercial banks. The founder of the technocrats' cabal was Per Jakobsen, the Swedish economist who served as the BIS's economic advisor from 1931 to 1956. The bland title belied his power and reach. Enormously influential, well-connected, and highly regarded by his peers, Jacobsen wrote the first BIS annual reports, which were, and remain, essential reading throughout the world's treasuries. Jacobsen was an early supporter of European federalism. He argued relentlessly against inflation, excessive government spending, and state intervention in the economy. Jacobsen left the BIS in 1956 to take over the IMF. His legacy still shapes our world. The consequences of his mix of economic liberalism, price obsession, and dismantling of national sovereignty play out nightly in the European news bulletins on our television screens. The BIS's defenders deny that the organization is secretive. The bank's archives are open, and researchers may consult most documents that are more than 30 years old. The BIS archivists are indeed cordial, helpful, and professional. The bank's website includes all its annual reports, which are downloadable, as well as numerous policy papers produced by the bank's highly regarded research department. The BIS publishes detailed accounts of the securities and derivatives markets and international banking statistics. But these are largely compilations and analysis of information already in the public domain. The details of the bank's own core activities, including much of its banking operations for its customers, central banks, and international organizations, remain secret. The global economy meetings and the other crucial financial gatherings that take place at Basel, such as the Markets Committee, remain closed to outsiders. Private individuals may not hold an account at BIS, unless they work for the bank. The bank's opacity, lack of accountability, and ever-increasing influence raises profound questions, not just about monetary policy, but transparency, accountability, and how power is exercised in our democracies. When I explained to friends and acquaintances that I was writing a book about the Bank for International Settlements, the usual response was a puzzled look followed by a question. The bank for what? My interlocutors were intelligent people who follow current affairs. Many had some interest in and understanding of the global economy and financial crisis. Yet only a handful had heard of the BIS. This was strange, as the BIS is the most important bank in the world and predates both the IMF and the World Bank. For decades, it has stood at the center of a global network of money, power, and covert global influence. The BIS was founded in 1930. It was ostensibly set up as part of the Young Plan to administer German reparations payments for the First World War. The bank's key architects were Montague Norman, who was the governor of the Bank of England, and Hjalmar Schacht, the president of the Reichsbank, who described the BIS as my bank. The BIS's founding members were the central banks of Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Belgium, and a consortium of Japanese banks. Shares were also offered to the Federal Reserve, but the United States, suspicious of anything that might infringe on its national sovereignty, refused its allocation. Instead, a consortium of commercial banks took up the shares: J.P. Morgan, the First National Bank of New York, and the First National Bank of Chicago. The real purpose of the BIS was detailed in its statutes: to promote the cooperation of central banks and to provide additional facilities for international financial operations. It was the culmination of the central bankers' decades-old dream to have their own bank, powerful, independent, and free from interfering politicians and nosy reporters. Most felicitous of all, the BIS was self-financing and would be in perpetuity. Its clients were its own founders and shareholders, the central banks. During the 1930s, the BIS was the central meeting place for a cabal of central bankers, dominated by Norman and Schacht. This group helped rebuild Germany. The New York Times described Schacht, widely acknowledged as the genius behind the resurgent German economy, as the iron-willed pilot of Nazi finance. During the war, the BIS became a de facto arm of the Reichsbank, accepting looted Nazi gold and carrying out foreign exchange deals for Nazi Germany. The bank's alliance with Berlin was known in Washington, D.C. and London. But the need for the BIS to keep functioning, to keep the new channels of transnational finance open, was about the only thing all sides agreed on. Basel was the perfect location, as it is perched on the northern edge of Switzerland and sits almost on the French and German borders. A few miles away, Nazi and Allied soldiers were fighting and dying. None of that mattered at the BIS. Board meetings were suspended, but relations between the BIS staff of the belligerent nations remained cordial, professional, and productive. Nationalities were irrelevant. The overriding loyalty was to international finance. The president, Thomas McKittrick, was an American. Roger Auboin, the general manager, was French. Paul Heckler, the assistant general manager, was a member of the Nazi Party and signed his correspondence Heil Hitler. Raphael Pilotti, the secretary general, was Italian. Herr Jakobsen, the bank's influential economic advisor, was Swedish. His and Pilotti's deputies were British. After 1945, 5 BIS directors, including Hjalmar Schacht, were charged with war crimes. Germany lost the war but won the economic peace, in large part thanks to the BIS. The international stage, contacts, banking networks, and legitimacy the BIS provided, first to the Reichsbank and then to its successor banks, has helped ensure the continuity of immensely powerful financial and economic interests from the Nazi era to the present day. For the first 47 years of its existence, from 1930 to 1977, the BIS was based in a former hotel near the Basel Central Railway Station. The bank's entrance was tucked away by a chocolate shop, and only a small notice confirmed that the narrow doorway opened into the BIS. The bank's managers believed that those who needed to know where the BIS was would find it, and the rest of the world certainly did not need to know. The inside of the building changed little over the decades, recalled Charles Coombs. The BIS provided the Spartan accommodations of a former Victorian-style hotel whose single and double bedrooms had been transformed into offices simply by removing the beds and installing desks. The bank moved into its current headquarters at 2 Central Bahnplatz in 1977. It did not go far and now overlooks the Basel Central Station. Nowadays, the BIS's main mission, in its own words, is threefold: to serve central banks in their pursuit of monetary and financial stability, to foster international cooperation in these areas, and to act as a bank for central banks. The BIS also hosts much of the practical and technical infrastructure that the global network of central banks and their commercial counterparts need to function smoothly. It has 2 linked trading rooms, at the Basel headquarters and Hong Kong regional office. The BIS buys and sells gold and foreign exchange for its clients, and provides asset management and arranges short-term credit to central banks when needed. The BIS is a unique institution, an international organization, an extremely profitable bank, and a research institute founded and protected by international treaties. The BIS is accountable to its customers and shareholders, the central banks, but also guides their operations. The main tasks of a central bank, the BIS argues, are to control the flow of credit and the volume of currency in circulation, which will ensure a stable business climate, and to keep exchange rates within manageable bands to ensure the value of a currency and so smooth international trade and capital movements. This is crucial, especially in a globalized economy where markets react in microseconds and perceptions of economic stability and value are almost as important as reality itself. The BIS also helps to supervise commercial banks, although it has no legal powers over them. The Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, based at the BIS, regulates commercial banks' capital and liquidity requirements. It requires banks to have a minimum capital of 8% of risk-weighted assets when lending, meaning that if a bank has risk-weighted assets of $100 million, it must maintain at least $8 million capital. The committee has no powers of enforcement, but it does have enormous moral authority. This regulation is so powerful that the 8% principle has been set into national laws, said Peter Akos-Borg. It's like voltage. Voltage has been set at 220. You may decide on 95 volts, but it would not work. In theory, sensible housekeeping and mutual cooperation, overseen by the BIS, will keep the global financial system functioning smoothly. In theory. The reality is that we have moved beyond recession into a deep structural crisis, one fueled by the bank's greed and rapacity, which threatens all of our financial security. Just as in the 1930s, parts of Europe face economic collapse. The Bundesbank and the European Central Bank, two of the most powerful members of the BIS, have driven the mania for austerity that has already forced one European country, Greece, to the edge, aided by the venality and corruption of the country's ruling class. Others may soon follow. The old order is creaking, its political and financial institutions corroding from within. From Oslo to Athens, the far right is resurgent, fed in part by soaring poverty and unemployment. Anger and cynicism are corroding citizens' faith in democracy and the rule of law. Once again, the value of property and assets is vaporizing before their owners' eyes. The European currency is threatened with breakdown, while those with money seek safe haven in Swiss francs or gold. The young, the talented, and the mobile are again fleeing their home countries for new lives abroad. The powerful forces of international capital that brought the BIS into being, and which granted the bank its power and influence, are again triumphant. The BIS sits at the apex of an international financial system that is falling apart at the seams. But its officials argue that it does not have the power to act as an international financial regulator. Yet the BIS cannot escape its responsibility for the Eurozone crisis. From the first agreements in the late 1940s on multilateral payments to the establishment of the Europe Central Bank in 1998, the BIS has been at the heart of the European integration project, providing technical expertise and the financial mechanisms for currency harmonization. During the 1950s, it managed the European Payments Union, which internationalized the continent's payment system. The BIS hosted the Governors Committee of European Economic Community Central Bankers, set up in 1964, which coordinated trans-European monetary policy. During the 1970s, the BIS ran the snake, the mechanism by which European currencies were held in exchange rate bands. During the 1980s, the BIS hosted the Delors Committee, whose report in 1988 laid out the path to European monetary union and the adoption of a single currency. The BIS midwifed the European Monetary Institute, EMI, the precursor of the European Central Bank. The EMI's president was Alexandre Lamfalussy, one of the world's most influential economists, known as the father of the euro. Before joining the EMI in 1994, Lamfalussy had worked at the BIS for 17 years, first as economic advisor, then as the bank's general manager. For a staid, secretive organization, the BIS has proved surprisingly nimble. It survived the first global depression, the end of reparations payments, and the gold standard, two of its main reasons for existence. The rise of Nazism, the Second World War, the Bretton Woods Accord, the Cold War, the financial crises of the 1980s and 1990s, the birth of the IMF and World Bank, and the end of communism. As Malcolm Knight, manager from 2003 to 2008, noted, it is encouraging to see that by remaining small, flexible, and free from political interference, the bank has, throughout its history, succeeded remarkably well in adapting itself to evolving circumstances. The bank has made itself a central pillar of the global financial system. As well as the global economy meetings, the BIS hosts four of the most important international committees dealing with global banking: the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, the Committee on the Global Financial System, Committee on Payment and Settlement Systems, and the Irving Fisher Committee, which deals with central banking statistics. The bank also hosts three independent organizations: two groups dealing with insurance, and the Financial Stability Board, FSB. The FSB, which coordinates national financial authorities and regulatory policies, is already being spoken of as the fourth pillar of the global financial system, after the BIS, the IMF, and the commercial banks. The BIS is now the world's 30th largest holder of gold reserves, with 119 metric tons, more than Qatar, Brazil, or Canada. Membership of the BIS remains a privilege rather than a right. The board of directors is responsible for admitting central banks judged to make a substantial contribution to international monetary cooperation and to the bank's activities. China, India, Russia, and Saudi Arabia joined only in 1996. The bank has opened offices in Mexico City and Hong Kong, but remains very Eurocentric. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Macedonia, Slovenia, and Slovakia total population 16.2 million, have been admitted, while Pakistan, population 169 million, has not, nor has Kazakhstan, which is a powerhouse of Central Asia. In Africa, only Algeria and South Africa are members. Nigeria, which has the continent's second largest economy, has not been admitted. The BIS's defenders say that it demands high governance standards from new members, and when the national banks of countries such as Nigeria and Pakistan reach those standards, they will be considered for membership. Considering the BIS's pivotal role in the transnational economy, its low profile is remarkable. Back in 1930, a New York Times reporter noted that the culture of secrecy at the BIS was so strong that he was not permitted to look inside the boardroom even after the directors had left. Little has changed. Journalists are not allowed inside the headquarters while the global economy meeting is underway. BIS officials speak rarely on the record and reluctantly to members of the press. The strategy seems to work. The Occupy Wall Street movement, the anti-globalizers, the social network protesters have ignored the BIS. Central Bahnplatz 2, Basel, is quiet and tranquil. There are no demonstrators gathered outside the BIS's headquarters, no protesters camped out in the nearby park, no lively reception committees for the world's central bankers. As the world's economy lurches from crisis to crisis, financial institutions are scrutinized as never before. Legions of reporters, bloggers, and investigative journalists scour the bank's every move. Yet somehow, apart from brief mentions on the financial pages, the BIS has largely managed to avoid critical scrutiny. Until now. Part 1. Kapital über alles. Chapter 1. The bankers know best. I rather hope that next summer we may be able to inaugurate a private and eclectic central banks club, small at first, large in the future. Montague Norman, Governor of the Bank of England, to Benjamin Strong, Governor of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, in 1925. One day, in the summer of 1929, Montague Norman, the Governor of the Bank of England, picked up the telephone and spoke to Walter Layton, the editor of The Economist. Norman excitedly asked Layton to come to his office as soon as possible to discuss a very important matter. During Norman's term as governor, from 1920 to 1944, he was one of the most influential men in the world, an apparently permanent bastion of the global financial system. His gnomic utterances were scoured for meaning. When he was reappointed governor in 1932, the New York Times described him as overseeing Britain's invisible empire of wealth. Gold standards may come and go, the article noted, but Montague Norman remains. Such was Norman's power that a single speech could move markets. When, in October 1932, Norman gloomily proclaimed at a banker's dinner in London that the world's economic disorder was beyond the control of any man, government, or country, stocks, bonds, and the dollar all slid sharply and quickly in New York. Layton was not surprised by Norman's agitated manner. The governor was a scion of an old and respected banking dynasty, but his mental state was an open secret among financial insiders. Norman was a mercurial figure, a manic depressive and a workaholic, notorious among financial insiders for his mood swings. Shy and hypersensitive, Norman was introverted to the point of neurosis. Before the First World War, Norman had consulted Carl Jung, the Swiss founder of analytical psychology, to discuss a course of treatment, with no success. Jung had implied that Norman was untreatable, which did not help matters. The world's most powerful banker abhorred publicity, being recognized or socializing, and was prone to fainting fits. He once threw an inkpot at the head of an underling who failed to meet his exacting standards. He was a very unlikely banker. He was more like a 17th century nobleman or painter, recalled his stepson, Peregrine Worsthorne. He was always very neurotic and had very bad nervous breakdowns. He was very shy and a loner. He had no care for conventions. He came down to dinner without socks and travelled to work on the underground, which was very unusual in those days. Nor did Norman look the part of a sober financier, with his cape, neatly trimmed Van Dyke beard, and sparkling jewels tie-pin. But despite his own flamboyant dress sense, he disapproved of showy behaviour, said Warthorne. He lived very austerely and discouraged all signs of ostentation. He hated cocktail parties. Norman's horror of publicity naturally had precisely the opposite effect. Although when he sailed across the Atlantic he used an assumed name because the press covered his every move, hordes of journalists and photographers still awaited when he disembarked in New York. The balmy months in 1929 were the last hurrah of the Roaring Twenties. The American bull market was still growing. Share prices kept rising. The value of stock in Radio Corporation of America, RCA, rose by almost 50% in a single month. Even Wall Street's shoeshine boys were passing on tips to their broker customers. In August, a brokerage firm announced a new service for those heading to Europe on ocean liners. Onboard trading during the week-long crossing. Leighton, responding to Norman's summons, quickly made his way to the bank's headquarters at Threadneedle Street, the epicentre of the city, as London's financial quarter is known. Surrounded by a high wall, covering most of a city block, the bank's headquarters were meant to impress, even to intimidate. Behind the giant bronze door lay a complex of courtyards, banking halls, and a garden with a fountain, a veritable Alhambra of money, crowded with clerks and underlings who were bustling along its corridors. Even the terminology was regal. The bank was ruled over not by a board, but by a court. Leighton was ushered into Norman's office, where he sat at a mahogany table in the centre of the wood-panelled room. Norman wanted to talk about a new bank, to be called the Bank for International Settlements. The BIS was being set up in connection with the Young Plan, the latest and hopefully final programme for implementing German reparations payments for the First World War. But Norman had much more ambitious ideas. The BIS would be the world's first international financial institution. It would be a meeting place for central bankers. Away from the demands of politicians and the prying eyes of nosy journalists, the bankers would bring some much-needed order and coordination to the world financial system. But for the BIS to succeed and properly fulfill its potential, Norman explained, he needed Leighton's help. A subcommittee would soon meet in Baden-Baden in Germany to draw up the bank's statutes. The editor of The Economist, Norman said, was just the man to draft the BIS's constitution, one that must, above all, guarantee the bank's independence from politicians. To understand how and why the BIS wields such influence today, it is necessary to step back to the early 1920s and the arguments about German reparations payments for the First World War. German war guilt was enshrined in the 1919 Treaty of Versailles, but no amount of money could bring back the dead, whose numbers were almost incomprehensible. In July 1916, on the first day of the Battle of the Somme, Britain lost 60,000 men, the equivalent of a medium-sized town, mown down in a few hours. France lost a total of 1.4 million soldiers during the 4 years of fighting, and Germany lost 2 million. The United States, which did not enter the conflict until 1917, lost 117,000 men. Reaching agreement on German reparations was a slow, complicated, and politically fraught task. The First World War had internationalized conflict to an unprecedented degree. Its financial fallout was similarly globalized. The war had exacted a terrible cost on Europe's economies, as well as its populations. The fledgling international financial system was ill-designed to deal with the complex demands that were now being placed on it. Where would Germany find the money to pay? What would be the mechanisms by which it would do so? Who would oversee and regulate the reparations payments? These arcane discussions shaped the role, structure, and privileged legal status of the BIS. In 1919, just as there would be in 1945, there were, broadly, two schools of thought: the Punishers and the Rebuilders. France led the Punishers. Les Boches, said the French, must and will pay for their crimes, many of which were carried out on French soil. Norman and the Rebuilders, who included most of Wall Street, believed otherwise. Europe could be reconstructed, but its future lay in trade and financial cooperation. The aim was not to reduce Germany to penury, but to help it fix its economy and start trading again as soon as possible. In April 1921, the Reparations Commission announced that Germany would pay a total of 132 billion gold marks, $31.5 billion, payable at 2 billion marks a year. The Commission might as well have demanded 10 times as much. Germany was still reeling from its defeat. Society was collapsing, unemployment soared, and there were severe shortages of food. Right-wing extremists, the Freikorps, battled Marxist militants in the streets. Workers' councils took control of Hamburg, Bremen, Leipzig, and central Berlin. This was not the salon Marxism of Greenwich Village or San Francisco, but the real thing, raw and bloody. Hostages were taken, factories were seized, and prisoners were lined up against walls and shot. Karl Marx's predictions about the inevitable destruction of capitalism seemed to be becoming truer by the hour, especially in his homeland. The bankers' fears that Germany was about to follow Russia into communism seemed entirely justified. Hyperinflation set in as the government printed money to keep the economy functioning. Shoppers used wheelbarrows to move the bundles of notes needed to buy basic staples. The chaos had to be stopped. On November 13th, 1923, 5 days after Adolf Hitler's failed beer hall putsch in Munich, a tall, imperious German started work as Reich Currency Commissioner. Hjalmar Schacht demanded and got near dictatorial powers. Working out of a former janitor's closet, he set to work on stabilizing the value of Germany's new currency, the Rentenmark. Currencies were usually backed by gold, but the Rentenmark was backed by the value of Germany's land and holdings, since there was no gold available to back the new currency. This was a somewhat hazy idea. How could the bearer of a Rentenmark redeem his money? Would he be given a small piece of a field? This concern did not matter. As long as Schacht was in office, nobody would want to redeem a Rentenmark. He brilliantly understood the key point to the psychology of money, which is as valid today as it was in the hyperinflation of the 1920s. The appearance of financial stability creates monetary value. If people believed that someone was in charge, that the chaos would end, and that the Rentenmark had value, then it would be valued. The first notes were printed on November 15, 1923. 1 Rentenmark could be exchanged for 1 trillion old marks. 1,000. 1 US dollar cost 4.2 Rentenmarks, a return to the pre-World War I exchange rate. The aim, Schacht said, was to make German money scarce and valuable. Other than the logistics of printing and distributing the banknotes, and convincing Schacht's foreign colleagues that order had been returned to the German economy, there was not that much more to it. When German reporters asked Clara Steffek, Schacht's secretary, what he did all day, she replied, "What did he do? He sat in his dark room, which smelled of old cleaning rags, and he smoked. Did he read letters? No. And he dictated no letters. But he found a lot all over the world about domestic and foreign currency. Then he smoked some more. We didn't eat much. He usually left late and took public transportation to go home. That was all." Not quite all. Taxes were raised, and 400,000 German public employees were sacked. But the Rentenmark successfully stopped the German inflation so well that on December 22, 1923, Schacht was promoted to be president of the Reich Bank, while retaining his position as currency commissioner. He could now attend cabinet meetings. Within a few weeks, notes John Weiss, Schacht's biographer, he had virtually become Germany's economic dictator. Schacht certainly looked the part of a strict Prussian banker. His hair was parted precisely down the middle, and his moustache flared briefly under his nose, before stopping at a determined mouth. His eyes stared out suspiciously through a pair of pince-nez. He walked with a rigid, almost military manner, and wore shirts with high celluloid collars. In fact, he was not Prussian at all, but was born in North Schleswig, in a land perennially shunted back and forth between Germany and Denmark. Whoever ruled the province, its inhabitants were a stubborn, hardy people. They adapted easily to their alternating masters, but retained their tenacity and independence, qualities that would serve Schacht well. His grandfather, Wilhelm, was a country doctor who raised 12 children and charged every patient, rich or poor, 60 pfennig. Schacht's father, also called Wilhelm, was a schoolteacher who immigrated to the United States. He worked in a German brewery in Brooklyn and became a naturalized citizen. Hjalmar's mother was a feisty noblewoman, Baroness Constance von Eggers. The Schachts settled in New York City, but they did not prosper, and Wilhelm brought his family back to Europe. In 1876 they moved to Tinlev, now in Denmark, and the following year their second son was born. At first, they wanted to name him in honor of Horace Greeley, an influential New York journalist and politician who campaigned against the slave trade. The Baroness was proud of her radical views. Her father had worked to abolish serfdom in Denmark. The infant's grandmother argued that the boy should at least have a proper Danish name first, so the family compromised on Hjalmar Horace Greeley Schacht. The family was constantly on the move. They lived for a while in Hamburg and then relocated to Berlin. Hjalmar proved to be a diligent student. He enrolled at Kiel University and studied political economy. He worked as a journalist, tried public relations, and then joined the Dresdner Bank. His diligence, attention to detail, and austere manner helped ensure he was soon noticed. Schacht travelled to the United States with other bank officials. They met President Franklin Roosevelt and were invited to lunch in the partners' dining room at J.P. Morgan. Schacht's understanding of the world outside Germany and his fluent English proved invaluable. He was promoted to be deputy director of Dresdner Bank and joined the board of the Reichsbank. So, in 1923, with the Rentenmark established, the next step was to build a gold reserve to give the new currency real backing. This is why, on the evening of December 31, the Reichsbank president stepped off the train at Liverpool Street Station in central London. To Schacht's surprise and delight, he was met on the platform by Montague Norman himself. "I do hope we shall become friends," said Norman with a shy smile. Schacht told Norman that he wanted the Bank of England to lend $25 million to a new subsidiary of the Reichsbank, the Gold Discount Bank. The new bank would instantly alter global perceptions of the country's financial prospects. The imprimatur of the Governor of the Bank of England would open doors throughout Wall Street and the City of London. Tenacious as ever, Schacht got his money. Schacht had sweet-talked Norman, but the reparations question remained unresolved. America was tired of squabbling Europeans who could not get their houses in order, and also recognized that there could be no lasting prosperity while Europe lurched from one financial crisis to another. A new reparations committee was set up under the chairmanship of Charles Dawes, an irascible American banker. The Dawes Committee met in Paris in January 1924. Owen D. Young, the president and chairman of the General Electric Company and the RCA, accompanied Dawes. Young was a consummate diplomat, and needed to be. His job was to persuade France to ease the terms of the reparations schedule, which was destroying the German economy, and thus preventing a European recovery, and then to persuade Germany to accept much more stringent external control of its finances. The Dawes Committee issued its recommendations on April 9. Germany's payments would be reduced for a while and would increase later, after the economy had stabilized. The stabilization would be based in part on a loan of 800 million gold marks to be floated on the international market. The German government would hold the funds in marks, which would then be paid into an escrow account at the Reichsbank. This account would be controlled by a foreign official known as the Agent General, who could decide how the monies would be used and when they would be released, so as not to flood the markets and affect the value of the Reichsmark. The Reichsbank was placed under the control of a 14-man board of 7 foreigners and 7 Germans. American companies rushed to invest in Germany. The Great War had triggered an economic boom in the United States. Unlike Europe, mainland America had been spared war damage. Its factories and farms and its mines and industrial plants were all untouched and operating at full capacity. The Dawes Plan loan was floated in New York and London in October and was quickly oversubscribed. American banks soon clamored to finance the companies now investing in the German economy. Between 1924 and 1928, Germany borrowed $600 million a year, half of which was provided by American banks. Much of it swiftly returned from whence it had come. Like modern bailouts, the money swirled back and forth, raising and lowering balance sheets, boosting confidence and keeping the markets happy. As John Maynard Keynes wrote, the United States lends money to Germany, Germany transfers its equivalent to the Allies pay it back to the United States government. Nothing real passes. No one is a penny the worse. The engraver's dies, the printer's forms are busier, but no one eats less, no one works more. Some, like Schacht, believe that no one was a penny the better, and he was right. The vast sums were merely a financial adhesive strip, and in October 1929, when Wall Street crashed, American investors frantically pulled out of their German investments in droves. Once again, Germany faced economic disaster. But if Weimar Germany defaulted, the global economy might crash. It was clear that the reparations issue had to be settled. Even Seymour Parker Gilbert, the agent general in charge of implementing the Dawes Plan, argued that the country needed to take control of its financial destiny. Gilbert was not popular. In 1928, German nationalists staged his mock coronation. 10,000 people watched his effigy crowned, the new German Kaiser who rules with a top hat for a crown and a coupon clipper for scepter. The answer to the never-ending German reparations question was, of course, another conference. This one was named after its chairman, Owen Young. The delegations arrived in Paris in February 1929, in the coldest winter for nearly a century. The gap between France and Germany over Germany's reparations bill was as cavernous as ever. Schacht made his opening offer, $250 million a year for the next 37 years. Émile Moreau, the equally stubborn governor of the Bank of France, demanded $600 million a year for 62 years. Perhaps even that might not be enough, he informed Young. France might yet settle for nothing less than $1 billion. Moreau refused to budge, and so did Schacht. Any initial optimism soon soured. The Germans were unnerved by the French secret police, who were tapping the German telephones. Schacht and his colleagues communicated with Berlin in coded telegrams. He travelled back every fortnight to consult with the government. Lord Revelstoke, the second in command of the British delegation, wrote in his diary that Schacht had resumed his most negative attitude, was unhelpful to the last degree. With his hatchet Teuton face and burly neck and badly fitting collar, he resembled a sea lion at the zoo. Whatever sum was finally agreed upon, there was at least some consensus that a new bank would be needed to manage Germany's reparations. Schacht and Norman argued that the new bank would keep the issue free of politics and manage it on a purely financial basis. This was unlikely, as there were no more politically charged issues than reparations, but it showed how the two governors both saw the benefit of a bank free of political constraints. Years later, Schacht titled his autobiography The Old Wizard. He certainly cast his spell over Owen Young. Germany was paying its reparations by borrowing from other countries, Schacht explained to the conference chairman. Such a system was no longer feasible. If the Allies really wanted Germany to be able to pay its obligations, the country needed to become productive again. Instead of lending to Germany, the Allies should lend to underdeveloped countries so they could buy their industrial equipment from Germany. Young asked how such a plan could be put into practice. Schacht had a ready answer: by setting up a bank. A bank of this kind, argued Schacht, will demand financial cooperation between vanquished and victors that will lead to community of interests, which in turn will give rise to mutual confidence and understanding and thus promote and ensure peace. Schacht recalled the setting in his memoirs. Owen Young, seated in his armchair, puffing away at his pipe, his legs outstretched, his great keen eyes fixed unswervingly on me. As is my habit when propounding such arguments, I was doing a quiet and steady quarterdeck up and down the room. When I had finished, there was a brief pause. Then his whole face lighted up, and his resolve found utterance in words. Dr. Schacht, you gave me a wonderful idea, and I am going to sell it to the world. The Allies then presented their proposal. Germany would pay $525 million a year for 37 years, and $400 million a year for the following 21 years. Schacht would have none of it. He proclaimed that to meet these terms, Germany must take possession again of all its former colonies, most of which were in Africa. He also demanded the return of the Danzig corridor, which linked Poland to the Baltic Sea, which would tear up the post-war peace treaty. When Moreau heard this, he slammed the table with his fist and hurled his ink blotter across the room. A cartoon in a French newspaper summed up the local mood. It showed Moreau asking Schacht, "All right, Excellency, how much do we owe you?" On April 19, 1929, Lord Revelstoke suddenly died. The Young Conference was adjourned. All sides finally reached agreement on June 7. Germany would pay almost $29 billion over 58 years. Control of German economic policy was returned to Berlin. A new bank would administer the payments. Schacht wrote of its birth. In the meantime, my idea of a bank for international settlements had met with such enthusiastic response from all those taking part in the Young Conference that soon there was not one among them who would not have liked to claim the suggestion as his own. As the delegates signed the final version, the curtains in the meeting hall caught fire. The Young Plan was accepted in principle at the first Hague Conference, and 7 committees were set up to work out the technical details. At Schacht's suggestion, the 7th, the Organisation Committee, gathered in Baden-Baden. This was the most important committee, and it was responsible for drafting the statutes of the new bank and its relations with the host country, which would regulate its legal status. The delegates argued about governance, the role of the directors and managers, and even the official language of the new bank statutes. It was eventually agreed that both the French and English texts would be authentic. The bank would hold central bank's gold and convertible currency deposits. These deposits could be used to settle international payments without having to either physically move the gold between banks or trade the currency through foreign exchange markets. The BIS would be an international clearinghouse for central banks, the world's first. And with the broad outline settled, the next question was where the new bank should be located. Montagu Norman and the British government pushed for London. France objected, on principle, and argued that the new bank should be located in a small country. There was some talk of Amsterdam, and finally the delegates settled on Basel, Switzerland, which was conveniently located on several international railway lines and on the borders of France and Germany. Meanwhile, in London, Walter Layton, the editor of The Economist, was still grappling with the new bank's constitution. The key point, as Layton recalled, was to work out some form of word that would place the bank beyond the reach of governments. Layton struggled hopelessly, and then told Norman that he had failed. "Why do you insist it can't be done?" Norman demanded, annoyed. "Because it's the right of every democratic government to reserve its freedom of action," Layton replied, an argument that would resonate through the decades. Layton admitted defeat. The constitution was eventually drafted by one of the many committees set up to establish the BIS. But Norman was victorious. The bank's statutes, still extant today, enshrined its absolute independence from interfering politicians and governments. As for Schacht, chastened and unhappy about the reparations demands of the Young Plan, he travelled to the spa of Marienbad in Czechoslovakia to spend time with his wife, Louise. Narrow-minded, rigid, and intensely Prussian, as he later described her, Louise met him at the train station. She shouted, "You should never have signed!" But Schacht and Montagu Norman had their bank. Chapter 2. A Cosy Club in Basel. The hangover of secrecy was indeed so strong that the attendants would not permit a look into that sacred room even after all the directors had left. Clarence K. Strait, on the BIS boardroom after the directors' meeting, writing in the New York Times magazine, July 1930. In September 1930, a few months after the BIS opened for business, an American lawyer named Alan Dulles sat down in his office at 37 Rue Cambon in Paris to write a letter to Leon Fraser. Fraser, a fellow American, was also a lawyer. A former reporter for the New York World newspaper, Fraser had served as general counsel for the execution of the Dawes Plan and had taken part in the negotiations at Baden-Baden on the structure of the BIS. Fraser was now a board member of the BIS and the bank's alternating president. Dulles was confident that his request, which was simple enough, would be granted. After all, he was a scion of one of the most powerful families in the United States. His uncle, Robert Lansing, had served as Secretary of State, as had his grandfather, John W. Foster. Born in 1893 in Watertown, New York, Dulles had graduated from Princeton University and joined the U.S. Foreign Service. He was posted to Vienna, Austria, until the United States entered the war in 1917, when he moved to Bern, Switzerland, to work as a junior intelligence officer at the U.S. legation. Neutral Switzerland, home to squabbling émigrés, businessmen and revolutionaries, provided a bountiful harvest of information. It is almost impossible to stop for any length of time in Switzerland, Dulles wrote, without coming into contact with questionable characters. Bern is just full of agents and representatives of all nationalities. Dulles relished the world of shadows. Even as a precocious schoolboy, he had shown an insatiable appetite for intrigue and geopolitics. He wrote his first book at the age of 7. The Boer War was a short treatise on how the Boers, the Dutch settlers, had first claim on southern Africa, as they had arrived there before their British overlords. Montague Norman, who fought in the Second Boer War at the start of the 20th century, might have disagreed. 700 copies were privately printed and sold at 50 cents each, with the proceeds being donated to a Boer charity. But the future director of the CIA did not always know how to assess a potential source. He later loved to recount the story of how one day in April 1917 the telephone rang at the U.S. legation in Bern. Dulles took the call. A Russian émigré leader urgently wanted to meet with an American diplomat. Dulles refused, as he wanted to play tennis instead. The next day the man who had telephoned left Switzerland on a sealed train for the Finland station, a railway station in St. Petersburg, Russia. The city would later be renamed Leningrad in his honor. From Bern, Dulles was dispatched to Paris as part of the U.S. team at the 1919 Paris Peace Conference. Officially, he was included as a member of the commission drawing up the boundary of the new state of Czechoslovakia. In fact, Dulles was running the American diplomatic intelligence operation for Central Europe and courting and monitoring its émigrés, exiles, and revolutionaries. By 1930, when Dulles wrote to Leon Fraser, Dulles had left the Foreign Service. He and his brother, John Foster Dulles, became partners at Sullivan and Cromwell, the most powerful law firm in the United States, if not the world, headquartered at 48 Wall Street in New York. Alan Dulles ran Sullivan and Cromwell's office in Paris and knew Hjalmar Schacht well. In Paris in 1919, Dulles had learnt about diplomacy, and in Paris in 1930 he would learn about the world of high finance and the BIS. Dulles, wrote biographer Peter Grosz, was plunged into a realm where sovereign frontiers were transparent and the trappings of democracy seldom allowed to penetrate. Like beguiled readers of Eric Ambler or Graham Greene, Alan discovered that only a thin line divided respectable high finance from a shadowy underworld. While Montague Norman and Hjalmar Schacht had exploited the chaos around the German reparations question to finesse the world's leading powers into creating the BIS, the Dulles brothers used Europe's disorder to broker deals and monetary instruments to refinance Germany that were so complex that few outside their offices at Sullivan and Cromwell could understand them. Much of this web was connected to the BIS via the Dulles brothers and their friends on Wall Street and in London and Germany. New York banks had led the way during the 1920s in raising money for Germany, and the City of London had also provided significant funds. Foremost among the British banks was J. Henry Schroeder, the London operation of the well-established German banking firm of the same name that was based in Hamburg. Schroeder, in London, set up a trust to invest in numerous German firms, including I.G. Farben, Siemens, and Deutsche Bank. Frank Tiaux, who was a partner in the London branch of Schroeder, set up a subsidiary in New York called Schrobanco. It opened for business in October 1923 and was an instant success. The president of Schrobanco was an American banker named Prentice Gray, who was a close friend of John Foster Dulles's, whom Gray had met at the Paris Peace Conference. Schroeder's historic German connections and contacts made that country a natural focus of Schrobankos. The company quickly became one of the leading agents for doing business in Germany and later for processing loans under the Dawes and Young reparations plans. Among Schrobanko's shareholders were a number of German, Swiss and Austrian private banks, which included, naturally, the Hamburg branch of J. Henry Schroeder, as well as a bank called J. H. Stein of Cologne. One of J. H. Stein's partners, who was a scion of the Schroeder dynasty, would later join the board of the BIS and use J. H. Stein to funnel money from German industrialists to Heinrich Himmler's personal slush fund. Frank Tiaux was a director of the Bank of England and a close colleague of Montague Norman. Tiaux had his eye on an American financier named Gates Magara, whom Tiaux wanted to recruit to the board of Schrobanko. Magara, whom Tiaux described as one of the most important American bankers, was a director of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. He also had excellent connections in Germany. He had represented the United States at the Reichsbank when it was held under international control. Magara stayed on the Schrobanko board until 1927, when he returned to the Federal Reserve Bank of New York as chairman. He stayed there until 1930, when he was appointed the first president of the BIS. As for Schrobanko, its complicated German investments were in good hands. The bank's lawyer was Allen Dulles. The links were so close that in 1929 Schrobanko moved into spacious new offices at 48 Wall Street, the same building that housed Sullivan and Cromwell. Allen Dulles had a simple request for Leon Fraser that autumn of 1930. His sister, Eleanor Lansing Dulles, had received a scholarship from Harvard University to write a book about the BIS. Eleanor Dulles was a well-regarded academic and currency expert, who had previously written a book about the French franc. Allen Dulles wrote, "Anything you can do for her would be greatly appreciated, and I can assure you she is a very discreet person." Like her brothers, Eleanor Dulles also had easy access to the world's most powerful bankers and financiers. Allen Dulles's letter was not the first Fraser had received that asked him to assist Eleanor. Owen Young had written in May of that year, and Gates Magara, the BIS president, was also getting letters about Eleanor Dulles. Paul Warburg, the eminent banker, had written to Magara from the headquarters of M.M. Warburg at 40 Wall Street in New York. Warburg explained that Eleanor was a sister of my good friend John Foster Dulles, whose name is well known to you as a writer on international questions, and whom you undoubtedly know personally. Jackson Reynolds, president of the First National Bank of New York, who had chaired the BIS Organization Committee in Baden-Baden, wrote to Magara from 2 Wall Street. He asked Magara to assist Miss Dulles, especially as she was the sister of Reynolds' friend, John Foster Dulles. There were few, if any, people in the United States then with a more powerful and influential set of friends than John Foster Dulles, who served as legal counsel to the U.S. delegation at the Paris Peace Conference, where he had specialized in German war reparations. His time in Paris gave him a privileged insight into the workings of international finance and diplomacy and a network of coveted contacts. Dulles's client list during the 1920s read like a who's who of American finance. J.P. Morgan, Kuhn, Loeb & Co., Harris, Forbes & Co., Brown Brothers, W.A. Harriman, and Goldman Sachs. Dulles arranged tens of millions of dollars worth of loans to clients, including to the cities of Munich, Frankfurt, Nuremberg, Berlin, and Hanover, and to the Union of German Mortgage Banks, the Berlin City Electric Company, Hamburg Street Railways, and the State of Prussia. Dulles also worked on the Dawes Plan German loan in 1924 and the German Government International loan of 1930 that had been instigated by the Young Committee. Wall Street in the 1920s was possessed by a near mania to lend to Germany. In 1923, American banks and finance houses sent abroad $458 million in long-term capital. By 1928, that sum had risen to $1.6 billion. The German credit bubble reached ludicrous extremes. A small village in Bavaria, which needed around $125,000, was persuaded to borrow $3 million. But the real significance of this flow of capital was not just financial. The bonds between the American bankers, businessmen, and industrialists and their German counterparts would prove far more durable than the doomed Weimar Republic, and even the Third Reich. With the BIS as the central point of contact, these links would endure during the Second World War and reshape Europe after 1945. Alan Dulles returned to Bern during the Second World War as a far more experienced, powerful and influential spy master, harvesting much information through his assets at the BIS. John Foster Dulles went on to become US Secretary of State for the Eisenhower administration during the 1950s, at the height of the Cold War. The Dulles brothers would help ensure that Nazi bankers, businessmen and industrialists, many of whom should have been tried for war crimes, were seamlessly integrated back into powerful positions in the new Federal Republic of Germany. For Hjalmar Schacht and Montague Norman, January 20, 1930 was a date to savour. They had created a bank beyond the reach of either national or international law. On that date, the governments of the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Belgium, Italy, Japan and Switzerland signed an extraordinary document. The Hague Convention guaranteed that the BIS would be the world's most privileged and legally protected bank. Its statutes, which remain in force to this day, essentially make the BIS untouchable. Article 10 of the BIS Constituent Charter noted, "The bank, its property and assets, and all deposits and other funds entrusted to it shall be immune in time of peace and in time of war from any measure such as expropriation, requisition, seizure, confiscation, prohibition or restriction of gold or currency export or import, and any other similar measures." The BIS enjoys the legal privileges of an international organization, but, arguably, it is not one as usually understood by the term. It is a highly profitable bank that is accountable to and controlled by its members, central banks. Under the cover of the Young Plan, as well as the need for an impartial financial institution to administer German reparation payments, Norman, Schacht, and the central bankers had by brilliant sleight of hand created a bank with unprecedented powers and privileges. As Gianni Toniolo, the official historian of the BIS, notes, "It was no accident that, although the settlement of the reparations problems had been the immediate cause for setting up the BIS, the bank's statutes defined its actual purpose much more broadly: to promote the cooperation of central banks and to provide additional facilities for international finance operations, and to act as trustee or agent in regard to international financial settlements entrusted to it under agreements with the parties concerned." In February 1930, the governors of the central banks of Britain, France, Italy, Germany and Belgium gathered with representatives from Japan and 3 American banks to sign the BIS's instrument of foundation. As the Federal Reserve Bank of New York was not permitted to own shares for political reasons, a consortium was formed. J.P. Morgan, the First National Bank of New York, and the First National Bank of Chicago to represent the United States. The BIS formally came into existence on February 27, 1930. The bank's initial share capital was set at 500 million Swiss francs, which was divided into 200,000 shares of 2,500 gold francs. The governors of the founding central banks were ex officio members of the board of directors. Each could appoint a second director of the same nationality. The second director did not have to be a central banker. He could be drawn from finance, industry or commerce, a provision that would later prove crucial in ensuring Nazi influence over the BIS. The BIS was incorporated under Swiss law. Its authorized activities included the following: buying, selling and holding gold for its own account or for central banks, buying and selling securities other than shares, accepting deposits from central banks, opening and maintaining deposit accounts with central banks, acting as an agent of or correspondent for central banks, entering agreements to act as a trustee or agent in connection with international settlements. There were some restrictions that were intended to prevent the BIS from becoming a competitor of commercial banks. The bank could not issue banknotes, open accounts for individuals or commercial organizations, own property other than its headquarters or offices, or have a controlling interest in a business. The immunities granted under international treaty for reparations settlements did not apply to all of its banking operations to ensure that it maintained the confidence of the international markets. Even better, Although the BIS was protected by international treaty, unlike the League of Nations, it was not dependent on budgetary contributions from its members. It enjoyed a guaranteed revenue stream from the reparations payments that it would manage under the Young Plan, as well as from the highly profitable services it would carry out for its clients, the central banks. In the final analysis, notes Toniolo, the BIS, although founded by an international treaty sanctioned by national governments, was very much tailored to the views and requirements of the national banks. The key provisions of the bank's statutes were given protected status, and so could only be changed with the consent of all signatories to the Hague Convention. The BIS was quickly inundated with job applications, even though it was located in humdrum Basel. Its comparatively modest headquarters at the Grand Hôtel et Savoy Hôtel Univers, next door to Basel main railway station, at least offered convenient direct connections to Paris, Vienna, Milan and Geneva. An article in the New York Times magazine, headlined "A Cashless Bank That Deals in Millions," reported, "There is only one bank in Basel that does not look like $1 million. It is the Superbank. Indeed, it is doubtful if there is anywhere a bank that looks less like a bank than does the Bank for International Settlements. There is no Bank for International Settlements stretching in big solid letters across its facade. There is no ostentatiously small bronze plaque at the door. There is nothing at all to reveal its identity to the passer-by." Nor did the building sound like a bank. There were no counters where banknotes rustled, no adding machines, nor even the sound of a pen scratching on a ledger. The monies did not physically move through the BIS. When Germany made a reparations payment, it informed the BIS that the Reichsbank had credited the BIS's account in Berlin. The BIS then informed the national banks of those countries receiving reparations, such as, for example, Britain, that the monies were available to draw on if they so wished. If they did not, in case the movement of substantial sums might affect exchange rates, the funds remained in the BIS's account. In the meantime, the BIS used the funds earmarked for Britain to buy securities, which it could sell if and when Britain wanted to draw its monies. That was the theory. The practice, at least at first, was not quite so smooth. In February 1931, Gates Magara, the bank's American president, wrote to H.C.F. Finlayson in Athens asking about the Bank of Greece's gold. Finlayson, a former British financial attaché in Berlin, was now an advisor to the Bank of Greece. Some of the Greek bank's gold may have gone missing. Rather like nowadays, it seemed the accounting at the Bank of Greece left something to be desired. "What has ever happened to the gold of the Bank of Greece, some of which you thought might be left in our custody in Paris or elsewhere?" inquired Magara, who, as the president of the BIS, might have been expected to know what it held and where. It might, Magara suggested, be a good time to find the Greek gold and place it with the BIS. The BIS, wrote Magara, could give the Bank of Greece all sorts of facilities rather greater than those of a local central bank. For example, if the Bank of Greece held gold at the Bank of France and wanted to buy another currency, it first had to buy francs from the Bank of France. The Bank of Greece then converted the francs to the second currency with all the usual losses of exchange rates and commissions. However, if the Bank of Greece held gold at the Bank of France in the name of the BIS could give the Bank of Greece any currency it desires at any time and can fix an agreed rate without going through the actual exchange operation. And the BIS did not charge any commission. 13,000 people applied for jobs at the BIS, and by the end of 1930, 95 people worked there. However, few were bankers. Many were lawyers or economists who had previously been employed at international organizations such as the League of Nations or the Dawes Plan Agent General's Office. Salaries were comparatively high. The president received $36,000 plus $14,000 entertainment allowance. Heads of department were paid between $15,000 and $20,000 a year, all tax-free. The average American salary in 1930 was about $2,000 a year. The management reflected the balance of nationalities. The general manager, Pierre Quesnay, was French and a former member of the Young Committee. His German deputy, Ernst Hulse, had worked for the Reichsbank. But not everyone was happy. Hjalmar Schacht, who loved to refer to the BIS as my bank, continued to rage over the scale of reparations under the Young Plan. In December 1929, he wrote to J.P. Morgan that he would not take up his directorship at the BIS. The following March, Schacht resigned from the Reichsbank. Hans Luther, a former Minister of Finance and former German Chancellor, replaced him. Schacht returned to his old métier, public relations. That autumn he went on a lecture tour across Europe and the United States. He passed the time during the journey across the Atlantic by reading Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf. The style was crude and hectoring, he believed, but the author displayed a keen brain. Wherever Schacht spoke, he gave the same address, fulminating against the Young Plan, the Versailles Treaty, and reparations. He even appeared with John Foster Dulles at a dinner hosted by the Foreign Policy Association at the Astor Hotel in New York. Dulles played down the German elections in September 1930, in which the Nazis won 107 seats, making them the second largest party. The difficulties, claimed Dulles, are of a character which are largely psychological and consequently subject to ready reversal. Dulles's prediction was widely shared by his fellow financiers, especially those in Germany. Hans Luther, the new Reichsbank president, was especially keen to reassure his American colleagues that the surge in Nazi support would not disrupt the smooth flow of international finance. On September 22, 8 days after the German election, Gates Magara, the BIS president, wrote to his friend and former colleague at the New York Federal Reserve, George Harrison, who was now president. We have the strongest assurances from Dr. Luther that we need not be disturbed about the result of the election. The German people are not revolutionary, and in our opinion anything beyond occasional street brawls will be summarily dealt with. Not everyone shared Magara's faith. Investors rushed to sell Reichsmarks. Paradoxically, the political and financial uncertainty was good for the BIS, giving the new bank an early opportunity to intervene in the money markets. The bank launched a rescue operation for the German currency. The next day, on September 23, Magara sent a telegram to Harrison. Confidentially, we intervened today on several markets to the tune of £300,000 with very helpful psychological effect, including cessation of offer of marks. But in thinking that the reparations issue would settle down in Germany under the BIS's influence, Luther and Magara were wrong. The Young Plan, like German democracy, was a terminal case. On May 19, 1931, Magara presented the BIS's first annual report to the first general meeting. He noted that the bank had assisted with international financial operations and capital movement, where the opportunities for constructive service are almost boundless. Then he turned to the numbers. Profit-making, noted Magara demurely, had never been a primary object of the BIS, which surely made him a banker unique in history. But he was pleased to report that thrifty investing during the bank's first 10.5 months of existence had brought net profits of 11,186,521.97 Swiss francs. He noted that shareholders had increased from the original 7 to 23, including the national banks of Greece, Romania, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia, Sweden and Czechoslovakia. The small new European countries such as Czechoslovakia, a fragile construct carved out of the remains of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, doubtless hoped that a stake in the BIS would bring stability, credibility, and improved standing in the international community, and even a measure of defence against predatory neighbours. It would prove to be a faint hope. But for now, the bankers were celebrating. Norman and Schacht had invented a perpetual money machine. Chapter 3. A most useful bank. The post of head of section in the BIS is for Germany's foreign policy definitely as important as the posting of many ambassadors accredited with foreign governments. Karl Blessing, Reichsbank official, 1930. Schacht's colleagues in Berlin had a very particular view of the role of the BIS, one quite different to that which the Allies had envisaged when signing the Hague Convention. The bank set up to administer reparations was to be used to wreck them. Karl Blessing, a protégé of Schacht, wrote a lengthy memorandum in April 1930, setting out policy on the BIS. Opinion on how the Reichsbank should conduct itself in the BIS called for Germany to gain as much influence at the BIS as possible. German employees of the bank, Blessing wrote, should make sure that no important business decisions are made without a German representative having knowledge of them or having had an opportunity to express their opinion. Blessing recognized the bank's importance for Germany's national interest. He called for Germany to fill its posts in the bank with the most able and perceptive individuals. All BIS member states wanted to protect their national interests in the new international forum, but Blessing understood what many bankers did not, that while the BIS might portray itself as neutral, objective and technocratic, the bank was an inherently political institution, dealing with one of the most contested and bitter issues in politics, German war guilt and reparations. Blessing wrote, "The fact that the reparation question has been delegated to a banking institution naturally turns this bank into a political institution, even if this is officially denied." France and Britain might believe that the establishment of the bank settled the reparations issue, but Blessing understood that the existence of the BIS actually offered a forum to open up the issue once again. Blessing's savvy ruthlessness was in sharp contrast to Montague Norman's notion of a cosy club. The Reichsbank, Blessing argued, should certainly cooperate with the BIS in its new role as the bank for central banks. As a trading nation that relied on exports, Germany could only benefit from an improved international economy. Reparations, however, were an entirely different matter. Blessing called for German officials to undermine the new bank by making impossible demands that would sour the atmosphere and weaken its credibility. He demanded a sophisticated form of psychological warfare against the BIS. German officials there must, time and again, refer to the completely utopian objectives of the bank. German bankers should repeatedly ask the BIS to guarantee export credits for high-risk ventures, even when it was clear that the credits would never be granted. The aim was to gradually create an atmosphere in the bank in which the anti-reparation bacillus finds fertile ground. If the bank began to lose legitimacy, then so surely would the Young Plan, which the bank was mandated to administer. In 1931, Blessing left the Reichsbank to take up a senior post at the BIS. But even with Blessing on board, the BIS could not solve the German financial crisis. The elections in 1931, which saw the Nazis and Communists win 1/3 of the seats in the Reichstag, had made the country almost ungovernable. That political instability triggered capital flight, which caused a further rise in unemployment and a lack of confidence in both government and the banking system, and led to further capital flight, higher unemployment, and more support for the Nazis and the Communists. The Weimar Republic had entered its death spiral. In June 1931, Chancellor Heinrich Brüning declared that he doubted if Germany could meet the next payment due under the Young Plan. The situation was so grave, President Herbert Hoover called for a moratorium on all war debts and reparations. It was agreed for 1 year. The Bank of England, the Bank of France, the New York Federal Reserve and the BIS agreed on an emergency loan to Germany of $100 million. As Toniolo notes, the newborn BIS was at the heart of the first experiment ever of a multilateral attempt at managing an international financial crisis. It was not successful, but then it was never likely to be. Fixing the German debt crisis was a task far beyond the BIS, even if the BIS had been created expressly for the purpose of facilitating reparations. In December 1931, the German Minister of Finance wrote to the BIS saying that as Germany was suffering a crisis without parallel, the bank must re-examine the whole question of reparations. The BIS set up a committee, headed by an Italian board member, Alberto Beneduce, to examine the matter. Karl Melchior, a prominent German Jewish banker and vice chairman of the BIS, represented Germany. Melchior had served as a captain in the German army in the First World War, in which he was badly wounded. A skilled diplomat and financier, Melchior had been a member of the German delegation at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919. He had represented Germany on the Young Committee and chaired the Finance Committee of the League of Nations. His tact and skills had helped Germany re-enter the community of nations. The Beneduce Committee's conclusions, published just before Christmas 1931, were a triumph for Berlin. All intergovernmental reparations and war debts must be adjusted to ensure peace and economic stability. Adjustment was a euphemism for abolition. 6 months later, in 1932, the European governments met in Lausanne to consider the Benedicte Committee's recommendations. They agreed to cancel German reparations, except for one final payment. The BIS presented itself as a new and modern institution, but central banks and war had been entwined through history. The Bank of England had been founded in 1694 in part to raise funds for King William III's war against France. The bank accepted deposits and issued personal notes against the funds, which could be redeemed for gold. Clerks added the customer's personal details to the document, the precursor of today's banknotes. A little more than a century later, in 1800, Napoleon Bonaparte founded the Bank of France. The emperor aimed to bring about stability and economic growth after the wars and revolutionary turmoil of the late 18th century. The Reichsbank was founded in 1876 in part to finance future German expansionism after the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 had triggered a liquidity crisis. The German bankers had planned ahead. A law suspending gold convertibility of Reichsmarks in time of war was drafted in 1904. By the summer of 1914, the approaching war had triggered a run on the Reichsbank reserves. In July, the Reichsbank lost 103 million marks in a week. The bank suspended gold convertibility, which was an illegal act. Parliament passed an act retrospectively authorizing that decision 4 days later. Yet there was also an argument in favor of empowering the financial technocrats to get on with running the global economy, unbound by political considerations. It was the politicians and governments, some of them democratically elected, not the bankers, who had led the world to war and caused the deaths of millions. The bankers would finance their political masters' conflicts, as they were required to do, but they had no desire to order men to walk into a hail of bullets to gain an inch of mud-soaked field in Belgium. Rather, the central bankers shared similarly benign aims: stability, economic growth, and increased prosperity for all. The central bankers formed a global brotherhood, united by common bonds that transcended parochial national interests. In an era when nationalism had ripped apart the old European order, perhaps the bankers' transnationalism could bring peace. The BIS had, after all, been specifically designed in the aftermath of war for that purpose. By managing Germany's reparation payments and acting as a trustee for the Dawes and Young loans that had allowed Germany to meet its international obligations, the bank should, theoretically, diffuse the explosive German question. The bankers' personal friendships would be deep and enduring. The bond between Norman and Schacht, for example, lasted for almost 30 years until Norman died in 1950. It outlasted the hyperinflation of the early 1920s, the stock market crash of 1929, the collapse of the Weimar Republic, the rise and fall of the Third Reich, Schacht's trial at Nuremberg for war crimes, the disintegration of the British Empire, the onset of the Cold War, and the division of Germany. Such deep connections between powerful men were rare and potentially valuable. Even the BIS's more nebulous mandate of central bank cooperation had its defenders. Economists and bankers had long argued that as the world economy became more sophisticated and central banks became more powerful, there was a need for some kind of coordinating body to ensure financial stability. Julius Wolff, a professor at the University of Breslau, had proposed in 1892 that a new financial institution in a neutral country be set up to issue an international currency. The new unit would be backed by central banks' gold reserves and be used for emergency lending to countries in crisis. Luigi Luzzati, an Italian politician, wrote in 1907 in the Viennese newspaper Neue Freie Presse that central banks were waging an unnecessary monetary war by competing for gold supplies by raising interest rates and other devices. It would be far better, he posited, for banks to adopt a policy of cordial cooperation by supplying gold to those banks that needed it. He called for a new commission to coordinate international monetary peace, since even when central banks did lend to each other, national interests coloured those loans. Thus there was a need for a technical, apolitical institution to handle these transactions, a financial equivalent of the postal and telegraph unions. The BIS seemed to fit the bill. The bank was also a creature of its time, of new multilateral institutions run by apolitical technocrats. The League of Nations, which was the forerunner of the United Nations, would defuse the world's political crises, while the BIS would ensure financial stability. Pierre Mauroy, a French socialist politician, wrote in July 1930 that the BIS, after administering the Young Plan, will progressively increase its patch, and little by little the experience will show the areas that it may approach safely. Mauroy, who served as Prime Minister in the 1950s, praised the BIS and the League as the potential harbingers of peace. In the mists of the future, the mystical purpose of a union in financial order, under wise and prudent management, he wrote, may become a potent aid for the preservation of world peace. The US government took a very different view. The BIS was born out of reparations negotiations chaired by two Americans, Charles Dawes and Owen Young. Its first presidents, Gates Magara and Leon Fraser, were American. But Henry Stimson, the Secretary of State, proclaimed that the United States did not wish to directly or indirectly participate in the collection of German reparations through the agency of a bank or otherwise. The United States had never asked for reparations, thus it had no reason to participate in the BIS. It had not even joined the League of Nations, even though President Woodrow Wilson had practically invented the institution. The State Department's opposition to the BIS was so strong that George Harrison, the governor of the New York Federal Reserve, even avoided Basel when he traveled to Europe. Washington, D.C. refused the BIS directorship offer to the Federal Reserve. The consortium of American banks, J.P. Morgan, the First National Bank of New York, and the First National Bank of Chicago, that had bought shares at the bank's founding, took up the directorship instead. Eleanor Lansing Dulles, however, was firmly in the internationalist camp. She published her book on the BIS in 1932, despite some difficulties when she was rumoured to be an American spy, and then lost her office and access to internal documents. Magara, the bank's president, wrote of his regret to John Foster Dulles that the bank could not have been more open to her. I am sorry not to have been able to be more useful to your sister, and we would have been glad to open everything up to her, including an office here, but the work of this bank, like that of any other, is in large measure confidential. Eleanor Dulles was by far the most attractive of the Dulles siblings. She was a feisty career woman with a sharp mind of her own in an age that did not welcome such women. Her personal life was marked by tragedy. A pronounced anti-Nazi, she fell in love with David Blondheim, a Jewish intellectual, and married him, to the dismay of her family. He later committed suicide. Eleanor Dulles went on to enjoy a stellar career in the U.S. Foreign Service, specializing in Germany. In The BIS at Work, she described a smooth-running institution, a kind of financial league of nations, where different nationalities worked in harmonious cooperation. The bank was a future model for the world, and should have been granted stronger powers to prevent national interests asserting each themselves. If the BIS is not given the power and the facilities to work at this problem, the result will be the emergence of financial rivalries, she warned. One central bank after another will gain a predominating influence, and as this central bank is threatened from time to time by rival financial influence, the stability of the economic system will be strained to the breaking point again, as it has been in 1931. It is to avoid such catastrophes that the BIS should be strengthened to meet the urgent needs which lie before it. Unfortunately for Ellen Dulles and her fellow idealists, Blessing and Schacht's plan for the BIS was about to come to fruition. The new regime in Germany would exploit the BIS's supranational reach to advance its own national interests. By April 1933, the Nazi terror had begun in earnest. Legalistic as ever, the German legislators had voted their democracy out of existence. The Enabling Act, passed by the Reichstag the previous month, removed citizens' rights to free speech, assembly, travel, and protest. It permitted arbitrary arrest, torture, and detention. Germany was now a racially based dictatorship. On April 1, Nazi stormtroopers ran riot across the country, barricading the entrances to Jewish shops, daubing them with stars of David and slogans that called on shoppers not to buy from Jews. The first prisoners began arriving at Dachau, the SS's prototype concentration camp. Soon after the April pogrom, the clearest signal yet of the Nazis' intentions for Germany, Hitler asked Schacht if he would return to his old job as president of the Reichsbank. Schacht accepted, and so regained his seat on the board of directors of the BIS. Schacht was a conservative German nationalist rather than a believer in Aryan racial supremacy. Jews, he believed, were rather too pushy, but could still be useful for the economy. Schacht tolerated rather than advocated Hitler's anti-Semitism. Schacht used his privileged position to occasionally speak out against the campaign against the Jews, but he was no anti-Nazi. He wanted a strong, economically independent Germany. If Hitler offered the best chance for that, then so be it. Back in 1930, Schacht had told Bella Fromm, a Jewish Society columnist, "Why not give the National Socialists a break? They seem pretty smart to me." Now he had the opportunity to do so. The Nazis also seemed pretty smart to the BIS's American management. "Order and discipline in Germany are at the present time exemplary," wrote Gates McGarrett to Leon Fraser in 1933. "The vast majority of the population has the feeling that the fortunes of Germany are in the hands of strong leaders who are inspired by goodwill, so that an optimistic view as regards the future development is justified." The German order, discipline, and goodwill that McGarrett so admired came at a high price, although he did not have to pay it. Karl Melchior did. As McGarrett eulogized the new Germany, his colleague Melchior, the vice president of the BIS, was forced by the Nazis to resign. The fate of the eminent Jewish banker was regrettable, they murmured in Basel, especially after 3 years of loyal service, but there was nothing to be done, and certainly not by the BIS, which must remain neutral in its members' internal affairs. Leonardus Tripp, the president of the Bank of the Netherlands, swiftly replaced Melchior. The Dutch banker's elevation left a vacancy on the bank's board, which was filled, as it was noted in the BIS 1933 annual report, by Baron Kurt von Schroeder of the banking house of J. H. Stein, Cologne. This terse description rather undersold the German nobleman. Kurt Freiherr von Schroeder, his name is usually spelled with a K, was one of the most powerful and influential bankers in Nazi Germany, a scion of the dynasty whose empire included J. Henry Schroeder in London and Schrobanko in New York, whose board Alan Dulles joined in 1937. Sociable, cosmopolitan, and well-travelled, von Schroeder was known as a reliable international financier, part of the new global elite who were equally at home in the gentlemen's clubs of London or the dining rooms of Wall Street. The German banker was especially close to Frank Tiax, the director of the Bank of England, who was a partner in J. Henry Schroeder Bank in London. Tiax had set up Schrobanko in New York, recruiting Gates McGarrett to its board. Between 1923 and 1939, Kurt von Schroeder regularly travelled to London and frequently met Tiax. The two men had many business talks together, von Schroeder later testified. While in London, von Schroeder arranged loans for the Flick industrial concerns, whose head, Friedrich Flick, was pouring money into the Nazi Party. The loans, like most of Kurt von Schroeder's arrangements, went through his relative Baron Bruno von Schroeder, the head of the London branch of J. Henry Schroeder Banks. Kurt von Schroeder also did business with several other major British banks, including Guinness Mahone, Kleinwort, and Lloyds, all on behalf of J. H. Stein, the influential private bank in Cologne where he was a partner. Hjalmar Schacht personally appointed von Schroeder to the BIS board. The summons came out of the blue. Mr. Schacht called me up one day in Berlin and said that they must have a new man for the BIS, and told me he thought I was the right one. I was very surprised, von Schroeder told Allied interrogators in 1945. Such modesty was unconvincing. Von Schroeder enjoyed close personal links with the highest reaches of the Nazi Party. He had helped to bring Hitler to power. In January 1933, von Schroeder had hosted a meeting at his villa in Cologne between Hitler and Franz von Papen, the former Chancellor, who later served as Hitler's vice-chancellor. Rudolf Hess, Hitler's deputy in the Nazi Party, Heinrich Himmler, the chief of the SS, and Wilhelm Kepler, Hitler's fundraiser and liaison with German businessmen, were also there. Kepler later ran the Himmlerkreis, the circle of businessmen who channeled money to Himmler's slush fund at the J.H. Stein Bank. At the meeting, Hitler outlined his plans for economic autarky. Germany could no longer be dependent on foreign countries for any of its needs. The country must be self-sufficient, especially in synthetic oil and rubber. Without these, Germany could not wage war, Hitler announced. Production of synthetic oil and rubber was the responsibility of IG Farben, the giant Nazi chemicals conglomerate, which is why Hermann Schmitz, the CEO of IG Farben, would later join Schacht and von Schröder on the board of the BIS. During the war, Schmitz channeled money to Himmler via Schröder into Special Account S at J.H. Stein Bank, British intelligence documents reveal. In 1941 alone, Schmitz transferred 190,000 Reichsmark into the SS leader's personal account. Himmler appreciated Schmitz's generosity. Schröder wrote to his fellow BIS board member, asking Schmitz to transfer a similar sum. I therefore take the liberty of asking you again this year to remit the same amount for the Reichsführer SS to the special account S with the banking firm of J.H. Stein, Cologne. I would be grateful to you if you complied with this request. As you know, the Reichsführer has always particularly appreciated this contribution, and you may be sure of his gratitude. Karl Melchior, who had served his country and the BIS so diligently, had been long plagued by ill health, and he died in December 1933. On Wall Street, Hitler's rise was watched with fascination and concern. Fascination because the advent of an extreme nationalist one-party state in Germany seemed to have finally banished the spectre of Bolshevism. But were Wall Street's investments and holdings really safe? Substantial sums were at stake, involving the most powerful companies in America, several of which were deeply entwined with IG Farben. The German firm operated in the United States as General Aniline and Film, GAF. GAF's founding board members included Walter Teagle, Standard Oil's president, Edsel Ford, the president of Ford Motors, Charles E. Mitchell, chairman of the National City Bank, and Paul Warburg of the banking dynasty. Standard Oil was GAF's most important partner, and the two firms signed a research and development agreement on oil production. Standard Oil was also on excellent terms with the BIS. Robert Porters, the bank's chief administrative officer, left to become an advisor to the oil company. Standard Oil owned the patents on synthetic rubber, known as Buna, but had ceded control of them to IG Farben. In 1929, Walter Teagle had agreed to a division of fields cartel arrangement with its German partner. The IG are going to stay out of the oil business, and we are going to stay out of the chemical business, explained one Standard official. The Standard Oil IG Farben agreement set the pattern for a series of powerful cartels. John Foster Dulles carried out much of the pioneering legal work for these. Sullivan and Cromwell represented General Aniline and Film, IG Farben's American subsidiary. Dulles was a director of the International Nickel Company, INCO, the largest producer of the metal in the world. In 1934, INCO signed a cartel agreement with IG Farben, swapping supplies of nickel sources for the license rights to a newly patented nickel refining process. Dulles also arranged chemical cartels. He represented the Solvay American Investment Corporation, the American subsidiary of a Belgian firm that was a partner of IG Farben. Solvay American held 25% of the stock of the Allied Chemical and Dye Corporation, an American company. In 1936, Allied entered a cartel agreement with IG Farben on dyestuff production. And so it went, all through the 1930s, as American financiers and lawyers, none more than John Foster Dulles, ensured that American money, commodities and expertise flowed steadily into the Third Reich. But there was still some unease in the boardrooms and clubs, not because of the persecution of the Jews or the concentration camps, but because the Nazi Party seemed to still have some dangerous tendencies. Its full name, for example, translated as the German Nationalist Socialist Workers' Party. The Brownshirts, the Nazi leftist faction, remained powerful. The bankers and industrialists needed fresh first-hand reassurance. They needed a meeting with Hitler. Wall Street's envoy was Sosthenes Ben. On August 4, 1933, the New York Times reported that Hitler had held his first meeting with representatives of American finance. The newspaper noted, Chancellor Hitler, who was resting at his mountain retreat on the Salzburg, today received Sosthenes Ben, the director of the National City Bank of New York, and Henry Mann, his resident vice president for Germany. There was no hint of the motive, but there did not need to be. Ben had founded the International Telephone and Telegraph Company, ITT, in 1920. ITT had grown to be one of the most powerful companies in the world. It had substantial holdings in Germany, some of which were engaged in armaments production. ITT needed a well-connected banker there to look after its interests and subsidiaries. It found one, in Kurt von Schröder. Schacht soon turned on the bank he had helped create. The 1932 Lausanne Conference had cancelled Germany's obligations to pay reparations to the Allied victors. But the loans Germany had taken out under the Dawes and Young plans to meet those obligations were still outstanding. It was of little concern to the Wall Street financiers whether Germany used their funds to pay for reparations or to fund a new armaments drive. They wanted to know that they would get their money back. Schacht told the BIS governors at the June 1933 board meeting that he supported paying the Dawes loan, but not the Young loan. Germany simply did not have sufficient resources to pay them both. Schacht was under intense political pressure from the Nazi leaders, who wanted both loans written off, seeing them as the final vestiges of Germany's humiliation at Versailles. The creditors, naturally, disagreed. Another conference was called, this one chaired by Leon Fraser, the BIS president, and hosted by the Reichsbank in Berlin in May 1934. The Berlin gathering was a total failure. Soon afterward, Germany announced a complete moratorium on all medium and long-term debts, including the Dawes and Young loans. The announcement caused fury as bondholders saw their assets vaporize. J.P. Morgan even suggested that the BIS stake a claim to German funds held in Switzerland. That was neither realistic nor practical. The BIS could do nothing except issue a protest against what Fraser called the thoroughly arbitrary way in which the German government has disregarded its engagements. It had no effect, for the old fox, as Schacht was known, had outmaneuvered everybody with a high-stakes game of international poker. The Reichsbank governor understood that a blanket default would severely damage Germany's international standing and creditworthiness. Yet it was imperative to disentangle Germany from the obligations of the Dawes and Young plans and all the political and emotional baggage that they brought in their wake. The policy of economic autarky outlined at the meeting at Kurt von Schröder's house and the memo written by Karl Blessing back in 1930 demanded no less. So as soon as Germany had broken free from the BIS, Schacht swiftly concluded bilateral agreements with Dawes and Young loan bondholders in 7 countries, including Britain, France and Italy, albeit at reduced rates of interest. It was the old principle of divide and rule, brilliantly applied to the new field of international finance. Just as the rule of law had been torn up in Germany, so had the country's international financial obligations. Schacht's arbitrary rewriting of Germany's debt obligation proved that Germany's commitments were not worth the paper they were written on. At the same time, the dealings of some of those working in the BIS also seemed less than scrupulous. The combination of secrecy, insider information, and vast amounts of money sloshing around was having unwelcome effects. Some of the BIS staff were, it seems, insider trading. Basel was full of rumours that BIS officials were using their privileged knowledge of the bank's activities to speculate against the Swiss franc. A hard-hitting article in the Berner Tagblatt, a Swiss newspaper, in May 1935 had caused uproar, especially as it appeared to be based on documentation or a high-level source inside the BIS. Swiss bankers widely believed that the BIS had no confidence in the Swiss franc. A Swiss MP had even raised the conduct of the BIS in the Swiss parliament. The situation was getting uncomfortable for the BIS management. The following month, the staff was questioned one by one. Gates Magara, who had stepped down as president but remained on the board, wrote to Johann Willem Beyen, his Dutch colleague and fellow board member, that the investigation had turned up some alarming information. One of the bank's higher officials at bank accounts in both London and Switzerland, both of which had been overdrawn on the security of stocks and shares. The staff member had been shorting sterling and Swiss francs, selling the currencies when strong and buying them back when they weakened. This, of course, is a clear case of currency speculation, admitted Megara. But there was no need to take any action, he wrote. If the banks do not object and the overdrafts were long-standing, it might be difficult to criticize too harshly or to interfere with any vigor in the private affairs of a man of some standing who is endeavouring to look after his own fortune in the way he considers best. In other words, even though the senior BIS official was indeed speculating, nothing should be done, especially as he was a man of some standing. Another case, which even the emollient Megara noted, calls for comment, involved a member of staff who borrowed money in London to buy gold. Alarmingly, the BIS staffer did this, he explained when questioned, at the same time as his chief. Such practices were highly undesirable, argued Megara, especially as the staffer's chief was a member of the BIS management. It is not clear who from the documents. Thus, the BIS was in no position to issue an official denial about speculation, Megara continued. The bank's best option was to inform the Swiss National Bank that it had received the assurance of its management and staff that no speculation had taken place, even though it had, and that the bank would take measures against the possibility of it happening in the future. Bankers in the 1930s, like many of their present-day contemporaries, wanted any potential scandal about their personal probity shut down as soon as possible. It might be best to endeavour to let the matter die a natural death outside the House and to proceed only with a further internal investigation, Megara noted. Chapter 4. Mr. Norman Takes a Train. The above-mentioned young Nazi and his friends believe that the BIS offers them their best contact with the outside world. They want to have capable representatives in the BIS in order to break the way for an approach to more normal business and monetary relations with the important countries of the world. Merle Cochran, an American diplomat who monitored the BIS, in a telegram to the State Department, May 9, 1939. The Berner Tagblatt newspaper's revelations about the murky goings-on inside the BIS highlighted the growing questions about the bank's role and function. Insider trading during the 1930s was often the rule rather than the exception, but there were wider issues at stake. The BIS had been established for three main purposes. The first, and ostensibly the most important, was to manage German reparations payments under the 1930 Young Plan. The second was to facilitate cooperation between central banks, and the third was to act as a bank for central banks. The BIS was barely 5 years old in 1935, but it had already lost its primary reason for existence, and the second reason was under threat. How long would it be before the third reason, to act as a central bank for banks, was called into question? The Young Plan had collapsed almost as soon as it was agreed to. The Hoover moratorium, announced a year later, had paused reparation payments. The 1932 Lausanne Conference had confirmed that Germany's war debts would be written off. Thus, there were no more reparations payments. The BIS was also the trustee for the loans that Germany had taken out under the Dawes and Young plans to make those reparations payments. But Germany had stopped using the BIS to repay the Dawes and Young plan loans. Instead, Schacht blackmailed Germany's creditors into signing new bilateral agreements. The Reichsbank, a co-founder of the BIS, had broken its legal, financial and moral obligations with complete impunity and delivered a serious blow to the BIS's credibility as a neutral interlocutor. So, for what other reasons did the BIS continue to function? It acted as a facilitator of central bank cooperation for countries whose currencies were on the gold or gold exchange standard. The gold standard valued a national currency at a set amount of gold. The gold exchange standard included the country's holdings in US dollars and British pounds as part of its national reserves. The statutes of the BIS assumed that international finance was based on the gold and gold exchange standard, and so would continue to grow smoothly and steadily, facilitated by the bank. As Toniolo notes, the gold standard was embedded in the very DNA of the BIS. The bank kept its accounts in Swiss gold francs, with each franc worth 0.29 grams of fine gold. But the central banks were losing their enthusiasm for gold. Even Britain had come off the gold standard. By the end of 1932, only 7 of the 46 countries that had been on the gold standard remained, including France, Italy, and the United States, which left the following year. With no more reparations and the collapse of the gold standard, why did the BIS stay in business? In part, as others who wished to dissolve the bank would find in later years, because it was founded under an international treaty and its statutes were essentially immutable. Schracht and Norman had designed their bank superbly. It was not possible to close the BIS. In fact, the end of reparations and the collapse of the gold standard proved a boon for the BIS. It allowed the bank to focus on its founders' intentions, to build a new transnational financial system of large capital movements, free from political or governmental control. Gates McGarrah, the bank's first president, had explained as much soon after the bank was founded. Writing in Nation's Business magazine, McGarrah admitted that German reparations payments were a routine operation which any trust company could administer. The conception seems to have formed in the popular mind that the Bank for International Settlements, which began at Basel, Switzerland, May 20, 1930, was organized merely to handle German reparations payments and the so-called inter-allied debt, and that its principal operations are concerned with the German debt payments. That is a mistaken, although an understandable, view. Although the prime reason for the bank's creation was to administer the monthly sums paid into it by Germany, this duty has already become the smaller side of the bank's activities. The handling of the German reparations payments is a routine operation, which any trust company could carry on. Within 6 months after opening for business, the bank has developed much larger and more important activities and has become a medium of service, which is one of the saving features in a tense world situation. The bank is completely removed from any governmental or political control. No person may be a director who is also a government official. The bank is absolutely non-political and is organized and operated on a basis purely commercial and financial, like any properly managed banking institution. Governments have no connection with it, nor with its administration. McGarrah, like every international financier, regarded the Bolshevik Revolution with horror. Yet he and Vladimir Lenin had much more in common than either could know. The BIS president and the Russian revolutionary both understood that the 20th century would be the bankers' century. The new mechanisms of transnational capitalism allowed the bankers to send vast sums of money quickly and easily around the world, and harvest vast profits from doing so, free from oversight. The bankers could save a country from collapse and revive its economy, as they did in Germany in the early and mid-1920s, dispatching hundreds of millions of dollars and underwriting the Dawes loan. Or they could help send it into a tailspin, by stopping the flow of cash and then pulling out, as they did at the end of the 1920s. Massive capital movements were now increasingly common. The BIS, as the Bank for Central Bankers, institutionalized that new power. In the first 6 months of 1931, the BIS advanced £3 million to the Bank of Spain to stabilize the peseta, gave a credit of 100 million Austrian shillings to the National Bank when the Credit Anstalt Bank went bust, and advanced $5 million to the Hungarian National Bank, and arranged a further $10 million credit for Budapest. A small clique of financiers, unaccountable to any government, most of whom knew each other well, had somehow amassed unprecedented economic and political power. Lenin had understood the rising power of finance capital while he was living in exile in Zurich and working in his epic study of imperialism. "The old capitalism has had its day. The new capitalism represents a transition towards something," he wrote. "Thus, the beginning of the 20th century marks the turning point at which the old capitalism gave way to the new, in which the domination of capital in general made way for the domination of finance capital." On January 5, 1939, almost 2 months after Kristallnacht, the state-sponsored pogrom against Germany's Jews, Montague Norman stepped off the train at the Zoologische Garten station in Berlin and was met by Hjalmar Schacht. Norman was the guest of honor at the christening of Schacht's grandson, and he was swiftly driven to Schacht's apartment in the Reichsbank building where the ceremony took place. The baby boy was named Norman Hjalmar. Numerous articles in the German press welcoming Norman to Berlin heightened the friendly atmosphere. The two bankers then travelled to Basel together for the monthly board meeting of the BIS. As Europe slid inexorably to war, British journalists and politicians were asking increasingly pointed questions about the close ties between Norman and Schacht. The Reichsbank president had been in London just before Christmas and had visited Norman at home. What had been discussed? The News Chronicle newspaper, for example, suspected that Norman might be an envoy, not just for the Bank of England, but for the pro-appeasement government led by Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain. Why had he gone? What was Norman saying to the Nazi leaders in Berlin? The newspaper demanded to know. Ernest Bevin, a powerful trade union leader, also wanted answers. One cannot enter into financial arrangements between these great central banks involving the economic life of the respective countries without it having a direct reaction on the liberties and rights of the people, he thundered, sentiments that are as true today as in 1939. Bevin and the journalists were right to be suspicious of Norman's relationship with Schacht. The Reichsbank president, more than anyone else, had rebuilt Germany, a country that would soon be at war with Britain. Schacht had wrought a miracle, a centrally planned economy that was not ravaged by inflation, a worthless national currency, or unemployment. In the 6 years since Hitler had taken power, unemployment had been reduced from 6 million to around 300,000. Armies of the jobless were diverted to massive programs of public work, building the new network of motorways, gigantic public buildings, and planting forests. Arms production was soaring. Trade unions no longer existed and were replaced by the state-run German Labour Front, DAF. The work-shy, along with Jews, leftists, and others viewed as undesirables, were dispatched to concentration camps. Germany adored its miracle maker. In January 1937, on the occasion of his 60th birthday, Schacht had stood for 4 hours receiving hundreds of guests. Hitler himself sent a personal message praising him. Schacht told Hitler's adjutant, who had brought the message, "Tell the Führer that he has no more loyal co-worker than I." Schacht's admirers believed, correctly, that without him, Germany would still be weak, poor, and worst of all, humiliated. Every branch of German finance, commerce, industry, and society, and the armed forces was represented. There were bankers, manufacturers, merchants of all grades, big and little, the New York Times reported. Hitler gave Schacht a painting by Karl Spitzweg, a German Romanticist painter. Montague Norman sent a mahogany clock. Schacht's real job was to prepare Germany for war. In his correspondence with Hitler, Schacht repeatedly emphasized the importance of the armaments program. In May 1935, he wrote, "The following comments are based on the assumption that the accomplishment of the armament program in regard to speed and extent is the task of German policy, and that therefore everything else must be subordinated to this aim, although the reaching of this main goal must not be imperiled by neglecting other questions." That same month, Hitler appointed Schacht General Plenipotentiary for the War Economy. For all his old world manners and elegant appearance, Schacht was a state-sanctioned crook, licensed by Hitler to tear up contracts, steal, extort, and fiddle the Reichsbank's books, which was why he got the job. Schacht funded rearmament by inventing a piece of financial chicanery known as the MEFO Bill, which allowed the state to illegally borrow billions of Reichsmarks from the Reichsbank, a policy Schacht later described as daring. He hijacked the block funds of foreign depositors in the Reichsbank. He requisitioned German residents' foreign currency holdings and ruled that all foreign currencies received as payments for exports must be sold to the Reichsbank. He fiddled the capital markets so that foreign firms could not compete on equal terms with German competitors. He could outsmart anyone, even the wily Jews, proclaimed Hitler. Before each meeting of the International Bank at Basel, half the world was anxious to know whether Schacht would attend or not. It was only after receipt of the assurance that he would be there that the Jew bankers of the entire world packed their bags and prepared to attend. I must say that the tricks Schacht succeeded in playing on them really provide that even in the field of sharp finance, a really intelligent Aryan is more than a match for his Jewish counterparts. In spite of his ability, I could never trust Schacht, for I had often seen how his face lit up when he had succeeded in swindling someone out of a 100-mark note. Schacht was a creature of his time. The dreams of the internationalists who believed that the BIS, like the League of Nations, would engender global peace and harmony were dead. Invasion, annexation, and mass murder were the new tools of international empire building. The Third Reich was rising and would last 1,000 years, proclaimed Hitler. Austria had been forcibly incorporated into the Third Reich in the Anschluss of March 1938, with little objection from its citizens. Italy had invaded Abyssinia, now Ethiopia, and was dropping poison gas on defenseless civilians. Japan was laying waste to Manchuria, having murdered hundreds of thousands during the rape of Nanking in 1937. Neville Chamberlain, the British Prime Minister, had signed the Munich Agreement that ceded the Sudetenland, a province of Czechoslovakia, to Germany. The Spanish Civil War, with its flattened, charred cities, its savage brutality and atrocities, was a precursor of Europe's fate. Yet even as he rebuilt Germany's economy, Schacht must have asked himself if the price was really worth paying. He did not believe in the Nazis' ideas of racial supremacy and refused to join the party. Rather, he was an authoritarian national conservative. He had made a deal with the devil to see his homeland rise again from, as he saw it, the humiliation of the Treaty of Versailles and the penurious obligations of the Dawes and Young plans. Like many Germans of his class, Schacht tried to rationalize the Nazis' brutality and anti-Semitism until the contradictions could be borne no longer. In the summer of 1938, he turned to his partner at an elegant dinner in Berlin and asked, "Madam, how could I have known that we have fallen into the hands of criminals?" He might have been addressing the question to himself, for after 5 years of Nazi rule the answer was there in front of him, if he had chosen to look. By 1938, Schacht had begun to play a perilous game, using the BIS as a secret back channel to Britain to try and bring down Hitler and stop the march to war, or so he claims in his memoirs. Schacht first approached several senior military leaders to encourage them to launch a coup. None would agree. That left the monthly meetings at the BIS. The more conditions in Germany approached a climax, the greater my desire to make use of my connections in Basel as a means of preserving peace, he wrote. The Reichsbank president took Montagu Norman aside at a BIS meeting and asked him to approach Chamberlain to set up a channel between London and the anti-Nazi Germans. 4 weeks later, Norman and Schacht met again in Basel. Norman told Schacht that he had discussed his proposal with Chamberlain. Schacht asked what was his reply. Chamberlain had said, "Who is Schacht? I have to deal with Hitler." After Kristallnacht, even Schacht's self-deception and rationalization began to fade. The attack on Germany's Jews, Schacht proclaimed in his speech to the Reichsbank Christmas party, was such a wanton and outrageous undertaking as to make every decent German blush for shame. I hope none among you had any share in these goings-on. If any one of you did take part, I advise him to get out of the Reichsbank as quickly as possible. Schacht's indignation, whether real or feigned, was wasted. His Reichsbank was the Nazis' most important instrument for looting the assets of German Jewry. After Kristallnacht, the Nazis imposed a fine of 1 billion Reichsmarks on German Jews, to be paid in 4 installments. Schacht then proposed to Hitler a bizarre plan to help German and Austrian Jews to emigrate, the kind that only a banker could dream up. Jewish holdings in both countries would be placed in an international trust. The trust would sell 25-year bonds, which would pay dollar dividends, to world Jewry. Part of the dividend would finance the emigration of German and Austrian Jews, and part would be used to boost German exports. Hitler agreed to the plan, but, not surprisingly, nothing came of it. Schacht did help save Bella Fromm, the high society Jewish journalist. Fromm had continued her acerbic observations of Berlin society, politics and diplomacy until the summer of 1938, when it became clear she had to flee. She was packed and ready to go when the paperwork got stuck for the transfer of her personal funds. This was a disaster. as without the money she would not be allowed into the United States. She asked Schacht for help, and he rushed her case through the Foreign Exchange Office. From emigrated to New York. Meanwhile, as Europe slid to war, the atmosphere in Basel between the central bank governors remained entirely cordial, reported Merle Cochrane. Cochrane travelled to Basel every month from his base at the United States Embassy in Paris to meet Montague Norman and Hjalmar Schacht at the governors' meeting. He was not allowed to attend, but Norman and Schacht briefed him afterward on the discussions. Cochrane then sent on the information to Henry Morgenthau, the Treasury Secretary, and to the State Department. Cochrane had excellent sources at the BIS, including Paul Hechler, the German Assistant General Manager, who signed his correspondence Heil Hitler. Most of the central bankers had known each other for many years, and these reunions are enjoyable as well as profitable to them, Cochrane reported to Washington on May 9, 1939. The wish was expressed by some of them that their representative statesmen might quit hurling invectives at each other, get together on a fishing trip with President Roosevelt or at a World's Fair, overcome their pride and complexes, and enter into a mood that would make comparatively simple the solution of many of the present political problems. If only things were that simple. Basel at least was a safe haven from the world's vicissitudes. The governor's monthly meeting took place at 4 p.m. on Sunday, without notes or minutes being taken, after which high tea was served. The rest of the 2 days were busy with breakfasts, lunches, dinners, concerts, receptions, and walks along the Rhine and in the Black Forest. Bank officials' wives were also drafted to lighten the atmosphere at social events. Each governor, just as nowadays, was provided with his own office. The doors were closed while the governors were in discussions with their staffs, but were otherwise left open so that bank staff and other governors could make social calls or drop by to exchange news and information. The bankers began to see the broader picture, the global linkages between their decisions and their consequences. As they sat down around the table for 2 days, you could almost see their point of view change as they began to realize the effect of their own actions, reported W. Randolph Burgess, Deputy Governor of the New York Federal Reserve. Norman and Schacht were still the star attractions. Johann Willem Beyen, a Dutch banker and BIS president in the late 1930s, recalled, "Norman's prestige was overwhelming. As the apostle of central bank cooperation, he made the central banker into a kind of archpriest of monetary religion. The BIS was, in fact, his creation. He came on Sunday night and left on Monday night, accompanied by his retinue. The other governors invariably flocked to his room. He had an unbounded admiration for Schacht, in every respect the opposite of himself, and a thorough dislike for one or two others. And Norman also had his hat, a beautifully crafted black silk Homburg with a red silk lining embroidered with a golden bee. When Beyen commented on the detail, Norman quipped, 'Oh yes, that's the bee I wear in my bonnet.' In 1939, the BIS board welcomed one of the world's most powerful industrialists, Hermann Schmitz, the CEO of IG Farben, the giant German chemical conglomerate. IG Farben was much more than an ordinary business. It was a virtual parallel state, which would soon evolve into an unprecedented synthesis of finance capital and mass murder. Born out of a merger in the 1920s between Bayer, BASF, Hearst, Agfa and other companies, IG Farben was the fourth largest concern in the world, after US Steel, General Motors and Standard Oil. It produced pharmaceuticals, chemicals, high explosives, film, plastics, fuel, rayon, paint, pesticides, car tires, poison gases, light bulbs, aspirin, margarine, detergents, fertilizer, and much more. IG Farben provided the nickel for the engines of the Heinkel and Stuka bombers, the aluminium for their bodies, the magnesium for their wings, and the artificial rubber to hold the windshields together. It refined the fuel, oils and greases that let the Wehrmacht unleash the Blitzkrieg. The firm once attacked by the Nazis as Isidor G. Faber, a macabre reference to the former presence of prominent Jewish financiers such as Max Warburg on its supervisory board, was now the centerpiece of the Nazi war machine. IG Farben had a liaison office with the Wehrmacht to plan its takeover of competitors in newly occupied countries. It ran its own intelligence service, known as Bureau IG, from its headquarters on the Unter den Linden in Berlin. During the war, IG Farben managers built and ran the company's private concentration camp at Auschwitz, known as IG Auschwitz, which manufactured Buna, or synthetic rubber. The presence of Hermann Schmitz on the BIS board highlighted how deeply the bank was entangled with the Third Reich. Nazi Germany benefited immeasurably from its relationship with the BIS. By 1939, the BIS's investments in Germany totaled 294 million Swiss gold francs, $96 million, a substantial sum. But the BIS brought much more than money. As the young Nazi quoted at the start of this chapter in Merle Cochrane's telegram explained, the BIS gave the Third Reich the chance for a more normal type of business relations with foreign countries. It provided the Reichsbank with a ready-made network of contacts and business channels. It gave Schacht, the architect of the German war economy, a regular opportunity to meet his peers and gain intelligence, both financial and political. It legitimized a national bank engaged in state-sponsored financial chicanery, theft, and appropriation of Jewish businesses through state-organized terror. The BIS thus ensured that the Reichsbank, which should have been a pariah institution, remained a central pillar of the global financial system. Schacht's status and prestige, and his regular attendance at the Basel meetings made the criminal actions of the Reichsbank seem acceptable. The personal connections of the central bankers, fostered at the BIS's lunches, dinners, cordial receptions, and strolls in the woods, were crucial in this acculturation of Nazi methodology. The BIS reports during the 1930s and the build-up to war are especially illuminating in this respect, for what they do not discuss as much as the information they do impart. The bank's access to figures provided by the world's leading central banks allowed it to collate and analyze statistics, to dissect global trends, and to make policy recommendations in a unique new format. The BIS annual reports, wrote John Maynard Keynes, the influential British economist, were now the leading authority for certain statistics, not easily obtainable, and the staff were to be congratulated. The reports were supervised and written by Per Jacobson, who had joined the bank in 1931 as economic advisor. Born in 1894 in Tanum, Sweden, Jacobson had made his name while working at the economic and financial section of the League of Nations from 1920 to 1928. He was far more than an advisor. He shaped the bank's policy recommendations of laissez-faire economics and the importance of individual responsibility over state provision. He supported European federalism and supranationalism. His legacy has shaped our world. Jacobson was also a kind of global economic troubleshooter with a much-envied contacts book. During his time at the BIS, he oversaw numerous financial and economic inquiries into troubled countries, and was especially well connected in the United States. As a perceptive observer, Jacobson also co-wrote 2 thrillers, fusing his knowledge of international finance and diplomacy. The Death of a Diplomat, which was set in the League of Nations, was published in 8 languages, and the film rights sold to a German company. The Alchemy Murder was macabrely prescient, especially when Hermann Schmitz, the CEO of IG Farben, joined the board of the BIS. The book's storyline focused on chemical companies producing poison gas. But Jacobson's reports for the BIS, no matter how detailed on economic and financial analysis, gave scant attention to the wider context in which the central bankers operated. It was their job, the bankers believed, to focus on finance rather than on the complex moral and political issues that shaped nations and the world's economy. In this they succeeded so well that an article in the Bankers magazine in 1943 described the BIS reports as documents whose emotionless neutrality would do credit to a visitor from Mars. The Nazi persecution of the Jews and the systematic state-organized theft of Jewish-owned firms and businesses is reported purely as a technical question. Page 101 of the 1939 annual report notes that some German firms had experienced a reduction in liquidity and were asking banks for credit to improve their liquidity. But this was not the only cause of the growth in requests for loans. Other reasons for the demand for advances are to be found in the changes in the ownership of private enterprises due to the Aryanization of private firms. There is not a word of condemnation. merely a dry noting of the changed circumstances. The Anschluss, the Nazi annexation of Austria, is noted on pages 100 and 101 of the 1938 report as follows. In connection with the incorporation of Austria in the German Reich in March and April 1938, the Austrian National Bank entered into liquidation and a series of measures were promulgated transferring most of its assets and liabilities to the Reichsbank. These assets included the Austrian National Bank's gold reserves and their 4,000 BIS shares. The BIS accepted their transfer to Berlin, the first of many decisions that the bank's leadership would take to legitimize Nazi plunder and looting. The BIS's 1939 report does devote more space to the Third Reich's methods, but mainly as a question of technical banking interest. The report notes with typical understatement that territorial changes in Europe in 1938 left their impress on the banking and credit structures of the countries concerned. There was perhaps a note of relief in the statement that the absorption of Austria into the German Reich presented comparatively few difficulties for the German banking system, as Austria itself had a unified banking structure. However, the report observed, much more intricate questions were involved in the taking over the Sudetenland, the border province that Czechoslovakia had been forced to cede to the Nazis in September 1938. The Czechoslovak banks had 143 branches in the Sudetenland. These banks had to change their currency from crowns to Reichmarks. These 143 branches, the report notes, had to be severed from their old head offices and adapted to the German system, an adaptation that the BIS was finding very easy indeed. The bankers gathered at Basel were not burdened with idealism except in one respect. They wanted to work together to facilitate the free flow of international capital. They sought economic stability, low inflation, and global free trade that would provide political stability and control unemployment, reasonable aims that were shared by much of the world. The bankers may not have been immoral, apart from Schacht, but they were certainly amoral. They believed that financial considerations existed in a vacuum, away from troublesome politics and national interests. Ethical considerations of right and wrong simply did not exist in their universe. What counted was the bottom line and the interest of the banks themselves, especially now the BIS. As Merle Cochrane noted, the directors prefer to view the BIS as a long-term proposition and insist that its field of usefulness need not be analyzed or altered with every shift in world monetary and economic conditions. It was a peculiar arrogance that granted such self-belief to a clique of unaccountable financiers, a clique that had, by sleight of hand, built its own bank that was untouchable and beyond the reach of any government, and then proclaimed its existence to be something of virtue for the rest of mankind. The most important thing, the bankers agreed, was that transactions were properly authorized and formal procedures followed. It was not the bank's business to ask where the money came from or how it had arrived. It was this obsessive formalism, repackaged as neutrality, that would soon lead the BIS to become, in the words of Henry Morgenthau, the US Treasury Secretary, a symbol of Nazi instrumentality. Transnational capital had decided the fate of Spain. The Spanish Civil War lasted from July 1936 to April 1939, when the Nationalist Army, led by General Franco, finally captured Madrid, the capital, from the left-wing Republicans. Spain is often described as a trial run for the Second World War. It was an exceptionally savage conflict, marked by atrocities on both sides. The airplanes of Germany's Condor Legion bombed Spanish cities and strafed civilians, perfecting the strategies that would soon be deployed in the Blitzkrieg. But the conflict was also a trial run for newly honed techniques of economic warfare. Money, as much as superior numbers and military forces, helped Franco to victory. Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy provided hundreds of millions of dollars worth of aid. The nationalists understood that finance was a weapon as effective as bullets. They set up their own rival economy, complete with a separate national bank that issued its own currency, also called the peseta. This was a psychological as well as economic assault on the Republic. It was chillingly effective. By July 1937, a year into the war, the Republican peseta was worth 3 times less in French francs than the fascist version, even though the Republicans were the legitimate government of Spain and controlled the national economy, its currency, and the country's gold reserves. Inflation was far higher in the Republican zone. Between July 1936 and March 1937, prices doubled in the Republican zone, while in the Nationalist zone they rose by only 15%. The Nationalists steadily corroded the Spaniards' belief in their currency and, by extension, in their government. Yet arguably, the Republican government's peseta should have been worth 3 times the Nationalist scrip. By the end of 1935, Spain had the 5th largest gold reserves in the world, after the United States, France, Britain, and the Soviet Union. The BIS annual report for 1936 notes that Spain had gold reserves of 2,225 million gold Swiss francs, nearly 3 times that of Italy. Much of this had been accumulated during the First World War, when Spain remained neutral. For the previous 4 years, the country had enjoyed a current account surplus, much of which had been invested in gold. The country should have been in a prime position to issue bonds backed by the abundant gold reserves to finance the economy and the war. Yet as Pablo Martínez Seña, Elena Martínez Ruiz, and Maria A. Pons, the authors of the paper War and Economics, Spanish Civil War Finances Revisited, note the Spanish government did not do so. The reasons for this decision are controversial. Either they were not able to do so because of the political aversion of international banks and financiers, or it was a deliberate policy decision. Probably it was a mix of both. The country was under an arms embargo, and where would the bonds have been sold? Alan Dulles and his friends on Wall Street had no desire to buttress a government that, from their perspective, was composed of dangerous leftists. Nor would London have been more enthusiastic. Britain also preferred Franco's fascists to the Republic. So Spain simply sold its gold reserves. France bought 175 tons, and the remainder was purchased by Moscow. The BIS report for 1937 records a fall in Spain's holdings to an estimated value of 1,600 million gold Swiss francs. The money was used to pay for weapons, aircraft, tanks, food, and other supplies. As neither Spain nor the Soviet Union were members of the BIS, they were not able to use its special facilities for crediting and debiting national banks' accounts. Instead, the gold was physically moved. Spain's gold reserves were held in the subterranean vaults of the Bank of Madrid. As Franco's forces advanced on the capital, the reserves were transferred to a naval store in Cartagena on the Mediterranean coast. From there, the reserves were loaded onto 4 Soviet ships and taken to the port of Odessa, to be transported to Moscow on a special train. When the gold was gone, the Bank of Spain sold its silver reserves of 1,225 tons to the United States and France. The Republicans' chaotic politics also weakened their economy and currency. The Nationalists were centralized, authoritarian, well-organized, and united around one ideology, fascism, with one leader, General Francisco Franco. The Republicans were a kaleidoscope of competing creeds, socialism, communism, and anarchism. Numerous local, regional, and revolutionary authorities printed their own banknotes, which had no credible backing. The Republican government did not centralize the issuing of banknotes until autumn 1937. In contrast, the Nationalists fought a currency war as well organized as their military campaigns. They declared all Republican banknotes issued since 1936 to be illegal. The only legal tender was to be the notes issued by the Nationalists' own rival, Bank of Spain. The Republicans blocked all current and deposit accounts in their zone that had been opened or increased in value since the start of the war. So as Franco's troops advanced, bank account holders cashed in their savings and quickly spent the money on whatever they could. One bank, Banco Zaragozano, even sent its chairman to the front. As soon as each city fell, he entered the newly captured territories with the military leaders to reorganize the local banks. This, as much as the Blitzkrieg, was the real lesson of the Spanish Civil War, the nationalist sophisticated fusion of financial and military power. The Nazis would hone this model, using the BIS to underpin their economic empire. Chapter 5. An Authorized Plunder. The Bank for International Settlements is the bank which sanctions the most notorious outrage of this generation, the rape of Czechoslovakia. George Strauss, Labour MP, speaking in the House of Commons, May 1939. When Nazi Germany annexed the Czechoslovak border province of the Sudetenland in September 1938, it immediately absorbed a good part of the country's banking system, as well as most of Czechoslovakia's strategic defences. By then, the country's national bank had prudently transferred most of its gold abroad to two accounts of the Bank of England, one in the name of the BIS and one in the name of the National Bank of Czechoslovakia itself. Countries had deposited some of their gold reserves in a sub-account of the BIS account in London to ease gold sales and purchases. Of the 94,772 kilograms of gold, only 6,337 kilograms remained in Prague. The security of the national gold was more than a monetary issue. The Czechoslovak reserves, like those of Republican Spain, were an expression of nationhood. Carved out of the remains of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in 1918, the Czechoslovak Republic was a new and fragile nation. A good part of the gold had been donated by the public in the country's early years. Joseph Malik, the governor of the National Bank, and his fellow Czechs believed that even as the Nazis dismembered their homeland, if the national gold was safe, then something of the country's independence would endure. They were wrong. The Czechoslovaks' faith in the probity of the BIS and the Bank of England was tragically misplaced. The gold was sacrificed with barely a second thought to the needs of transnational finance and the Third Reich. The Nazis' first demand came in February 1939, when Berlin ordered Prague to transfer just over 14.5 metric tons of gold, supposedly to back the German currency now circulating in the Sudetenland. This was certainly an innovative idea. First, invade a neighbouring country, annex part of it, and then demand that the newly truncated state supply the gold to pay for the loss of its territory. The following month, the question became academic. On March 15, the Wehrmacht marched into Prague. The German Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia was declared, and Czechoslovakia no longer existed. But the gold reserves did. 3 days later, a Reichsbank official was dispatched to the National Bank of Czechoslovakia and ordered the directors, under the threat of death, to issue two orders. Thanks to diligent detective work by Piet Clements, the BIS archivist, we have a clear picture of what happened next. The first order instructed the BIS to transfer the 23.1 metric tons of Czechoslovak gold held at the BIS account of the Bank of England to the Reichsbank BIS account, also held at the Bank of England. The second order instructed the Bank of England to transfer almost 27 metric tons of gold held in the National Bank of Czechoslovakia's own account to the BIS's gold account at the Bank of England. Malik and his fellow directors hoped that it would be obvious that the instructions had been issued under duress and so would not be implemented. The Nazis had just invaded Czechoslovakia and would obviously target the national gold reserves. But Malik had not reckoned on Montagu Norman. The governor of the Bank of England had no interest in whether Czechoslovakia was free or a Nazi colony. Political considerations must not affect the BIS's transactions. The transfer order, he said, must go through. Meanwhile, in Basel, Johann Beyen, the Dutch president of the BIS, wavered. Beyen discussed the matter with the BIS's legal advisor, Felix Weisser, but like Norman, Weisser took the most formalistic approach possible. As long as the paperwork was in order, the monies must go through. Weisser argued, somewhat bizarrely, that there could be no legal grounds to claim that the transfer order had been issued under duress, as such a plea could be brought before a Swiss court only by the persons who had acted under duress. Clearly, the directors of the National Bank of Czechoslovakia were unlikely to travel to Switzerland to present their case. Therefore, any decision not to authorise the transfer would be one of BIS policy rather than administration. The board of the BIS made policy. Thus, Beyen would have to consult the board to stop the payment. This was poor advice for another reason. Under the terms of the BIS statutes, the Swiss authorities anyway had no jurisdiction over gold transfers between states. Beyen was unwilling to take a decision without authorization. But who could he ask? The chairman of the BIS board, Sir Otto Niemeyer, of the Bank of England, was travelling to Egypt, and so was incommunicado. At 6 p.m. on March 20, Roger Auboin, the bank's general manager, told Bayen that the governor of the Bank of France had discussed the matter with London. The Bank of England and the Bank of France would not be taking any action to stop the transfer because they felt that there were no grounds for action. The BIS transfer order went through. With London, Paris and Basel's compliance, Nazi Germany had just looted 23.1 metric tons of gold without a shot being fired. More than two-thirds of that gold was traded with the Dutch and Belgian national banks and was eventually transported from Amsterdam and Brussels to the Reichsbank's vaults in Berlin. Czechoslovakia's diligent planning to safeguard its national gold reserves, together with its misplaced faith in the integrity of the new international financial system, had come to nothing. The second transfer order for the 27 metric tons held in the National Bank of Czechoslovakia's own account at the Bank of England did not go through. Sir John Simon, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, had instructed banks to block all Czechoslovak assets. The Czechoslovak gold, held in a BIS account at the Bank of England, it seemed, was not defined as a national asset and was beyond the reach of UK laws. Norman and Bayen's decision caused despair and incomprehension in Prague and uproar in London. The loss of the Czechoslovak gold was all Norman's fault, exclaimed the Daily Herald. Paul Einzig, of the Financial News, ran a stream of stories exposing the complicity of both the Treasury and the Bank of England in the affair. Einzig demanded to know why the Treasury had not stopped the transfer, as it was in clear violation of the law known as the Czechoslovakia Act. Brendan Bracken, a journalist and ally of Winston Churchill, declared in the House of Commons that the Bank of England, after what has happened, may no longer be looked on as the safest place in the world, and the phrase, "save as the Bank of England," may no longer apply. Churchill himself demanded to know how the government could urge people to enlist in the military when it was so butterfingered that £6 million of gold could be transferred to the Nazi government. The real villain of the affair was Norman. Bayen, who later served as Dutch Foreign Minister and as Executive Director of the International Monetary Fund, was an ineffectual bureaucrat, paralysed by the idea that he might have to take responsibility for a decision. Norman could have stopped the transfer immediately. He was the governor of the Bank of England, which held the two BIS accounts involved. At the very least, he could have asked for the transfer to be referred to the BIS board for a decision, which would also have been a face-saving measure. He chose not to do so. It was clear that war was coming, one that Britain would have to fight. The Nazi invasion of Czechoslovakia had destroyed the last hopes of peace. That country's gold reserves, held in London, were now a British national security issue. Yet Norman's priority was not the best interests of his homeland, but rather the independence of his beloved BIS. Even as the shells were loaded onto the German tanks, Norman still believed that for the bankers it could be business as usual. Nothing could interfere with the bankers' sacred neutrality and gentlemanly trust in one another, not even the coming conflagration with a regime whose evil was now plain to see. The Bank of France had refused to stop the transfer, but had also asked Norman to block it. Norman was adamant. There could be no political interference in the operations of the BIS, even, it seemed, when they were ordered at gunpoint. Norman did not express any regret at all over the Czech gold transfer. In fact, he was positively indignant at the very idea that the British government might have some say in the bank's actions. He wrote, "I can't imagine any step more improper than to bring government into the current banking affairs of the BIS. I guess it would mean ruin. I imagine the Germans would never have paid any interest to the BIS, and at the board we would have then likely have found the Germans, Italians and Japs standing together." Norman then lied to Sir John Simon, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, albeit with a very telling falsehood. Simon asked Norman if he could not have warned the government that, thanks to the BIS, Germany was about to acquire large additional financial strength. Norman told Simon that while the Bank of England held gold for the BIS, it did not know if the gold was actually owned by the BIS or was held by the BIS for other central banks. This was untrue, as Norman later admitted. Norman then made a significant, even shocking admission. He told Simon that he was very doubtful that he would have thought it his duty, as director of the BIS, to make a statement about its transactions to the British government. Norman even wrote to Bayen to clarify the matter and to assure the BIS president where his ultimate loyalties lay in Basel. Norman did not want to publicly correct the minutiae of what was being reported in the press and Hansard, the British parliamentary journal, that the Bank of England did not know whose gold was held in the BIS accounts, as that would expose him. The difficulty is that if I point out to the Treasury that this is incorrect, I lay myself open to being asked details of BIS transactions, which I do not consider the Treasury are entitled to know. This was little short of treason. As Norman's compatriots were enlisting in the military, preparing to risk their lives for the freedoms and luxury that he enjoyed, as his country prepared for the war against the Nazis that all knew was coming, Norman blithely announced that his primary loyalty was not to Britain, but to a hyper-privileged international bank that was not even a decade old. The mistake of Malik, the director of the National Bank of Czechoslovakia, was to believe that either Norman, Bayen, or indeed any of the BIS management could conceive of any moral or political dimension to their decisions. The world's most powerful international bankers were not only unwilling to obstruct the Nazis' seizure of Czechoslovakia or Austrian assets, they simply could not conceive of any reason why they should do so. As long as the formalities were observed, the necessary papers were stamped, and the gold was reassigned. Norman's precious independence for both the Bank of England and the BIS had been bought at a high price, in mountains of gold ingots to pay for steel to build bombs that would soon rain down on London. The same obsessive legalism governed the response of the US Federal Reserve to requests from American banks to transfer Czechoslovak assets. On March 16, 1939, the day after German tanks rolled into Prague, Henry Morgenthau, the US Treasury Secretary, called George Harrison, the president of the New York Federal Reserve, to say that the principal banks in New York had been asked, voluntarily, not to make any important or unusual transactions involving Czechoslovak assets until Monday, March 20, when the situation might become clearer. By Tuesday, March 21, the situation was as clear as Bohemia's famed crystal. Czechoslovakia no longer existed. The country had been absorbed into the Third Reich. Harrison called Morgenthau to find out what the US position was. Morgenthau consulted the State Department and told Harrison that the banks and the lawyers should decide for themselves what to do if they were asked to move Czechoslovak funds. On Thursday, John Wesley Haynes, Morgenthau's undersecretary, called Harrison and asked him to inquire from the New York banks about the deposits they held for the Czech National Bank. The information would be passed to the State Department, which would give it in turn to the Czechoslovak ambassador. Harrison did not agree with the banks handing over the information voluntarily. That would not be a good idea, as it might trigger retaliation in Germany against American interests. The Treasury should compel the banks to surrender the information rather than request it. And if the Czechoslovak ambassador wanted the information, he could look it up himself in Thomas Skinner's Banker's Almanac and Yearbook. A few days later, on April 1, the New York Federal Reserve received a cable that ordered the transfer of $35,000 from the Czechoslovak National Bank account into the BIS. Harrison wrote to Mariner Eccles, the chairman of the Federal Reserve Board in Washington, D.C., and set out the chain of events. The request, he wrote, was properly tested in every way. For most observers, the simplest test showed that as Czechoslovakia no longer existed, it was obvious that the request should be blocked. But not to Harrison and Eccles. For them, like Norman in London and Bayen in Basel, the most important thing was to keep the money moving. Harrison could see no reason, regardless of the possible motive for the transfer, for refusing to honour it. Even worse was the possibility that there might be greater liability on us for refusing to honour the transfer than in honouring the order. The Czechoslovak ambassador thought otherwise. He wrote a letter pointing out that the transfer request may have been made under duress and asked that such requests not be honoured. Ever the bureaucrat, Harrison made sure to guard his back. Just as Bayen had done in Basel, Harrison consulted a lawyer on how to proceed further. The crucial issue was not the Nazi takeover of Czechoslovakia, but the potential risk to the New York Federal Reserve. All drafts against the account of the Czech National Bank's account were to be honoured. provided they were properly drawn and tested. It is our opinion that there is less risk to the bank in following this procedure than in refusing to honour a draft merely because, as the Czechoslovak minister says, it might or might not have been drawn under duress. Unused to public scrutiny of their decisions, the BIS bankers were taken aback by the depth of the anger against them over the Czechoslovak gold affair. There were recriminations and buck-passing at the BIS board meeting in June that year. Fournier, the governor of the Bank of France, protested that the decision had been taken without consulting the board, which was rich considering that he had told Bayen that neither the Bank of France nor the Bank of England had any objections to the transfer. Sir Otto Niemeyer, the chairman of the BIS board, defended himself, falling back on the usual excuses. The bank had satisfied itself that there was no legal reason why the instruction should not be executed, and the transaction was therefore carried out in the usual manner. There had, in fact, been no alternative but to carry out the instructions received. One director, unnamed, suggested that in future the board should be consulted on important matters, as the board was responsible for policy. Niemeyer quickly shot down the proposal. Not surprisingly, Niemeyer wholeheartedly took Norman's position. As the BIS was an international institution, it could not concern itself with political questions. This was nonsense, for the decision to authorize the transfer was profoundly political, executed in a Europe that had never been more politicized and which was about to erupt in war. Malek left Prague in August 1939 and fled first to Basel to explain the facts of the Czechoslovak gold transfer to the BIS management, before eventually finding refuge in London. There remained the question of the Czechoslovak National Bank's 4,000 shares in the BIS. By the end of that year, their status, the bank's 1939 report noted, had not still yet been determined. After the war ended, Malek claimed that he had to dissuade Paul Hechler, the German head of the BIS banking department and Nazi loyalist, from distributing the Czechoslovak BIS shares to the Reichsbank, the Hungarian National Bank, and the National Bank of the new Slovak Nazi puppet state, the banks of the three states that now controlled the former Czechoslovak territories. The plan was then contemplated by him in all seriousness, Malek wrote. In the end, the BIS took a more judicious approach to the Czechoslovak BIS shares than it had toward the country's gold reserves. After seeking legal advice, the BIS suspended them. But the affair had highlighted the deeply unsettling connections between the Bank of England, the British government, and the BIS. There was a good deal of cross-party feeling in Britain, reported the New York Times, that the Bank for International Settlements should be liquidated before it furnished any more sinews of war to Germany, and that the odd relationship between the British government and the Bank of England should be re-examined without delay. The New York Times was then able to assume that its readers would understand the classical allusion. The word sinews was a reference to an epithet of Cicero, the Roman philosopher, who had said, "The sinews of war are infinite money." Cicero's observation was as prescient then as during the late 1930s. But those who wanted the BIS to be liquidated were too late. Thanks to the BIS, the sinews of war and the flow of near infinite money were about to be immeasurably strengthened. The Czechoslovak gold affair also highlighted how the bank's increasingly sophisticated gold operations were growing in reach and importance. The BIS's gold trades were a primitive forerunner of today's globalized economy, where vast sums instantly fly back and forth at the touch of a keyboard. The technology available in the 1930s was far more primitive, but the principle of buying and selling assets sight unseen and without taking physical possession is the same. This development of a free gold market between central banks via the BIS was significant. Had all the Czechoslovak gold been held in an account at the Bank of England in the National Bank's own name, rather than at a BIS account, it is doubtful that any would have reached the Reichsbank. The BIS offered central banks a unique service, one unavailable to private companies or individuals who were not allowed to hold accounts there. The BIS held two kinds of gold deposits: bank deposits and earmarked gold. The first was gold deposited there by central banks. In 1936, this accounted for around 14% of deposits. The actual bars of gold were held at the Swiss National Bank in Bern. The second category was known as earmarked gold, gold that was physically held in another bank, but that was credited to the BIS's account, as the Czechoslovak gold in London had been. The BIS held collective gold accounts at the Bank of England and the New York Federal Reserve. These accounts were subdivided into sub-accounts for central banks, which owned the gold, although the gold was physically stored in London or New York. Neither the Bank of England nor the New York Fed was supposed to know which central bank owned the sub-accounts held in the name of the BIS, although, as Norman's correspondence over the Czechoslovak gold affair shows, they did. So, if the Bank of France, sub-account X, wanted to transfer funds to the Bank of Hungary, sub-account Y, the BIS simply instructed the Bank of England to make the necessary deposit from sub-account X to sub-account Y. Earmarked gold, as Toniolo notes, allowed for cheap and confidential transactions between central banks, as the transfer of property merely entailed a bookkeeping change by the BIS. This was a growth industry for the BIS. In 1935 to 1936, earmarked gold movements totaled more than 1,121 million Swiss gold francs. By 1938 to 1939, that sum had increased to more than 1,512 million. BIS managers and directors were immensely proud of the bank's innovative new mechanisms for gold and foreign currency trades. But the principle behind earmarked accounts was not nearly as new as they believed. Few, if any, of the BIS directors had ever heard of the island of Yap in Micronesia. But centuries ago its inhabitants had invented a similar system, one based on large limestone discs. The discs, known as fei, were quarried on a neighbouring island and brought back to Yap by boat. The discs, the islanders decided, represented substantial wealth, enough, for example, to pay for a daughter's dowry. But the currency was extremely heavy and almost unmovable, so it stayed in its place, and only the ownership changed with the agreement of the buyer and seller. In fact, the stone did not even need to be present on the island. The locals' oral tradition tells of one disc that fell off the boat into the sea. Rather like the gold deposits of the BIS accounts in London or New York, or indeed any bank nowadays, the physical existence of the submerged fei was taken as a matter of faith. The islanders simply passed the ownership of the submerged disc back and forth, until 1899, when the Germans arrived and colonized the island of Yap. The island's new rulers demanded that the inhabitants repair the walkways that linked the different settlements. The locals ignored their orders, and eventually the Germans decided that they must be fined. Painting a large black cross on the most valuable fei and declaring them to be the property of the government exacted the fine. It worked. The islanders quickly fixed the paths. The German officials removed the crosses, and the islanders once again had possession of their capital assets. To the sophisticated financiers of the 20th century, such an episode would have seemed charming but irrelevant. But as Milton Friedman later noted, it was very relevant indeed. Neither gold nor stone discs have any inherent value. Their worth is completely arbitrary, the worth that we give them. The painting of the Yap Islanders' stone discs had precise parallels in 1932 when the Bank of France decided to sell its dollars. The bank feared that the United States would not adhere to the traditional gold standard at $20.67 for an ounce of gold. It asked the Federal Reserve of New York to use its dollars held there to buy gold. As it was expensive and risky to ship the gold across the Atlantic, the Bank of France asked the New York Fed to simply store the Bank of France's newly acquired gold at its account there. Friedman described what happened next. In response, officials of the Federal Reserve Bank went to their gold vault, put in separate drawers the correct amount of gold ingots, and put a label or mark on those drawers indicating that they were the property of the French. For all it matters, they could have just have done so by marking them with a cross in black paint, just as the Germans did to the stones. This event, or arguably non-event, had serious consequences. The French sale of dollars drove the exchange rate down, while the franc strengthened, even though nothing had actually happened. What was the difference, asked Friedman, between the Bank of France's belief that it was in a stronger monetary position because of some marks on drawers in a basement more than 3,000 miles away, and the Yap Islander's conviction that he was rich because of a stone under the water 100 miles or so away. Evidently, not very much. Perhaps Norman and Schacht sensed, as they travelled together from Berlin to Basel that January 1939, that this would be the last meeting at the BIS they would attend together. By then Schacht realised that he had created a monster. The German war economy and state spending were out of control. If things carried on as they were, Schacht and his fellow Reichsbank board members believed, the country would go bankrupt. On January 7, Hitler received a memo signed by all 8 members of the Reichsbank board, including Schacht. Uncontrolled expenditure would soon cause the national financial structure to collapse, the memo warned. It is our duty to warn against this assault on the currency. 2 weeks after Hitler received the Reichsbank director's memo, Schacht was summoned to the Chancellery in Berlin. Hitler handed him the official notification that he was relieved of his position as president. Most of Schacht's fellow directors resigned. Walter Funk, who also took his place on the BIS board, replaced Schacht. Funk, a former journalist, was an ardent Nazi and had joined the party in 1931. He was the point man for big business and industrialists, including I.G. Farben, who used him to channel funds to the Nazis, and was also one of Hitler's key economic advisers. Funk had replaced Schacht as economics minister in 1937 and as plenipotentiary for the war economy in 1938. So his appointment as Reichsbank president surprised nobody. What was a surprise was how Funk's dissolute personal life had not stalled his steady rise through the highest reaches of the Nazi state. Funk was a scruffy drunkard and homosexually active at a time when gay men were sent to concentration camps. Schacht retreated home to his villa in the Berlin suburb of Charlottenburg for a while, and then set off in March on a trip to India. In July 1939 he returned to Basel, where he held a secret meeting with Montagu Norman. Schacht made a bizarre offer to the British government. Fearing for his life, and less protected by Hitler from his enemies in the SS, who had always envied his power over the economy, Schacht proposed that he go to East Asia to report on the economy for Britain. Norman met with Neville Chamberlain and told the Prime Minister of his friend's request. Schacht's offer was met with some bewilderment, but Frank Ashton-Watkin, a Foreign Office official, was dispatched to Italy. He and Schacht spent 3 days closeted in a luxury hotel above Ancona. Ashton-Watkin recalled, "I listened to Schacht's odd-sounding scheme, and, allowing for the fact that he was anxious to get as far away from Hitler as possible, I had to confess that I had heard of more promising ventures." Still, he told Schacht that he would write a report on his proposal and submit it to London. Schacht then demanded to see what Ashton-Watkin had written. The Foreign Office man handed over his notes. Schacht, imperious as ever, informed him, "This won't do at all." Schacht rewrote the report and then demanded that the original be destroyed. Ashton-Watkin handed over his notes, which Schacht, with great theatre, proceeded to set on fire, sheet by sheet, and then drop into the toilet. Schacht was less adept as a spy than a banker. The toilet cracked, and water gushed the wet ashes all over the floor. "We spent what seemed to me a long time mopping up the water and fishing for sodden bits of charred paper," recalled Ashton-Watkin. Schacht's mission never took place. Just over a month later, on September 1, Germany invaded Poland. Chapter 6. Hitler's American Banker. The business affairs of the bank, which are run on a greatly reduced scale, virtually rest in the hands of Mr. McKittrick, the president of the bank. John Gilbert Winant, the U.S. ambassador to Britain, July 1941. Merle Cochran, the American diplomat whom Henry Morgenthau had dubbed the unofficial ambassador to the BIS, had some inside information for the Treasury Secretary. The main business at the usual Sunday informal and secret meeting of the bank's governors that May 1939 was the appointment of the next president. Johan Beyen, the hapless Dutch incumbent who had handed over the Czechoslovak gold to the Nazis, was due to retire in 1940. There were 3 main contenders to succeed him: a Dutchman, a Swede, and an American. "Chances are best for the American, so far," Cochrane reported. The American was Thomas McKittrick. On the surface, McKittrick seemed a curious choice. He was a lawyer by training with no direct experience of central banking. But that mattered little, for war was coming. All sides already agreed that the financial channels must be kept open during the conflict. In that sense, McKittrick was the perfect candidate. He was citizen of both a neutral country, the United States, and of the world's newest hinterland, transnational finance. McKittrick had worked for Higginson and Company, the British subsidiary of Lee Higginson and Company, a renowned Boston investment house. The bank no longer exists, thanks in part to McKittrick, but in its heyday it was richer and more prestigious than Goldman Sachs and Lehman Brothers. Born in St. Louis, McKittrick had graduated from Harvard in 1911. He moved to Italy, where he worked for the foreign arm of the National City Bank of New York, before joining the US Army in 1918. He was sent to Liverpool, where he was seconded to British military intelligence, to check that there were no spies using the docks to pass in and out of Britain. After the armistice in November, McKittrick was dispatched to France to work with the Allied occupation forces. He returned to New York in 1919 and started work at Lee Higginson. McKittrick's foreign experience in Italy and France made him unusual in the more parochial world of American bankers. He was sent to London in 1921 to work for the company's British wing, and was made a partner in charge of foreign operations for both London and New York. Although McKittrick was a lawyer rather than a banker by training, he soon found his way around the City of London and built up an impressive network of contacts with international connections. Much of his time was spent working on German loans and investments, including the Dawes Plan German external loan of 1924, which had been arranged by John Foster Dulles and Sullivan and Cromwell. McKittrick became a kind of honorary Englishman, regarded in Europe as an envoy from the city, complete with a butler who ironed his copy of The Times before he read it. "I was leading the life of an Englishman," he later recalled. "My associates were all British, and toward the end of that time I was frequently spoken to by people who assumed I was British." McKittrick had come to the BIS in 1931, when he joined the German Credits Arbitration Committee, which adjudicated over any disputes of credits granted to German private banks. The other two members were Marcus Wallenberg of Sweden's Enskilda Bank and Franz Urbig, the chairman of the Deutsche Bank Supervisory Board. Wallenberg and his brother, Jacob, were two of the most powerful bankers in Europe. The Wallenberg family enjoyed a network of lucrative connections to bankers in London, Berlin, and Wall Street. During the Second World War, the Wallenberg brothers would use Enskilda Bank to play both sides, always making sure to harvest enormous profits along the way. Their relative, Raoul, would later save tens of thousands of Hungarian Jews during the Holocaust, before disappearing into the Soviet Gulag, abandoned by his uncles. McKittrick had long been a good friend of Allen Dulles, whom he had first met when Dulles was working at the American legation in Bern, and Dulles assisted him with the visa matter. McKittrick well understood that Sullivan and Cromwell offered an entree in the covert world where politics and diplomacy met transnational finance. In September 1930, McKittrick wrote to a colleague, "We are seriously considering throwing some legal work to Sullivan and Cromwell in order to get benefit of Dulles' services in many directions." McKittrick also arranged short-term loans to the German government. McKittrick's German loans were watched appreciatively at the BIS and Sullivan and Cromwell. In October, Gates Magara, the BIS president, wrote to John Foster Dulles expressing how glad he was that the Lee Higginson, German credit, got itself through. So were McKittrick and his partners at Lee Higginson. At least something was going right, for the firm had become embroiled in the affairs of one of the greatest swindlers in history, Ivar Kruger, a Swedish industrialist. Kruger had built up a fortune on the simple safety match that would now be worth billions. Wall Street had welcomed Kruger with open arms and checkbooks. Thanks to McKittrick and his colleagues, Kruger's reputation had preceded him. The London Higginson partners told their American colleagues that Kruger had already made them a fortune. But it was a fortune built on fraud. Kruger had constructed a massive Ponzi scheme that demanded a never-ending stream of new investors to pay their predecessors. In 1931, one of the brokers at Lee Higginson wrote to Kruger that some of his bank creditors would like more information about the company and how it worked. The broker asked Kruger to explain what he meant by loans secured by real estate mortgages. which was an eerie precursor of the bundled mortgages that triggered the subprime meltdown in 2007. What Kruger meant was that he could no longer pay his creditors. He frantically tried to arrange a bailout with Sosthenes Ben of ITT. Ben wrote a check for $11 million on the condition that Price Waterhouse, the accounting firm, could check Kruger's finances. It did, and it quickly found a hole of $6 million. Kruger's empire began to collapse. ITT wanted its money back. Kruger returned to Europe in March 1932 to meet his bankers, but he made it only as far as his apartment on Avenue Victor Emmanuel Croix in Paris. There, according to most accounts, he lay down on his bed and shot himself in the heart. Lee Higginson, the venerable Boston bankers who had backed Kruger for a decade, went bust. The partners were ruined. "I suddenly knew we had all been idiots," an anonymous source told investigators. But McKittrick kept his job at the bank's London branch, as well as his position as vice chairman of the BIS's German Credits Arbitration Committee. It seems there were no recriminations or questions in Basel about McKittrick's judgment, or lack of. McKittrick himself later claimed that he had been selected as president of the BIS without his knowledge or participation. In March 1939, he recalled, people began whispering, primarily on the continent, "We hear that you're going to BIS as president." And that continued, the normal grapevine operation. The following month, Charles Diel, McKittrick's fellow partner at Higginson & Co., told him that he had heard on an unquestionable basis that I was going to be offered the presidency in the BIS, and he wanted me to know that I would make a great mistake if I didn't accept it. Sir Otto Niemeyer, the chairman of the BIS board, made the formal offer in May. McKittrick readily accepted. At first, the State Department refused to allow McKittrick to travel to Europe, but after what McKittrick later described as the principal European countries, doubtless including Britain, applied sufficient pressure, he was allowed to leave. McKittrick moved to Basel and started work in January 1940 on an annual salary of 175,000 Swiss francs, $40,000. He immediately travelled to Berlin, Rome, London and Paris to meet the German, Italian, British and French BIS directors and central bankers. But before McKittrick moved from London to Basel, he had another task: to help Hitler's former propaganda chief get released from a British prison camp. In October 1939, Ernst Hamstengel's lawyers asked McKittrick to provide a character reference for their client. Hamstengel, a Harvard graduate, had lived in New York and was well connected in American high society. He returned to Germany to become one of Hitler's earliest backers. Hamstengel lent the Nazi Party $1,000 during its early years, an enormous sum during the Weimar hyperinflation, which paid for the publication of the Völkische Beobachter, the party newspaper. Appointed foreign press chief in 1931, Hamstengel's job was to present a moderate, sophisticated face to journalists. However, his eccentric mannerisms, dry sense of humour, and close connection to Hitler made him enemies, and he fled in 1937. Hamstengel's detention as an enemy alien was especially badly timed, explained his lawyers, as he had just signed a contract with an American magazine to write a series of articles about his relations with Hitler. At $1 a word. McKittrick replied that he would do all he could. McKittrick was ready to declare that the former Nazi spin doctor would not act against British interests if he was set free, although it is unclear how McKittrick could know this. Hamstengel was duly released and returned to the United States, where he compiled psychological profiles of Nazi leaders for American intelligence. McKittrick was not a Nazi, but he was certainly a friend of the new Germany and, like many in his social and business circles at that time, had an ambivalent attitude toward Jews. In November 1938, 2 weeks after Kristallnacht, he used his contacts to help Rabbi Israel Matuk of the liberal Jewish synagogue in London. McKittrick introduced Rabbi Matuk to the US Consul General in London to try and help arrange the immigration of German Jews. Matuk wrote a grateful note thanking McKittrick most heartily. The meeting had been very useful. As a result, I hope that I may, by means of a fund that we have here, help at any rate a few German Jews to find a way of escape. Later on, during the war in August 1942, Paul Dreyfus, a Basel banker, asked McKittrick to write a letter of introduction to Leyland Harrison, the American ambassador to Switzerland. McKittrick obliged, but made his feelings about Dreyfus clear in a separate letter to Harrison. He is, as you will surmise, a Jew, but a good sort who is doing everything he can to help his unfortunate countrymen. The outbreak of war brought existential choices for the BIS's management. There were three options: liquidate the bank, downsize and become dormant until the end of hostilities, or remain as active as possible within the bounds of the declared policy of neutrality. The directors were unanimous, and already thinking ahead of the needs of transnational capital. The BIS must be kept going to assist with post-war financial reconstruction. McKittrick gave an undertaking to the Swiss authorities that all staff would not undertake political activities of any sort whatsoever on behalf of any governments or national organizations. Any such departures, he noted in a memo to staff, would be particularly regrettable at present when special privileges are being sought on behalf of the bank and its staff. A safe passage home would be arranged for anyone who wanted to leave. The BIS declaration of neutrality meant the following. The bank would not grant credit to central banks of belligerent countries. It would, when operating on neutral markets, ensure that belligerents did not profit from such operations. It would not carry out any transactions, either direct or indirect, between countries at war with each other. It would not sell assets in one country to make a payment to another if they are at war, and it would not hold assets of one belligerent country secured against another. Badly burned by the Czechoslovak gold affair, the BIS said it would not make decisions implying recognition of what it delicately called territorial changes not universally accepted. When the central bank of the German Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, the illegitimate Nazi regime ruling Czechoslovakia, requested the transfer of its remaining gold held at the BIS to the Reichsbank, it was blocked. When the Belgian government in exile proclaimed that the National Bank's official seat was in London, the Nazi occupation regime responded that the bank's headquarters were in Brussels. The BIS said it was neutral and would not recognise either. The Belgian vote on the board of directors remained unused. The BIS took the same position with regard to Yugoslavia when faced with competing claims from Belgrade and London. The bank's declarations of neutrality soon proved worthless. McKittrick and the rest of the bank's management turned the BIS into a de facto arm of the Reichsbank. This was not a result of inertia, passivity, or bureaucratic sloth. It followed from a series of deliberate policy decisions. The BIS carried out foreign exchange deals with the Reichsbank. It accepted looted Nazi gold until the final days of the war, when even neutral countries such as Sweden had begun to refuse it. It recognized the forcible incorporation of occupied countries, including France, Belgium, Greece, and the Netherlands, into the Third Reich. By doing so, it also legitimized the role of the Nazi-controlled national banks in the occupied countries in appropriating Jewish-owned assets. The BIS allowed the Nazi occupation regimes to take ownership of BIS shares, so that the Axis bloc held 67.4% of the bank's voting stock. Board meetings were suspended, but annual general meetings continued. Shareholder banks voted by proxy. The case of Poland is telling. In April 1940, Leon Boranski, the Polish representative to the BIS, asked for the government in exile in London to take control of the Polish shares. McKittrick refused. He told Boranski that he did not want to have to issue a ruling, but if he was forced to, the result may necessarily be an adverse decision for Poland. McKittrick was determined to avoid raising a question of this sort, for once political discussion gets underway, even without publicity, one never knows where it will end. While Nazi territorial annexations were accepted, Soviet ones were not. In June 1940, the Red Army invaded Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. The Soviets ordered the three central bank governors to instruct the BIS to transfer their gold reserves to the Soviet Union's state bank. The parallel with the Czechoslovak gold was clear, but the outcome was very different. The BIS's management, as legalistic as ever, argued that the bank had to accept the instructions, but this time the president refused. I had to fight my whole management, particularly my legal advisor, saying that we had to accept these instructions and turn the gold over to the Russians. But I just couldn't do it, McKittrick recalled. Instead, McKittrick commissioned an outside legal opinion from Professor Dieter Schindler of Zurich University. Schindler argued that neither the governors nor the banks of the Baltic states were free agents, but had probably acted under the instructions of the Soviets. He quoted Article 10 of the BIS Charter, which prohibited coercive measures against depositors. Thus, Schindler argued, it was the duty of the BIS management to resist as far as lies in their power any attempts by governments to interfere with the BIS's assets. McKittrick was vindicated. He sent a copy of Schindler's memo, which was accepted by the bank management, to Merle Cochrane. The BIS president asked him to keep Schindler's legal opinion confidential. My one serious concern is that it should not get into the press. After the damaging campaign of publicity regarding the Czech gold, it is of the greatest importance to the BIS to remain in the background at this time. Until the outbreak of war, the BIS was a congenial place to work. The staff were well paid, intelligent, and cosmopolitan in their outlook. The BIS, like the League of Nations, was an international oasis. Managers regularly travelled to meet their counterparts in London, Paris, Berlin, and other capitals. The governors' meetings were the high point. Some of the most powerful people in the world travelled to Basel, sprinkling the staid BIS with a little stardust. Staff enjoyed the glamour, the sense of being on the inside track, and the social whirl of dinners, receptions, and teas. That idyll ended with the fall of France in May 1940. Axis-controlled territory now surrounded Basel on two sides, where the borders reach almost to the city limits. Bank officials worked to a backdrop of gunfire. The Swiss authorities feared a German invasion and made plans to evacuate the city. Meanwhile, McKittrick's patrons in London were keeping a very close watch on their protégé. The BIS president was in regular contact with Sir Frank Nelson, the British consul in Bern. Nelson, who was an experienced international businessman, later became chief of the Special Operations Executive, the British wartime sabotage organisation. One day, around May 20, as tensions soared, Nelson called McKittrick at home at 7 a.m. The British diplomat told him, "Things look very bad indeed. They couldn't look worse." Nelson explained that he must be able to reach McKittrick at any time. He told him, "Don't go out without telling somebody where you're going, and don't leave the next place without telling me where you're going." At 7 p.m. that evening, McKittrick had returned home when Nelson called again. He instructed the BIS president to evacuate all French and British staff from Basel immediately. The Nazi invasion was imminent, expected to commence at any moment. McKittrick returned to the bank's headquarters and summoned his senior staff, including Roger Arboin, Raphael Pilotti, and Paul Hechler. They contacted as many French and British employees as they could. Hechler then told McKittrick, "You're the only man who alone can dispose of the assets of this bank. I think you're the most important man for us to get out of Basel." McKittrick agreed and quickly abandoned his colleagues. He called his chauffeur and went home and grabbed some clothes. The chauffeur, McKittrick recalled, didn't pack them but stuffed them into the car. They headed for Bern and were stopped en route 14 times by Swiss soldiers or police. The German invasion of Switzerland never happened. Swiss francs, Swiss banks, and the BIS were far more used to the Third Reich than another stretch of mountainous territory, where a stubborn, hardy population would have likely waged guerrilla warfare against the Nazis. The BIS relocated to Chateau d'Ay in the southwest of the country. McKittrick and Per Jacobsen moved into the Chateau de Rougemont, kindly loaned by its American owner. The rest of the staff had to make do in the village. There were few decent houses, schooling was basic, and the village was tiny. By the end of the autumn, as the war ground on, relations between the different nationalities were near poisonous. Morale was collapsing, recalled McKittrick. There was only one movie house in town, and if a Frenchman and his wife went to the movies, and a German and his wife went to the movies, and they walked into each other, it was an embarrassment for all concerned. Everyone was relieved when the BIS returned to Basel in October 1940. There, despite the conflict, the BIS continued to enjoy immense financial as well as legal privileges. It could buy and sell unlimited amounts of Swiss francs. This was the most important currency in wartime Europe, accepted everywhere. The BIS, thanks to its charter, did not have to report foreign exchange transactions. Its exchange rate against the Swiss franc was not subject to the same restrictions as Swiss commercial banks. Until 1942, the BIS could buy and sell gold at better rates than the Swiss National Bank. This bizarre setup, where Allied and Axis bankers worked together so profitably, drew increasingly hostile attention in London and Washington, D.C. The State Department asked the American Embassy in London to investigate the state of the relationship between the British government and the BIS, noting that many problems have come up. John Gilbert Winant, the ambassador, met with Sir Otto Niemeyer, the former chairman of the BIS board. Niemeyer was as adamant as ever about the BIS's immunity. He pointed to Article 10 of the BIS's charter that guaranteed that in the event of war, the property and assets of the bank shall be immune from seizure. Niemeyer had even made arrangements with the British government that BIS communications to London could pass directly through the censor. It is Niemeyer's belief, wrote Winant, that the British should continue their association as well as lend the bank their tacit approval, if only for the reason that a useful role in post-war settlements might later have an effect. While the BIS was operating in such a restricted manner, it was felt that it would be of no use at this time to raise difficult legal questions with respect to the relationship of the various countries overrun by the Germans. Niemeyer argued that McKittrick should stay in Switzerland as he was the guardian of the bank against any danger that might occur. McKittrick was far more than a guardian of the BIS. He repeatedly passed economic and financial intelligence to the Reichsbank leadership. McKittrick was especially close to Emil Pohl, the vice president of the Reichsbank and BIS board member, whom McKittrick described as his friend. Pohl, a gold and currency specialist, was a regular visitor to both the BIS at Basel and the Swiss National Bank in Bern. He had close links with the financial wing of the SS that managed its extensive business interests. Pohl, rather than Walter Funk, his nominal superior, was the real boss of the Reichsbank. In autumn 1941, McKittrick gave Pohl a tutorial on the Lend-Lease program, under which the United States supplied the Allies with arms, ammunition, and other war material. The act, passed in March of that year, effectively marked the end of the United States policy of neutrality. McKittrick later recalled the conversation. Pohl asked the BIS president, "What does this Lend-Lease thing mean? If you don't understand it, is there anything you'd be willing to tell me about it?" And I, McKittrick, said, "Yes, I'll give you this. It's my own idea, but there is no reason I shouldn't tell it to you. I think that if America is going to be in the war, something will happen to get us in, just the way it did in the First War. And what is happening is that we're getting our industrial organization into shape for our entry into the war." I've never seen a man's face drop more than his did. I thought he was going to faint or something. He said, "My God, if you're right, we've lost the war." McKittrick's prediction proved correct. But America's entrance into the war in December 1941 caused him further problems. The BIS president was no longer a neutral, but a citizen of a belligerent nation, in daily contact with his German, French, and Italian colleagues. But the advent of hostilities between the United States and Nazi Germany did not change his cordial and productive relationship with the Reichsbank. Pohl wrote of McKittrick in September 1942, "Neither his personality nor his manner of conducting business have been any cause for any criticism whatsoever." Pohl even described the BIS as the only real foreign branch of the Reichsbank. Some of the BIS dividend payments to its shareholders in Nazi-occupied countries went through the Reichsbank, thus giving Berlin access to the foreign exchange transactions and allowing it to charge a fee for its services. During the war, the Reichsbank continued to pay interest on BIS investments in Germany, even though that interest contributed to the bank's dividends, which were paid to its shareholders, including the Bank of England. Thus, through the BIS, Nazi Germany was contributing to Britain's wartime economy. It was a price worth paying, Pohl believed, for despite Hitler's bluster and Schacht's planning, Nazi Germany had not achieved autarky. It needed to buy vast amounts of raw materials to manufacture armaments and to feed, heat and clothe its population. Swedish steel, Romanian oil, Portuguese tungsten, even South American beef, all had to be purchased and paid for in hard currency. Nazi Germany needed a financial channel to the neutral countries it ran through Basel. which is the main reason why Nazi Germany did not invade Switzerland or Sweden. These neutral countries were far more used to the Third Reich as monetary hubs in the transnational financial network than as extra swathes of German-controlled territory. When questions were raised to the German Foreign Ministry as to why the Reichsbank remained a member of a bank with an American president, Pohl was the BIS's most influential advocate. The BIS was one of Germany's most important external trading partners, he argued. It carried out gold and foreign exchange transactions and gave the Reichsbank a mechanism for buying vital war materials. It was a listening post, providing useful intelligence on enemy financial transactions. The Germans working there, such as Paul Hechler, the assistant general manager, were loyal and efficient. If Germany pulled out and the BIS closed down, it would be an enormous loss to the Nazi war effort. And the BIS needed the Reichsbank and Pohl just as much. Per Jacobsen, the BIS's economic advisor, had lunch with Pohl on December 7, 1942, at Pohl's office in the Reichsbank. The two men always enjoyed each other's company. They had a pleasant meal, just a short walk from the bank's vaults that held the wealth of a looted continent and of its exterminated Jews. Pohl, Jacobsen believed, was the BIS's most important ally in Nazi Germany. Without his support, the bank would collapse. Jacobsen later wrote in his diary, "I know full well to what extent the future of the BIS depends on Pohl's possibilities of holding the fort in Berlin." The war was not good for the BIS's balance sheet. By 1943, its business volume fell to less than 5% of the average for pre-war years. But the BIS had 294 million Swiss gold francs, $96 million, invested in Germany in the form of state bank funds, bills and bonds. The bank was kept going by the interest payments it received from the Reichsbank, which eventually accounted for 82% of its income. At first, Germany paid its dues in currency, but after March 1940 it changed to gold, much of it looted. During the war, Germany added $603.5 million worth of gold to its reserves, more than 80% of which was plundered from the central banks of occupied countries. $88 million worth was seized from citizens of Germany and Nazi-occupied territories. Around $3 million worth was taken from concentration camp victims, including the macabre category of dental gold. This was also credited to an account at the Reichsbank, overseen by Emil Pohl, the confidant of Thomas McKittrick, and lunch partner of Per Jacobsen. Thanks to research by Pierre Clements, we know that during the war years a total of 21.5 metric tons of gold passed in and out of the Reichsbank gold account at BIS, of which 13.5 metric tons was acquired during the war. Some of the new gold, much of which was looted, was used to pay the interest on the BIS's loans and investments to Germany. 6 metric tons were used to pay the Reichsbank's debt through the BIS payment system for international railway and postal traffic, which the bank also handled. The fate of the Belgian gold reserves is the most extraordinary. At the end of 1939, the National Bank of Belgium sent more than 200 metric tons of its reserves to France for safekeeping. As the Nazis advanced, France transported the Belgian gold and some of its own to the port of Dakar in West Africa. Fearing an Allied raid, the French authorities then moved the gold inland. After the fall of Paris, Germany ordered the collaborationist French government based in Vichy to send the gold to Marseille to be taken into the custody of the Reichsbank. The gold was then transported by boat, truck, train and camel train through the Sahara Desert to Algiers. From there it was flown to Marseille and eventually deposited in the vaults of the Reichsbank. In the summer of 1943, Yves Bréhat de Boissingault, the governor of the Bank of France, now under Vichy control, travelled to Basel to warn McKittrick about the fate of the Belgian gold, some of which would doubtless end up in Basel. McKittrick dismissed de Boissingault's concerns. All the gold received at the BIS had been stamped with the proper markings, he said, and was German, not Belgian. Whether or not he believed this, McKittrick understood that if the bank were to stay in business, there was probably no other option than to accept the Reichsbank's gold shipments. But Aubin, the French manager, sided with his compatriot. The BIS should no longer accept German payments in gold, but demand Swiss francs instead. Aubin was right. The Belgian gold had been melted down at the Prussian mint and stamped with false identifying numbers and dates between 1934 and 1939. About 1.6 metric tons was used by the Reichsbank to meet its BIS interest payments, as well as 2 metric tons of looted Dutch gold. However, not all the gold melted down at the Prussian mint originated in the vaults of national banks. The Nazis set up a network of informers and torturers called the Devisenschutzkommando, DSK, to track down private gold holdings in occupied territories. The stated purpose of the special unit that was hand-picked by SS soldiers was to control currency traffic across the Third Reich. Its actual purpose was the acquisition of gold by any means, including deceit and brutality, according to British intelligence records. In Paris alone, the DSK employed 80 informers from the lowest levels of society to the highest circles. Each received a 10% commission, as well as false identity cards and counterfeit American and British currency. Victims were lured with supposed sales of property or land. They were then arrested, beaten and tortured to reveal how they would pay for such a purchase. The favourite interrogation method of Hugo Duss, who ran the DSK for the Channel Islands, was to break a beer glass over his victim's head. Ludwig Jarecki, an Austrian living in Paris, employed burning matches on stripped victims. Some of the BIS gold had an even more grisly origin, which came from the watches, spectacles, jewellery and gold teeth of concentration camp victims. This was why, after the war, Emil Pohl, vice president of the Reichsbank and BIS director, would be found guilty of war crimes. Under McKittrick's leadership, the BIS also carried out a significant number of gold transactions for other Axis powers. It sold gold for the Bank of France, Vichy, to Portugal for escudos, which France needed to pay for Portuguese imports. It organised 3 gold shipments from Bern to Bulgaria. It sold almost 9 metric tons of gold to Romania by undercutting the Swiss National Bank. All of these were direct breaches of the policy of neutrality. The BIS also carried out 13 gold swaps with Turkey, a total of 8.6 metric tons, exchanging gold that Turkey had held at the Swiss National Bank for BIS gold that was held in New York, Paris and London. Turkey was technically neutral, but had strong trade relations with Germany, and was the Third Reich's main supplier of chromium. Nor was the BIS alone in its acceptance of looted Nazi gold, and the failure of its managers to check the gold's provenance. Swiss commercial banks and the Swiss National Bank, SNB, also readily accepted looted Nazi gold. The bankers' policy of business as usual with the Nazis was led from the top. Ernst Weber, the chairman of the BIS board from 1942 to 1947, was also the president of the Swiss National Bank. Weber, like McKittrick and Jacobson, enjoyed cordial relations with Pohl. Even as the Allies fought their way through Nazi-occupied Europe to the Swiss border, Weber and Pohl were still arranging gold shipments. The two bankers had dinner together on December 10, 1944, to discuss their latest arrangement. Switzerland would buy German gold, and in exchange Germany would sell Switzerland coal. The negotiations took place in what Otto Kircher, the head of the German legation in Bern, called the usual atmosphere of trust. The cosy relations between the BIS, the SNB, and the Third Reich stayed buried until the late 1990s, when the scandal broke that Swiss commercial banks were still holding the assets of Holocaust victims. The BIS and the SNB were soon dragged in. A report commissioned by the Swiss government, published in 1998, said that Swiss National Bank officials followed an ethic of the least effort to check the origins of the gold sent to Switzerland, some of which had been looted from Holocaust victims. During the war, the SNB bought $280 million of gold from the Nazis. By 1943, the SNB knew about the extermination of European Jewry, but bank officials did not take measures to distinguish looted gold from other Reichsbank holdings. Despite McKittrick's safe and privileged existence, he was often lonely. His wife and 4 daughters were far away in the United States. Travel remained difficult and slow. There were few visitors in Bern, apart from Emil Pohl, and the postal service was erratic. McKittrick kept an account at a bookshop on Charing Cross Road, and took refuge in non-bankerly works, including Will Europe Follow Atlantis?, which examined the coming cataclysm of European civilization, a work of Sufi devotion called At the Gate of Discipleship, and even The Occult Causes of the Present War. McKittrick went walking in the woods and mountains with Erin Jacobsen, the daughter of the bank's economic advisor. A keen botanist, McKittrick taught Jacobsen about the region's rich flora. Other correspondents doubtless cheered the BIS president. Hermann Schmitz, the CEO of IG Farben and BIS board member, for example, sent his sincerest New Year wishes on January 3, 1941. Schmitz wrote, "For their friendly wishes for Christmas and the New Year, and for their good wishes for my 60th birthday, I am sending my sincere thanks. In response, I am sending you my heartfelt wishes for a prosperous year for the Bank for International Settlements." It would certainly be another prosperous year for IG Farben, whose profits were soaring and whose plans were well advanced for the construction of IG Auschwitz, the firm's own corporate concentration camp. Most of the BIS staff stayed, but Charles Kindleberger, an American with a young wife, returned home. His departure left a vacancy. Leon Fraser, now president of the First National Bank of New York, had a suggestion for his old friend McKittrick. In November 1940, Fraser met with a young man named Henry Tasker in Washington, D.C. Tasker was working at the National Defense Commission, specializing in foreign trade in Latin America. He has a pleasing personality, a manifestly keen mind, and is ambitious and hard-working. Tasker could leave for Switzerland on 30 days' notice. He makes a much more favorable impression than did Kindleberger, both in appearance and seriousness of purpose. And Tasker, fortunately, had the right answer for the most sensitive question, reported Fraser. Merle Cochrane had asked it, and the reply was that Tasker was not Jewish. As the war ground on, the Czechoslovak gold affair still haunted the BIS. Once again there were angry questions in the House of Commons about Britain's continued membership, the bank's role and its connections to Nazi Germany. The government stayed firm in its support. Sir Kingsley Wood, the finance minister, declared in October 1942 that, with McKittrick at the helm, there was nothing to worry about. The conduct and control of the bank have been and are today in the sole hands of the president of the bank, an American citizen. This gentleman has our complete confidence. In Washington, the Treasury Department was increasingly hostile, especially after the United States entered the war in December 1941. McKittrick's first term of office ended in December 1942. Many argued that it should not be renewed. Montague Norman was certainly worried. In June 1942, Norman wrote to McKittrick to assure him of his continuing support. "We certainly hope that means can be found for you to continue your presidency of the bank. Indeed, it is not too much to say that we regard it as essential." Perhaps McKittrick could simply carry on without any formal steps at all. Bearing this in mind, it would be helpful for McKittrick to visit the United States. "We would, at any rate, do our best to make that possible." Norman and his allies had a plan to appoint Ernst Weber, the president of the Swiss National Bank and a BIS board member, as chairman, as long as he agreed to reappoint McKittrick as president. Weber would be a neutral figurehead for the BIS and provide cover for its activities. As Ivar Ruth, the governor of the Swedish Reichsbank, wrote to Norman, it was important that the bank should be safeguarded by putting in as authoritative position as possible a personage of neutral nationality. Weber's discretion was guaranteed. In 1940, McKittrick had mentioned the Czechoslovak gold to Weber. The BIS president explained that the conversation went like this: "I asked him not to tell me where the gold would go, and he did not do so." McKittrick was in close contact with Weber, whom he met in Zurich or Bern 2 or 3 times a month. In Berlin, Joachim von Ribbentrop, the former German foreign minister, did not understand McKittrick's value to the Third Reich either. McKittrick should resign, he thought, and be replaced by a neutral, or Germany would sever its links with the BIS. Emil Pohl and Paul Hechler swiftly went into action. Both were great admirers of McKittrick, whom they described as professional and loyal. They told von Ribbentrop that if McKittrick went, Ernst Weber, once appointed chairman of the board, would take control. Even if McKittrick was deposed as president, the United States would still have a representative in the bank's management. Such a person would undoubtedly disrupt the until now smooth functioning of the BIS and its use by us for conducting gold and foreign exchange transactions. McKittrick himself lobbied Marcel Pilet-Gaulaz, the Swiss foreign minister. The two men met in October 1942. There were several items to discuss. The unpleasant articles about the BIS in the British press unsettled McKittrick. The BIS president was hypersensitive to criticism or any hint that the British government might withdraw its support for the bank. As the bank depended on its neutrality for its continued existence during wartime, a British withdrawal would spell the end. The Swiss legation in London had taken the matter up with the Foreign Office and the Treasury. The articles did not reflect British governmental opinion, Pilet-Gaulaz said reassuringly. Pilet-Gaulaz also confirmed the Swiss government's support for the BIS. The Swiss attitude to the numerous international organizations it hosted varies very much. He complained that the League of Nations was the worst. The conduct of its staff left much to be desired, and it had created numerous political difficulties. The International Labour Organization, ILO, was somewhat better regarded, while the BIS had never given cause for severe criticism. It would certainly be a cause for regret if the bank would leave Switzerland. McKittrick then raised the delicate matter of the Weber plan. The chairman of the board, he explained, was very different to being president of the bank. The board dealt mainly with the bank's internal governance. The big questions of transnational capital flows, loans, and currency support were dealt with at the governors' meetings, which were anyway suspended for the war. Pilet-Gaulaz was agreeable, noted McKittrick. He thinks it desirable that Switzerland should assist in the maintenance of international organizations and as an intermediary between belligerent countries when this can be done without undue publicity, and when it does not interfere with the general policy of neutrality. It worked. Weber was appointed chairman of the BIS board, and on January 1, 1943, the Swiss banker reappointed McKittrick for a further 3 years. By then, the BIS president, just as Norman had suggested, was in the United States. Chapter 7. Reassuring Wall Street. He believes that the Germans, at least those connected with the Reichsbank, desire his return to Basel, and that some way will be found to make it possible. American Intelligence Report on Thomas McKittrick and the BIS, December 14, 1942. The BIS had pioneered swift movements of international capital, but could do little to speed its president across the Atlantic with enough cash in his pocket. In late 1942, Thomas McKittrick planned to travel to France, Portugal, Spain, and Britain, and then head to the United States. But even with his privileged status, he was still subject to currency control laws that allowed him to take a maximum of 1,000 French francs into France. Can French franc banknotes be sent by registered mail to Spain, France, Switzerland? He wondered in a note to himself. Such postal smuggling might be a better option, as he could use the French francs to buy pesetas on the black market. Spanish currency can be obtained on better terms than by exchanging dollars or Swiss francs in Spain at the official rate, McKittrick mused to himself. Food might also be problematic, especially perhaps for someone used to the BIS dining room. Take sandwiches to supplement food available in France. On arrival in France, ask for bread coupons. Use these to purchase bread on leaving France, as bread in Spain is very scarce and bad. McKittrick left Basel in early November and arrived in Lisbon some days later. There, while checking into his hotel, he had a pleasant surprise. He recalled, "The first thing I knew, somebody grabbed me from behind and said, 'Is that you, Tom McKittrick?' I said yes, without seeing who it was. He said, 'Well, my gosh, I've got to see you. You're the first man I wanted to see in Switzerland.'" It was Alan Dulles, who was on his way to Bern to set up the Swiss station of the Office for Strategic Services, the embryonic American Foreign Intelligence Service. The two men spent some enjoyable time together before McKittrick flew to London. There he spent 2 weeks ensconced with Montague Norman and Sir Otto Niemeyer. McKittrick then travelled to Ireland, took a flying boat back to Lisbon, and eventually reached New York via Portuguese Guinea, Liberia, Brazil, Trinidad, and Puerto Rico. There was much to think about on the long and arduous journey. The BIS now had a suitably neutral chairman in the shape of Ernst Weber, the president of the Swiss National Bank, and McKittrick had secured himself another 3 years as president. McKittrick had lobbied hard for a second term, using his extensive network of diplomatic contacts to make sure he was acceptable to both the Allied and Axis powers. The world was at war, but the one thing both sides could agree on, it seemed, was that the BIS should stay in business, with Thomas McKittrick in the president's chair. The American banker carefully cultivated his friends at the foreign legations in Bern. He was so successful that the foreign diplomats even sent his letters in their embassy's diplomatic pouches, McKittrick later recalled. I made it my business to keep on good terms with their ambassadors or ministers in Bern, and they were all of them kind enough to send letters that were of certain importance and secrecy in the diplomatic pouches. So they were all informed of this, and they all agreed to do it. The American legation in Bern also encoded communications from the BIS to McKittrick while he was in the United States. In February 1943, Roger Arboin, the BIS's general manager, asked the US legation to send a coded cable to McKittrick, inquiring about the arrangements for his return journey to Basel via Lisbon. Please communicate as soon as possible approximate date arrival Lisbon to enable us to settle material details of your journey, regarding which we shall cable you in due course care American Legation Lisbon. It seemed that Leland Harrison, the American ambassador to Switzerland, even allowed McKittrick to write his cables for him, in exchange for a substantial sum of money. On November 15, 1943, McKittrick wrote to Harrison about the draft cable of which we spoke on Thursday. The cable had been recast, noted McKittrick, who admitted he had gone rather far in putting words into Harrison's mouth. My purpose has not been to tell you what to say, but to avoid leaving blanks in the picture, and if I have used the wrong colour anywhere, you will please make the necessary correction. McKittrick then promised Harrison a reward for his services of 3 million Swiss francs, around 700,000 US dollars. The Treasury Department did not share the State Department's enthusiasm for McKittrick and the BIS. Henry Morgenthau, the Treasury Secretary, and his colleague, Harry Dexter White, loathed the BIS, seeing it, correctly, as a channel for the perpetuation of Nazi economic interests in the United States. They ensured that the bank was facing ever more obstacles to doing business in the United States. Under wartime legislation, Swiss banks, including the BIS, could operate only under special license in the United States. At first, McKittrick's friends at the New York Federal Reserve had obtained a general license for the BIS, so most routine transactions could be executed without delay. But that was revoked in June 1941, which caused substantial difficulties. The bank's dividends to its American shareholders and other planned transactions were blocked. The Treasury Department believed that Swiss banks were being used to transfer ownership of Italian and German firms to Swiss or American front companies. Their investigators were unraveling the links between New York, Berlin, and Bern. For example, Felix Iselin, a Swiss banker, was the chairman of IG Chemie, the Swiss subsidiary of IG Farben, the industrial conglomerate that drove the Nazi war machine and whose chairman, Hermann Schmitz, sat on the BIS board. Iselin also sat on the board of the Swiss Bank Corporation and the Credit Suisse Bank. IG Chemie was a holding company for General Anilin and Film, IG Farben's American subsidiary. Morgenthau was a doughty foe, drawn from a very different world to McKittrick's WASP friends on Wall Street. Born into a prominent Jewish dynasty in New York, Morgenthau was an intellectual and a farmer who grew Christmas trees. His father, Henry Morgenthau Sr., had served as American ambassador to the Ottoman Empire during the Armenian Genocide and had loudly condemned the extermination. A close friend of Franklin and Eleanor Roosevelt, Henry Morgenthau had a strong sense of social justice and was a key architect of Roosevelt's New Deal. White, like Morgenthau, was also Jewish, but his parents were poor Lithuanian immigrants. Born in Boston, White worked for a while for his father's hardware business and served in the US Army during the First World War. White was a prize-winning Harvard economist and had a solid understanding of the new global financial architecture emerging under the aegis of the BIS. He left academia to work at the Treasury, where Morgenthau placed him in charge of international affairs. Morgenthau and White would prove to be McKittrick's most powerful enemies in the United States. McKittrick later recalled that White hated me because I was doing things that he couldn't get done because I could get in all sorts of places in Europe that he couldn't get his people in. This was largely because many of the things that McKittrick was doing, such as gold and foreign exchange deals with the Reichsbank after Pearl Harbor, were treasonable. Once McKittrick had safely arrived in Manhattan, he set up an office at the Federal Reserve, with the help of his old friend Leon Fraser, the former BIS president, who was now president of the First National Bank of New York. McKittrick needed a lawyer to persuade the Treasury to unblock the BIS's funds. His choice was never in doubt: John Foster Dulles. Meanwhile, McKittrick made the rounds of government departments, trying to show how the BIS could help with the American war effort by offering financial services and helping in the post-war reconstruction of Europe. The BIS president was much in demand as a fresh, first-hand source on wartime Europe. I had a lot of questioning to go through in Washington, because everybody wanted to know everything about the war in Europe, everything about political affairs in Europe. McKittrick also met Henry Morgenthau. The encounter did not go well. McKittrick laid out his arguments for paying dividends to American BIS shareholders and the bank's position on other contentious matters. Morgenthau walked out after 20 minutes, recommending that he consult Treasury experts. But the worst was to come. In April 1943, while McKittrick was still in the United States, Congressman Horace Jeremiah Voorhees demanded an investigation into the BIS. Voorhees wanted to know why the bank's president was an American and whether the bank was being used to help the Axis powers. Voorhees, McKittrick believed, was being fed information by Paul Einzig, the BIS's journalistic nemesis, who ever since the fiasco of the Czechoslovak gold had lambasted the bank in the British financial press. Einzig was a dogged reporter, whose criticisms of the bank struck a nerve, so much so that McKittrick, always hypersensitive about press coverage, referred to him in one letter to Leon Fraser as a swine. McKittrick then found he could not get permission from the US authorities to return to Basel. He was stranded, his requests for help unanswered. I talked to the State Department, and they made believe they didn't know what I was talking about. McKittrick asked Colonel Bill Donovan, the OSS chief and Allen Dulles' boss, for help. Donovan also stonewalled the BIS president, repeatedly promising him to sort out his passport. But the passport did not arrive. The OSS did not want McKittrick to go anywhere until he had told them everything he knew about Nazi Germany's economy, the Swiss connection, the role of the BIS, the progress of the war, infighting among the Nazi leadership, conditions inside Germany, and anything else of interest. McKittrick was called in for several interviews. He was, it turned out, a fantastic source, if somewhat delusional about the centrality of his own role. Even with all we now know of the BIS's wartime record, the OSS report of McKittrick's explanations of why an American should run an international bank that was under the de facto control of the Nazis is still eye-opening. The Weber plan, to install the president of the Swiss National Bank as BIS chairman, McKittrick explained, had been carried out with the full knowledge of the Reichsbank and the German Foreign Office. Both also knew that the Swiss banker would name McKittrick as the next BIS president, and were satisfied with that. Hitler himself, though, was not involved, and the plan to extend McKittrick's term as president avoided mentioning the American banker in detail, in case Hitler heard of the matter and became angry. The OSS memo reveals how much high-grade economic intelligence McKittrick had access to. The governor of the Hungarian National Bank explained to him how Hungary had deliberately obstructed a new trade agreement with Germany. Vichy France had been sending gold into Switzerland by a roundabout route to avoid occupied France. Switzerland was awash with Romanian oil, as Romania preferred to sell there rather than to its ally Germany. Walter Funk, the Reichsbank president, had failed to persuade Germany's allies in the Balkans that their debts would eventually be paid. There is an intriguing glimpse into the morale of the BIS's staff. The bank employed 14 British staff and 8 Italians. The Italians were morose and depressed. They felt that Italy was already defeated and would not have a friend in the world. McKittrick's Reichsbank contacts made him an excellent source for news about life inside the Third Reich. Hitler, McKittrick revealed, had become indecisive. Instead of having a definite plan laid out and pursuing it relentlessly, he switches from one plan to another, the OSS document noted. There were even rumours that he had started drinking. Despite the soaring casualties on the Eastern Front and the surrender at Stalingrad, most Germans, McKittrick explained, still believed state propaganda. He related how one friend of his in the Reichsbank said he had to get out of Germany every now and again, or he would start to believe the propaganda himself. McKittrick was also in contact with Hjalmar Schacht. The BIS president was not a fan of Schacht's and regarded him as a political crook and entirely untrustworthy. Schacht still saw Hitler every couple of months, and when the Nazi leader asked numerous technical questions, Schacht proffered his advice. Sometimes Hitler took it, other times not. As for Basel, McKittrick believed that there were 20,000 Germans living in the city who were well organized under Nazi leadership. He did not believe he was under observation by the Gestapo. Some of the most intriguing material the OSS obtained from McKittrick detailed his role as a back channel between anti-Nazi Germans and the United States. This doubtless explains why the State Department eventually allowed him to return to Basel and the BIS to stay open. McKittrick told the OSS that he received peace feelers from non- or anti-Nazi Germans twice a month. All of them, however, argued that even if a deal was made, Germany would remain the dominant European power, with a free hand in the East and a large measure of economic control in Western Europe. These envoys included a Berlin lawyer and a retired diplomat, Adam von Trott-zu-Solz. A former Rhodes Scholar at Oxford University, von Trott was a German nobleman and a diplomat. He had lived in the United States and was active in the resistance against Hitler. McKittrick's personal papers include the record of a meeting with von Trott in June 1941. Von Trott asked McKittrick to arrange for $500 to be transferred by the Institute of Pacific Relations, a liberal think tank based in New York, to Switzerland, so von Trott could keep in touch with the IPR's European members. Communications for von Trott should be sent through Werner Karl von Heften, the German consul in Basel, McKittrick noted. Von Trott was the leading figure in the July 1944 plot against Hitler. Had it succeeded, he would have become foreign minister and led negotiations with the Allies. After it failed, von Trott was hanged. McKittrick, like his colleagues in London and Berlin, strongly emphasized the BIS's future use in planning the post-war order. While it does not concern itself with political affairs, it does offer facilities for the discussion of post-war financial and economic questions, wrote the author of the OSS memo. And he thinks that a year or two can be saved in getting Europe back to work by informal international conversations under its auspices. McKittrick's return to New York was the talk of Wall Street. On December 17, 1942, Leon Fraser hosted a dinner for him at the University Club. 37 of the United States' most powerful financiers, industrialists, and businessmen gathered in his honor. The Treasury was stonewalling him, his passport was stuck on a bureaucrat's desk, and the OSS was grilling him. But here at least friends and admirers surrounded him. They included the presidents of the New York Federal Reserve, the National City Bank, the Bankers Trust, the New York Life Insurance Company, the New York Clearinghouse Association, and General Electric, as well as a former Undersecretary of the Treasury and a former U.S. Ambassador to Germany. Standard Oil, General Motors, J.P. Morgan, Brown Brothers Harriman, several major insurance companies, and Kuhn Loeb also sent senior executives. It was probably the greatest single gathering of America's war profiteers. Many of these companies and banks had, like McKittrick, made fortunes from their connections with Germany, connections that carried on producing massive profits long after Hitler took power in 1933, and certainly after the outbreak of war in 1939. Some have been accused of continuing links with the Nazis after December 1941 through subsidiaries in Germany. Accusations they deny. The three most powerful sectors were oil, cars, and banks. Walter Teagle of Standard Oil was a founding board member of General Aniline & Film, I.B. Farben's American subsidiary. When in 1929 Standard Oil entered into a division of fields arrangement with I.G. Farben, a cartel, I.G. Farben retained supremacy in the chemicals field, including in the United States, in exchange for giving Standard Oil its oil patents for use anywhere, except Germany, according to a Senate investigative committee. Further agreements followed over the next decade to share technical information and patents. In 1938, Standard sent the full specifications of its processes for synthesizing Buna, artificial rubber, to I.G. Farben. In exchange, the German chemical combine promised its latest research, once it had permission from the government. Not surprisingly, this was not forthcoming. Thus, I.G. Auschwitz, the firm's massive chemical and Buna factory, run by slave labor and concentration camp inmates, was based partly on American scientific knowledge. When war broke out in 1939, I.G. Farben assigned its Buna patents to Standard Oil to prevent them being seized as enemy property. This was not illegal, but Standard's obstructive policies over development of the Buna industry were. By the time the United States entered the war in December 1941, the country was facing a desperate shortage of artificial rubber. Standard had deliberately delayed the development of the domestic artificial rubber industry by repeatedly telling other American companies that it would share its expertise, even though it had no intention of doing so, to prevent them developing alternatives, according to the US Department of Justice, which brought a lawsuit against the company. In March 1942, 6 Standard Oil subsidiaries and 3 company officials were fined $5,000 each by a federal judge for violating antitrust laws. I.G. Farben was named as a co-conspirator. Thurman Arnold, the Assistant Attorney General in charge of the Antitrust Division, accused Standard of treason and entering an illegal conspiracy to prevent the development and distribution of artificial rubber. In its defense, Standard claimed that its agreement with I.G. Farben had resulted in the release of new information about synthetic rubber production, fuel, and explosives. British Security Coordination, the British intelligence service operating in the United States, was closely monitoring the connections between Standard Oil, GAF, and I.G. Farben, whose CEO, Hermann Schmitz, sat on the board of the BIS. GAF and Chemnico, another American subsidiary of I.G. Farben, were the headquarters of Nazi industrial espionage in the United States. British intelligence believed that before the outbreak of war, I.G. Farben's spy service, Bureau IG, had dispatched deep cover agents to settle in the United States, to make business contacts, and to glean American scientific know-how. Some had married American women and become citizens. Chemnico was also investigated by the US Department of Justice, which reported that it was a spying operation. The simplicity, efficiency, and totality of German methods of gathering economic intelligence data are exemplified by Chemnico Inc., the American economic intelligence arm of I.G. Farben Industry. Chemnico is an excellent example of the uses to which a country with a war economy may put an ordinary commercial enterprise. Donald McLaren, a BSC operative based in New York, had been working for months on an operation against GAF. McLaren's plan combined dirty tricks with very public exposure of the firm's links to Nazi Germany. McLaren, an ebullient Scot and bon viveur, was a forensic accountant by training and an expert in economic warfare. He had untangled the web of connections linking Standard Oil and Sterling Products, an American pharmaceutical firm, with GAF and I.G. Farben. GAF, he wrote, was a supply depot for the Latin American subsidiaries of I.G. Farben and sought to camouflage its German ownership. McLaren knew that there were 2 factions in GAF's board of directors. He infiltrated both groups under a false name and gained their confidence. He then persuaded each of his contacts to reveal their faction's plan to outmaneuver the other grouping, information that he promptly passed on to the other side, which produced an outright quarrel between the two. The result was most satisfactory, he wrote, with one faction racing the other to Washington to report the wicked activities of their colleagues to the Department of Justice, thereby exposing their German instructions to the United States government. McLaren and his colleagues in British Security Coordination also set up a company called BookTab. The firm published a 70-page pamphlet entitled Sequel to the Apocalypse, The Uncensored Story, How Your Dimes and Quarters Pay for Hitler's War. With a trenchant foreword by Rex Stout, the popular mystery novelist, the pamphlet described, in forensic detail, the hidden corporate relationships between American organizations and German monopolies. The pamphlet, published in early 1942, demanded the full penalty for German industrialists and bankers, including Hermann Schmitz and Hjalmar Schacht. 200,000 copies were printed. Despite the best efforts of the companies exposed to sabotage the project by buying up as many copies as possible, tens of thousands were sold. The facts about American business links with the Nazis were now out. Sequel to the Apocalypse caused a nationwide furore. It was certainly a public relations disaster for Standard Oil. The Treasury Department took control of GAF in February 1942 and soon after handed the stock to the newly established Alien Property Custodian. 100 members of staff known to be sympathetic to the Germans were sacked, from directors to engineers. GAF's research arm was turned over to war production. By 1944, the custodian had also seized a total of 2,500 patents from Standard Oil and its affiliates. Standard Oil eventually released all its patents for artificial rubber for free. Meanwhile, in Nazi-occupied Poland, the slave labourers at IG Auschwitz were enduring a living hell of back-breaking work, extreme brutality, and starvation rations. Among them was a teenage boy named Rudy Kennedy. Rudy and his family were deported to Auschwitz in 1943 from the ghetto in Breslau, now Wrocław in Poland, when he was 14. When the train arrived at the selection ramp, Rudy took his father's advice and lied about his age, claiming to be 18. My father and I went to the right, my sister and my mother to the left. The guards kicked and beat us, and we went into a room with showers and basins at one end. My father was naked with hundreds of older men. Everyone was very agitated. They shaved our hair and told us to go into the shower. I was very disturbed by the shoes. All the shoes were piled up and jumbled together in a big heap. I wondered how they were going to sort them out if we would ever wear them again. We went into the shower. Water came out. By then, my mother and my sister were dead. The temperature was about -10, and we were chased naked and barefoot down a frozen path to a blockhouse. We were given a red blanket and a piece of bread and salami. In the morning, we were given clothes, everything at random, nothing fitted. They called out our names, and we had numbers tattooed on our arms. The tattoo needle was very thick, like a knitting needle, and the blood of the previous prisoner was still running down it. Rudy and his father were sent to the IG Farben factory, where he worked at installing electric motors. The extremely harsh conditions were designed to kill off the labourers in a couple of months. Rudy survived because of his specialist knowledge of electrical systems, which meant he had access to food. He became a kind of mascot. One day a supervisor dropped his sandwich on the floor and told Rudy to pick it up. He would not eat it, he told the starving boy, because it was dirty. But Rudy could have it. This counted as an act of kindness. The IG Farben managers were fully aware of what was happening in their factory, Rudy later recalled. We saw the civilians from IG Farben all over the place. We worked very near a site where they were building a chemicals factory. We could see people dragging sacks of cement. Then they would collapse and die. The IG Farben civilians had to go past that on the way to their canteen. They absolutely knew what was going on. There is no question. When IG Farben's managers judged their slave labourers to be gebraucht, or used up, they were dispatched to Auschwitz I or II, to be dispatched by Zyklon B. De Gesch, the German pest control company, which manufactured the poison gas capsules, was a subsidiary of IG Farben. Rudy Kennedy survived. His father, Ewald, endured for about 2 months before being killed by an injection of prussic acid, which fit with I.G. Farben's planner's calculations about how long a slave labourer could live on his own body fat reserves. Walter Teagle resigned from the board of Standard Oil in November 1942. Bruised and disappointed by the pillorying he had received in the media, in 1944 he set up the Teagle Foundation with a mission to advance the well-being and general good of mankind throughout the world. The foundation's reach did not extend to Nazi-occupied Poland, but it still exists today. Donaldson Brown, Vice Chairman, General Motors. War had brought enormous profits to the American car industry. Opel, General Motors' German division, produced the Blitz truck on which the Wehrmacht invaded Poland. Ford's German subsidiary produced almost half of all the 2- and 3-ton trucks in Nazi Germany. There is a strong argument that without General Motors and Ford's German subsidiaries, the Nazis would not have been able to wage war. Hitler was certainly an enthusiastic supporter of the American motor industry's methods of mass production. He even kept a portrait of Henry Ford by his desk. In July 1938, Henry Ford was awarded the Grand Cross of the German Eagle, the highest honour Nazi Germany could bestow on a foreigner. The following month, James Mooney, who ran General Motors' overseas operations, was also awarded a high Nazi honour. Mooney was a regular visitor to Berlin, where he met numerous Nazi officials, including Hjalmar Schacht, to negotiate deals to produce vehicles for the military. In 1939, Mooney even held talks with Hermann Goering on converting the General Motors plant at Rüsselsheim to production of the Junker Wunderbomber. George Messersmith, the US Consul General in Berlin, who later served as ambassador to Austria, was watching Mooney's enthusiasm for the Nazis with alarm. Messersmith, despite his German origins, was an ardent anti-fascist. His reports through the decade detail Mooney's unwavering determination to build up General Motors' links with the Nazis. Mooney, like Sosthenes Benn, the president of ITT, whose German partner was the BIS director, Kurt von Schröder, believed that the Nazi regime was here to stay in Germany and was well established, wrote Messersmith in November 1934. Thanks to Schacht's policies and the armaments drive, the German economy was booming. It is curious that he and Colonel Benn and some other factories in Germany give this opinion. The factories owned by the ITT in Germany are running full-time and in double shifts and increasing their capacity for the simple reason that they are working almost entirely on government orders and for military equipment. Numerous American business leaders traveled to Berlin to ingratiate themselves with the Nazis. Thomas Watson, the president of IBM, arrived in 1937 to be decorated with the Merit Cross of the German Eagle. That was one grade down from Henry Ford's honour. But Watson could comfort himself with the fact that Schacht himself had hosted the ceremony and given a speech in Watson's honour. The following year, after the Nazi annexation of Austria, the SS used one of IBM's prototype computers, known as a Hollerith machine, to keep a record of Jewish properties and their subsequent Aryanization. The Vienna Nazi Party newspaper boasted that thanks to the Hollerith machine, within 6 weeks we shall have laid hands on all Jewish fortunes over 5,000 marks. Within 3 years, every single Jewish concern will have been Aryanized. The historian Edwin Black argues that IBM's technology, used for cataloguing and identifying the Jews of Europe, was crucial for the organization of the Holocaust. Mooney's medal was certainly a good investment by Hitler. In late 1938, Mooney was still pressing for a trade agreement with Nazi Germany, noted Messersmith, claiming that it would help the conservative elements in Germany and therefore improve the prospects for a more reasonable regime in Germany, as though a wealthier Third Reich would somehow become more benign. Messersmith dismissed Mooney's claim. His real aim was to, in some way or another, help along the important General Motors interest in Germany. Even in April 1941, Mooney refused to get rid of Axis supporters in the company's overseas subsidiaries, Messersmith wrote to Breckinridge Long at the State Department. There are some cases like the General Motors which are not giving us any cooperation in our program to get rid of anti-American agents of American firms abroad. This is due to the fact that there are certain people in the General Motors, such as Jim Mooney, and some of the men whom he brought into the organization over the years, who are really betting on a German victory and who hope to be the big boys in our country if there is a Nazi victory. Siegfried Stern, Vice President, Chase National Bank. Chase National Bank was the world's largest private bank in terms of assets and deposits. Its New York headquarters was a key hub in the Nazis' global financial network and held accounts for the Reichsbank and Germany's Gold Discount Bank. Chase was so close to the Reichsbank that after the war, Thomas Dodd, a prosecutor at Nuremberg, claimed the bank had once offered Emil Pohl, the vice president of the Reichsbank and BIS board member, a job in New York. The Treasury closely monitored Chase's transactions for its Nazi clients. On October 3, 1940, Merle Cochran sent a note to Henry Morgenthau detailing transfers from Chase's German accounts. In the previous 2 days alone, $850,000 had been debited from the Reichsbank account, of which $250,000 was sent to the Wallensburg Enskilda Bank in Stockholm. A further $1.13 million was transferred from the account of the Gold Discount Bank to Turcan and Farley, a firm of lawyers at 17 Battery Place, New York. Chase National was of special interest to the Nazis because of its overseas branches in London, Paris, Mexico City, and Shanghai. A wartime investigation of the bank's Nazi links by Paul Gewirtz, a U.S. Treasury official, noted, "The Chase Bank, like the other American banks in France, operated on a relatively small scale. The attitudes of the Germans, however, when they came into France, indicates that they looked beyond the activities in France and were more interested in the international character of an organization like Chase, with its established branches through the world, and its history in international banking, which including a friendly intercourse with the Germans." In other words, Nazi Germany valued Chase National, like the BIS, for its transnational reach. After the German invasion of France in May 1940, the Paris headquarters of Chase National had enthusiastically collaborated with the country's new overlords, with the knowledge of the bank's headquarters in New York, reported Gewirtz. Investigations conducted at the Paris branch and at the home office in New York of Chase Bank disclosed that the bank operated in Paris throughout German occupation and engaged in sundry activities, indicate an overriding desire to continue operating even though this required a close collaboration with the German authorities. There is evidence that the Home Office in New York was fully informed of these activities, at least until late in 1942, but took no steps to discourage them, at the same time withholding pertinent information from the United States governmental authorities. Carlos Niedermann, the manager of Chase's Paris office, was an ardent Nazi sympathizer. He closed Jewish-owned accounts and transferred the assets to Nazi-owned ones. In May 1942, Hans Caesar, a director of the Reichsbank, was put in charge of American banks in France. Niedermann met with Caesar. Caesar held the bank in very special esteem because of its New York headquarters. Niedermann recorded, "It is a fact that the Chase Bank enjoys special prestige in the banking circles in questions owing to the international activities of our head office." Thomas Lamont, J.P. Morgan. Thomas Lamont was a senior partner at J.P. Morgan, one of the BIS's founding banks, a veteran of the reparations negotiations and, naturally, a friend of John Foster Dulles. Lamont had represented the U.S. Treasury at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919 and later sat on the Young Plan Committee. Like Chase National, J.P. Morgan encouraged its French subsidiary, known as Morgan & Cie, to liquidate their accounts and destroy their stocks of banknotes. Morgan & Cie ignored the order. Instead, like Chase National, the bank opened a new office in Vichy, France, at Châtel-Guyon, to service its Nazi clients. The Treasury investigation reported that the primary loyalty of the Morgan partners was not to the US or France, but to the firm. Regardless of national considerations, they invariably acted in what they deemed to be the best interests of Morgan & Cie. Morgan & Cie even gained permission to handle payments from German accounts to the European subsidiaries of American firms that were building military equipment for the Third Reich, such as General Motors. This ran so smoothly that Morgan & C's American lawyers cabled the firm's French managers to thank them. The office at Châtel-Guyon has proved to be of the greatest practical utility. Without it, we could not have carried on any business with the outside world. Sweden, one of the Nazis' most important trading partners, was also represented at McKittrick's dinner by Lars Ruth, the son of Ivar Ruth, the director of the Riksbank. Ivar Ruth was one of the world's longest-serving central bankers and a founding member of the new transnational financial elite. He was important enough to be elected unanimously to the BIS board in 1931, even though Sweden was only a shareholder and not a founding member of the BIS. Ruth stayed until 1933 and returned in 1937, praised in the BIS annual report for that year as a banker well known for his constructive work of collaboration. Working with the Wallenberg brothers at Enskilda Bank, Ruth helped steer Sweden through a neutrality whose profitability was rivaled only by Switzerland's. Swedish firms supplied the Nazis with millions of tons of iron ore to be turned into tanks, guns and ammunition, with vital ball bearings, foodstuffs and timber. Ruth, it seemed, was indeed a highly skilled collaborator, although not only in the meaning referred to in the BIS report. Thomas McKittrick was the third American president of the BIS, after Gates McGarrah and Leon Fraser. The American connection had shaped the BIS since its foundation in 1930. The bank had been ostensibly set up to administer the Young Plan for German reparations, named for the American diplomat who had brokered the deal. The BIS was the trustee for the loans Germany took out from Wall Street to meet those obligations. The bank's American presidents stood at the center of the network of communications between Wall Street and American industry and Nazi Germany. Standard Oil had formed a cartel with I.G. Farben, whose CEO, Hermann Schmitz, sat on the board of the BIS. The French subsidiary of J.P. Morgan, a founding member of the BIS, traded profitably with the Nazis after the invasion of France. ITT had gone into partnership with Kurt von Schroeder, the powerful Nazi banker who was a director of the BIS. For the new class of transnational financiers, war was merely an interruption in commerce, albeit a highly profitable one. Both McKittrick and his guests were already planning how to maximize their profits in the post-war era. Meanwhile, the money channels had to be kept open, and they ran through Basel. McKittrick embodied the American Nazi financial network, which is why dozens of the United States' richest and most powerful businessmen and industrialists gathered in New York that freezing December evening to honor Hitler's American banker. McKittrick remained marooned in New York, unable to return to Basel until Montague Norman came to the rescue. Meanwhile, the BIS president was still a man in demand. Thomas Watson, the president of IBM, who had been honored by Hitler, could not attend McKittrick's dinner at the University Club. Instead, Watson, who was also the president of the International Chamber of Commerce, arranged a luncheon in McKittrick's honor. Aware that not all of the American public shared the financiers' enthusiasm for the BIS, McKittrick limited himself to 3 private formal engagements while in New York. On January 12, 1943, he wrote to Ernst Weber, the president of the Swiss National Bank and chairman of the BIS board, that "It seemed to me best, however, for the BIS not to take part in public or semi-public gatherings." One day, McKittrick paid a call on a diplomat at the British Embassy in Washington, D.C. He had reassuring news for the BIS president. The Bank of England and the Treasury were very interested in the BIS, the British diplomat said. "I've got to take this up with London. I'll be surprised if I can't get you back." Calls were made, cables were sent, and the wheels of transnational finance started turning. Raffaele Pilotti, the BIS's Italian Secretary General, told McKittrick to travel to Lisbon and report to the Italian legation, which would help him get to Rome, and from there he could travel on to Basel. McKittrick eventually received permission to leave the United States and arrived safely in Lisbon. After a stop in Madrid, he flew to Rome. The United States was at war with Italy, and McKittrick was a citizen of an enemy nation, but none of that mattered. The BIS president still received a regal reception, he recalled. "I was met at the airport as if I was the king of something. Nobody looked at my passport, they just waved their hands at it." McKittrick was then taken to a comfortable hotel where Pilotti met him. Understandably, the Italian authorities did not want an American banker wandering freely around Rome. Pilotti arrived to act as McKittrick's minder. The two men set out for a sumptuous dinner. That was the best meal that I ever had in the war, and Italy was really short of food. But good gracious, they gave me a wonderful meal, recalled McKittrick. Soon after, at 11 p.m., McKittrick was put on a train to Switzerland. McKittrick finally arrived back in Basel in April 1943. His trip to the United States had produced mixed results. Despite his lobbying and John Foster Dulles' legal advice, the BIS's request for exemption was denied. The bank's funds in the United States remained frozen. But if that battle was lost, a far larger one loomed, for the bank's very survival. This time Henry Morgenthau, rather than McKittrick, would find himself outgunned. Chapter 8. An Arrangement with the Enemy. The bearer of this letter, Mr. Thomas McKittrick, President of the Bank of International Settlements, is a close friend of a prominent member of the State Department stationed in Switzerland, Mr. Allen Dulles. OSS Laissez-Passer for Thomas McKittrick, June 15, 1945, requesting the provision of U.S. Army billet and mess facilities. There were many in Washington, D.C., especially in the Treasury Department, who asked why the State Department had renewed McKittrick's passport and allowed him to return to Basel, when it was clear that the BIS was aiding the Nazi war effort. The answer lay in Bern, at Herrengasse 23. Here, McKittrick's old friend and protector, Allen Dulles, ran the Swiss branch of the Office of Strategic Services, America's Foreign Intelligence Service. A complex network of bankers and businessmen, scholars and spies, and refugees and émigrés. Some of Dulles's assets and agents traded information out of principle, others for money. McKittrick, also known as OSS codename 644, traded information out of loyalty, not to the Allied cause or the national interests of the United States, but to transnational finance, a creed shared by America's spy master. Back channels between the Allies and the Axis powers existed throughout the war in neutral capitals such as Stockholm, Bern, and Lisbon. The BIS was one of them. Its multinational staff and neutral privilege status made the bank an ideal place for gathering and disseminating intelligence. Switzerland was its natural home. As the cynical wartime saying noted, for 6 days a week Switzerland works for Nazi Germany, and on the 7th it prays for an Allied victory. After his return to Basel in 1943, McKittrick regularly met with Allen Dulles and American Ambassador Leland Harrison. The three men, McKittrick recalled, talked more freely in those meetings than at any other time. Dulles and Harrison wanted to know everything McKittrick knew, especially about Nazi money channels, which was a lot, McKittrick later recalled. And I did know, for instance, the way the Germans were obtaining the money, with which they maintained their organization for sabotage, subversion, as well as political and military intelligence, especially in South America. The Allies were very anxious to stop this, but no way was found to do so without risking a loss of goodwill among the neutral nations, which would be too serious to provoke. The Portuguese connection was key, McKittrick explained to Dulles and Harrison. The Germans needed a steady supply of Portuguese escudos to pay for vital war materials such as tungsten. The Portuguese escudo was then a hard currency, accepted by the Allies, the Axis powers, and, of course, South American countries. Some German companies were still connected to their American partners or parent firms through subsidiaries in South America. The key players were the Bank of Portugal, the Reichsbank, the Swiss National Bank, and the BIS. The Bank of Portugal bought gold bullion from the Reichsbank, which was delivered to the Swiss National Bank and credited to the Bank of Portugal's account. The Bank of Portugal then credited the requisite amount of escudos to German accounts in Lisbon, allowing German purchases to take place there. Germany was also shipping gold to the BIS, McKittrick explained. You see, we had a lot of German investments, which were made in 1931 in accordance with the statutes of the bank. We had to help Germany with loans to pay for reparations payments in the first years. They had to pay us about 1 million Swiss francs a month, and that is what we lived on. and in order to give us that money, they would ship gold to us. Now, we had no vaults, we had no place to handle gold. We had none of the necessary devices to assay gold or weigh gold. They, the SNB, have a scale as big as that chimney breast there, and you can weigh the weight of your signature on a piece of paper. So we had the Bank of Switzerland do all our gold handling and gold storing for us in Switzerland. The American government knew this. A source referred to as A passed intelligence about BIS gold movements to American officials in Bern. It was sent to the State Department in a cable dated June 23, 1943. German gold shipments, gold bars, arriving here, which were referred to recently, seem to be for the account of the Bank for International Settlements. The value involved is small, approximately Swiss francs 750,000 at a time. The gold, upon the arrival at the National Bank of Switzerland, Bern, is passed to the credit of the Basel Bank. The BIS also held gold for the Reichsbank, so sometimes when the interest was due on the bank's investments, the BIS simply helped itself to the Nazi gold it held to make up the payments, McKittrick explained. At other times, the Germans borrowed BIS gold for their dealings with Swiss banks. This cosy arrangement caused no concern at the BIS, said McKittrick, as we knew that they'd replace it. McKittrick's close relationship with Emil Pohl, the vice president of the Reichsbank, was especially valued by Dulles and the OSS. Pohl, whom McKittrick described as a friend, passed on important information about German morale, the country's economy, and political intrigue. OSS telegram 3589-90, sent on May 25, 1944, at a time when thousands of Hungarian Jews were still being deported every day to Auschwitz, where most were immediately murdered, records Pohl's fears, not that the war was lost, but that the Reichsbank might lose its privileged position during the reconstruction. Not long ago, R644, McKittrick, had two lengthy conversations with Pohl of the Reichsbank. The latter was extremely depressed, not so much by the idea of Nazi defeat, but by the situation which Germany will have to contend with later. The Reichsbank has been engaged in work on plans for the reconstruction, and evidently they are unable to see where an effective beginning can be made. Roger Aubois, the BIS manager, was known as OSS codename 651. Aubois naturally had excellent connections in France. OSS telegram 3401, sent on May 11, 1944, warns that the Nazis plan to plunder what remained of French national assets. I have been informed by 651 that he is the recipient of secret information from Paris, pointing out the danger of an attempt to seize both the French Treasury and Bank of France's gold and foreign exchange. McKittrick also had excellent connections in neutral Sweden. The Stockholm OSS station closely observed Jacob Wallenberg and his brother Marcus of Enschilde Bank. Jacob, the author of the Swedish-German trading agreement, was the most powerful banker and businessman in Sweden. He had strong links with both the Nazi leadership and the German resistance. His brother Marcus was McKittrick's mentor at the BIS, since the two men worked together on the German Credits Committee during the 1930s, when Wallenberg had taught McKittrick about the intricacies of international finance. When Marcus fell ill in June 1943, McKittrick wrote an appreciation of the Swedish banker, which was hand-delivered by Ivar Ruth, the governor of the Reichsbank. During the 3 years I have been in Basel, wrote McKittrick, your method of approaching international problems, of which I gained some understanding during our work together in Berlin, has helped me more than I can tell you in dealing with intricate and delicate questions which have presented themselves to the Bank of International Settlements by reason of changes wrought by the war. Marcus Wallenberg was his most important teacher, McKittrick concluded. The thought of following in your footsteps will provide spur to my will and a goal for my ambition. The most important lesson the Wallenbergs could teach McKittrick was how to play both sides at once, ensuring that Sweden remained one of Nazi Germany's key trading partners, while feeding intelligence to the Allies, and thus guaranteeing that regardless of whoever won the war, the Wallenberg banking and business empire would survive and thrive. Jacob Wallenberg managed the bank's channel to Berlin, while Marcus looked after connections with the Allies. As the managing director of the Enschilde Bank, Jacob Wallenberg was the principal financial figure in Scandinavia. and was vigorous, shrewd, and cautious. Abram Hewitt, an OSS agent based in Stockholm, reported. Outside the Swedish Foreign Office, Jacob Wallenberg was the country's principal representative dealing with Nazi Germany. Wallenberg frequently goes to Germany, and most Germans of importance visiting Stockholm are in touch with him. Sometime in 1943, Wallenberg had asked Hewitt if he would like to meet representatives of cells forming in Germany who planned to overthrow Hitler. Nothing came of this, as the cells were subsequently liquidated. In 1944, Wallenberg claimed to know the names of German generals who were now opposed to Hitler because of German defeats, and were ready to overthrow him. However, he would share the names only when, in his opinion, conditions would justify it. Wallenberg probably has better sources of information about Germany and the continent in general than any man in Sweden, Hewitt continued. However, Wallenberg was a very difficult man to approach, except by someone whom he had known for a long time. Jacob Wallenberg was still a bachelor at the age of 54, and one possible approach of getting to know him was the time-honoured one of the honey trap, preferably on a yacht. It is important for anyone dealing with Jacob Wallenberg to know that he is very interested in sailing and in attractive women. Marcus Wallenberg, his younger brother, was quickly dismissed as a man of less integrity and less weight. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., the Treasury was also closely monitoring the Wallenberg brothers and Enschilde Bank. A Treasury report in December 1944 made numerous accusations of economic collaboration with the Nazis. Jacob Wallenberg recently indicated that he was willing to sell to the Germans a Swedish plant in Hamburg for gold, provided the price was high enough to compensate for possible future complications from the Allies. Enschilde Bank acted for the German interest in the American branch of the Bosch Company, and had also worked for the Swiss Bank Corporation to conceal German interests in Schering, a chemical company in New Jersey, which had since been vested by the alien property custodian, the report noted. J. Holger Grafman, Wallenberg's point man for foreign currency deals, was regarded as a high-value asset by the OSS. Grafman, an engineer by training, had worked as Latin American representative of Ivar Kruger, the Swedish fraudster bankrolled by Lee Higginson, the former employers of Thomas McKittrick. After Wallenberg had taken control of the remains of Kruger's empire, Grafman returned to Sweden and joined Enschilde Bank, working on currency transfers, foreign credit, and blocked accounts. In my opinion, this man is the most useful single contact there is for us in Sweden. He is very pro-American, and is married to a Dutch woman whose feelings towards the Germans are what you would expect, noted Hewitt. But Grafman was also friends with Felix Kirsten, an Estonian-born masseur who now lived in Stockholm. Kirsten's most important client was Heinrich Himmler, and he frequently returned to Berlin to treat him. Grafman introduced Hewitt and Kirsten over coffee and cakes at his house. Kirsten began treating Hewitt for his back problems. But Kirsten was much more than a masseur. Soon afterward, he brokered a meeting between Hewitt and Walter Schellenberg, a Nazi intelligence chief in Stockholm. Schellenberg and Hewitt met in Kirsten's office in November 1943. Schellenberg hoped to arrange a separate peace with the Western Allies to prevent a Soviet takeover of Eastern Europe. The plans came to nothing. The Wallenberg business empire was the most important transnational finance channel between Sweden and Nazi Germany. Not just money, but vast amounts of intelligence flowed back and forth between Stockholm and Berlin. Much of the State Department and the OSS, especially Allen Dulles, shared Jacob Wallenberg's desire to keep links with German industry so that business could resume as swiftly as possible after the end of the war. An OSS psychological warfare operation known as the Harvard Plan specifically utilized Thomas McKittrick for this purpose. The Stockholm OSS office published a wartime newsletter for German businessmen filled with snippets of intelligence and news. The purpose of Information for German Business was to suggest that cooperation now would pay handsome dividends after the Allied victory. OSS officials believed that the newsletter was seriously affecting the morale of German businessmen, many of whom were now planning for their future in a post-Nazi Germany. On February 1, 1945, David Williamson, a senior official in the OSS Morale Operations Department, wrote to codename 110, Alan Dulles. Williamson suggested to Dulles that he set up a similar psychological warfare operation in Switzerland, or find another way to use the Harvard Plan material to erode German morale. Williamson enclosed some draft material for Dulles's perusal. Notably, all the information in the OSS Stockholm newsletter had been passed by the State Department before it was to be distributed. The newsletter included this paragraph. The direct negotiations, which have been taken up by the business interests on both sides thanks to the mediation of Mr. McKittrick, the American who lives in Basel, have already led to a number of detailed agreements. Thus, we learn that representatives of the German potash industry have contacted and entered into binding agreements with the new and expanded potash industries overseas. It is expected that the post-war demand permanently will be materially higher than pre-war consumption. The new agreement will guarantee the German export interests during the second period an export income at least equal to their pre-war revenues, regardless of the expected break in the German cartel control. Once again, the German chemical industries were key. In 1925, Lee Higginson, McKittrick's employers, had been part of a syndicate, including Enschilde Bank, that had issued an £8 million bond on behalf of the German potash syndicate. 19 years later, McKittrick was still ensuring that supplies of the mineral, vital for agriculture, would continue after the war's end. A second paragraph, also datelined Basel, outlines how, even as Allied airmen were bombing Germany, McKittrick had already concluded an agreement to preserve the industrial substance of the Reich. Anyone who questioned the wisdom of such backdoor accords was merely a leftist radical. Mr. Thomas H. McKittrick, the American president of the BIS, has announced his decision to continue his efforts for a close cooperation between the Allied and German business world, irrespective of the opposition of certain leftist radical groups. In these efforts, he counts on the full assistance of the American State Department. After the war, such agreements will be invaluable, said McKittrick. We learn that certain German interests have received assurances that their negative attitude toward the National Socialist regime will be fully considered by the Allied political and economic leadership after the war. Negotiations are underway to bring hostilities to a speedy conclusion and to preserve the industrial substance of the Reich. Thus, while American and Allied troops were fighting their way across Nazi-occupied Europe, Thomas McKittrick, an American citizen, was using his position at the BIS, with the knowledge of the State Department, to try and bring Allied and Nazi businessmen together, to plan for a post-war Germany that preserved as much as possible of the country's industry. McKittrick was even brokering agreements to guarantee German companies post-war profits and to help German industrialists avoid the financial consequences of the breakup of pre-war cartels. The OSS memo on the Harvard project also noted how profitable Cicero's sinews of war had been for the American oil industry, most of all for Standard Oil. Oil industry dividends in 1944 reached a new high of almost $300 billion, the memo noted, quoting the Wall Street Journal, nearly a fifth more than in 1943. Standard Oil alone would pay out $68.3 million. With such enormous sums moving around the increasingly globalized economy, it was becoming more clear that the world would need a new international finance system to finance post-war reconstruction and stabilize trade. In July 1944, more than 700 delegates from the 44 Allied nations gathered at the Mount Washington Hotel in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, for the United Nations Monetary and Financial Conference. Henry Morgenthau and Harry Dexter White led the American delegation. The conference agreed on the creation of the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and an International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, BRD, which became part of the World Bank. The IMF would monitor exchange rates and lend reserve currencies to indebted countries. The new bank would provide loans to underdeveloped countries. Bretton Woods also gave its name to a new international currency exchange system, where currencies were linked to the US dollar. In exchange, the United States agreed to fix the price of gold at $35 an ounce. There would be no more currency warfare or manipulation. But if there was consensus on the basics, there was none on the future of the BIS. With the IMF at the centre of the new international financial system, why was the BIS still needed? Henry Morgenthau and Harry White wanted the bank to be abolished. On July 10, 1944, they seemed about to get their wish. Wilhelm Kielhau, of the Norwegian delegation, introduced a motion to liquidate the BIS. Be it resolved that the United Nations Monetary and Financial Conference recommends the liquidation of the Bank for International Settlements at Basel. It is suggested that the liquidation begin at the earliest possible date, and that the governments of the United Nations, now at war with Germany, appoint a commission of investigation in order to examine the management and the transactions of the bank during the present war. No delegation spoke publicly in defence of the BIS, but behind the scenes, its defenders, sections of the State Department, Wall Street, the Bank of England, the British Treasury and Foreign Office, went into action. Johan Beyen, the hapless Dutch former president of the bank who had handed over the Czechoslovak gold, blamed the US Treasury Department, in particular Harry White, for the resolution. White, Beyen claimed, had got the Norwegians to do his dirty work. White certainly supported the motion, which he believed would force McKittrick to resign, an event he described as a salutary thing for the world. White's opposition to the BIS, and clear understanding of its wartime role for the Nazis, had long caused alarm at the Bank of England. In December 1943, E.W. Playfair, a senior official at the bank, had written to Otto Niemeyer, the former chairman of the BIS board, drawing his attention to an article in the New York Times about White and the BIS. White had disparaged the bank and said it had no significance in relation to plans for the post-war reconstruction of Europe. Germany, said White, was being nice to the BIS because it hoped to use it to get back into financial power. White was even more scathing about McKittrick, describing him as an American president doing business with the Germans while our American boys are fighting Germans. All of which was true, and so even more infuriating for the financial mandarins, who preferred to keep their arrangements with the other side out of the public eye. The Foreign Office advised the British delegation that any resolution dealing with the BIS or its liquidation would be improper, that most British of sins. Britain from the start had been opposed to doing anything with respect to the BIS, noted Orvis Schmidt, a US Treasury official. So was Wall Street. Leon Fraser, said Morgenthau, was one of the spearheads of opposition to what we are doing here, and has surrounded himself with a group who are fighting what we are doing here. Now, I don't say that Mr. Fraser isn't a very fine American citizen, but he has certain loyalties which run there, just the way Mr. McKittrick has, Mr. Beyen has. The BIS was a kind of club for central bankers, said Morgenthau, and people like Schacht and Funk still hoped that the same kind of thing would continue after the war. Morgenthau was an implacable opponent, not just of the BIS, but of any kind of reconstruction that would allow Germany to dominate Europe. His plan for the country called for German heavy industry to be dismantled or destroyed, for Germany's industrial areas to be internationalized or ceded to neighboring countries, for complete demilitarization, and for the country to be reduced to a pastoral or agricultural economy. Harry White saw the BIS clearest. The bank's emphasis on its supposed neutrality was an alibi for its future role in reconstructing Europe, he argued. They hoped to be a moderating influence in the treatment of Germany during the peace conference. That is why Germany has treated it with the greatest of care. She has permitted her to pay dividends. She has let the people in BIS come and go across enemy territory. She has been extremely careful and well disposed to the BIS, because she nursed that baby along in the hope that that would be a useful agency that would protect her interests beyond those that any other institution around the peace table would. On July 18, Ansel Luxford, a member of the US delegation, proposed a new resolution that no country could join the IMF unless it had taken the necessary steps to foster the liquidation of the BIS. John Maynard Keynes, the influential economist who was part of the British delegation, was furious. Keynes, who was also close to John Foster Dulles, suffered from angina and became so agitated by the affair that there were rumours he had suffered a heart attack. He demanded that the resolution be withdrawn or he would quit the conference. There could be no linkage between dissolving the BIS and joining the IMF, Keynes wrote to Morgenthau, or Britain would not participate in either the IMF or the new bank for an indefinite period. Morgenthau backed down. Eventually, a new Norwegian-Dutch resolution calling for the liquidation of the bank at the earliest possible moment was finally agreed. It was a perfect compromise. Critics were satisfied that the principle was now established that the BIS must be closed down, while the bank supporters noted that the resolution set out no date or conditions for this eventuality. Bayen, the former BIS president, distanced himself from the bank, rapidly remodelling himself as a pillar of the post-war democratic order. The BIS was incompatible with the IMF, and its statutes and banking operations would be obsolete after an Allied victory, he now argued. Little wonder that Bayen was described by Orvis Schmidt as a very shifty fellow who had demonstrated his ability to forget what he said 5 minutes earlier. The Bretton Woods Conference was watched with intense interest in Berlin. Kohl and the Nazi bankers understood that whatever was agreed upon by the fractious delegates, the BIS, or something like it, would survive. There were too many vested interests on both sides of the conflict to allow the world's most important channel of transnational finance to be closed down, especially when it had consistently proved its worth under the most arduous of conditions. An article in the Berlin newspaper Das Reich, published in September 1944, argued that the global economy was now so complex that an international clearinghouse would be needed once the war was over. The new IMF and IBRD would not be able to perform these functions. Even if the Allies were unwilling to hear the unspeakable name of the BIS, they would need something like it. Das Reich was correct. In Basel, McKittrick was enraged by the attacks on the bank. He wrote to the Bank of England and demanded a full investigation into the BIS's wartime record, which he apparently believed would exonerate him. The prospect of that set off alarms from Whitehall, the British government quarter, to Threadneedle Street, where Lord Cato, the new governor of the Bank of England, had taken over from Montague Norman. McKittrick, noted a Foreign Office memo, had gone native in neutral Switzerland and was thoroughly out of touch with the way people are thinking nowadays. The end of the war did not seem to bring McKittrick any closer to reality. In March 1945, Orvis Schmidt, the US Treasury official who had attended the Bretton Woods Conference, met with McKittrick in Switzerland. Schmidt, like his boss Henry Morgenthau, was not a fan of either McKittrick or the BIS, and McKittrick knew it. It was clear that Mr. McKittrick was fully aware of the manner in which he and the BIS are regarded by the Treasury Department, Schmidt wrote. McKittrick tried his best to persuade Schmidt otherwise. If only the Treasury Department understood the real role that he and the BIS had played, all that would change, the BIS president ardently believed. This seemed unlikely, considering what followed. Schmidt continued, "The BIS, McKittrick said, had been strictly neutral during the war. The bank was a sort of club for the world's central bankers, a little group of like-minded men who understood and trusted one another. This trust was unimpaired by issues such as national, political, or governmental interests. Rather, it was a kind of celestial understanding. It would continue regardless of the condition of the world or of the constantly changing political relations between their respective countries." Unimpressed by McKittrick's eulogy, Schmidt asked McKittrick why the Germans had allowed him to run the BIS in this manner. What was in it for them? In response, McKittrick claimed that in order to understand the conduct of the Germans toward the BIS, one must first understand the strength of the confidence and trust that the central bankers had in each other and the strength of their determination to play the game squarely. McKittrick then said that the German members of this elite could positively influence the German government's conduct. These financiers, said McKittrick, were not Nazis, but were needed by the Nazis because of their technical skills. The existence of this little group is the keystone in the explanation of Germany's conduct with respect to the BIS, he explained. Schmidt asked McKittrick if he could name any members of this group. Only one name was forthcoming. Emil Pohl, the vice president of the Reichsbank, BIS director and guardian of looted gold. for which he would soon be put on trial at Nuremberg. McKittrick admitted that the BIS had accepted payment in gold from the Germans during the war. It had all been kept separately so that it could be checked easily to see if any was looted. McKittrick justified this on the grounds that he thought it would be better to take the gold and hold it in this fashion rather than refuse it and let the Germans use it for other purposes. The conversation then took a surreal turn. Poole, McKittrick continued, knew where the looted Belgian gold was. In the vaults of the Reichsbank, where Poole was holding it, for return to the Belgians after the war. Rather as a fence might justify his possession of stolen goods to police investigating a robbery. McKittrick also admitted that the BIS had supplied the Third Reich with foreign exchange. But by doing so, he suggested, the BIS had actually weakened the Nazi economy, as Germany had paid more into the BIS in foreign exchange than it had received. Schmidt was incredulous. I was surprised that a voluntary recital intended as a defense of the BIS could be such an indictment of that institution, he wrote to Henry Morgenthau. An American intelligence report on the bank's wartime activities, prepared in December 1945, was even more damning. Much of the report was based on interrogation reports of Emil Poole, who was seen like the proverbial canary in an effort to save himself from a lengthy prison sentence. Poole revealed how the Reichsbanks had used the BIS to pull out its money from neutral countries before it was blocked, and then traded the rescued funds with the BIS. He said that German officials had wanted McKittrick to be re-elected as his opinions were safely known, and that the BIS was also of great value to the Reichsbank as an open window to financial information about the outside world. Much of this information, it seems, was provided personally by McKittrick in his conversations with Emil Poole. Perhaps the most shocking revelation is that McKittrick, after his return from the United States in May 1943, reported to Poole directly on the general picture of the current opinions and financial problems in the United States. McKittrick, the report notes, also provided Poole with advance information about the Allies' tripartite mission to Switzerland in February 1945, when the Allies pushed Swiss officials to freeze Nazi assets and stop trading with Germany. McKittrick was not the only BIS manager providing Poole with intelligence and acting as a go-between for both sides. When Alan Dulles arrived in Bern, one of the first people he met was Per Jacobson, the BIS's economic advisor. The spy master and the economist were introduced at a charity party hosted by the wives of the American and British ambassadors. Bern, like Lisbon, Madrid and Stockholm, was crowded with legions of spies, informers and secret agents, trading in information, gossip and intrigue. Dulles and Jacobson had much to discuss. As a Swedish national and high-ranking BIS official, Jacobson was of extreme interest to both the Allied and Axis intelligence services. Jacobson could freely travel to and from Allied and Axis territory. Jacobson, like his compatriots, the Wallenberg brothers, played both sides. When Jacobson returned from the United States in the spring of 1942, he discussed American attitudes toward Germany with Emil Poole, the vice president of the Reichsbank. Jacobson also relayed valuable information about the British General Staff to Poole. In the summer of 1942, Jacobson asked Paul Hechler, the head of the BIS's banking department, who was also a Nazi Party member, to pass some news on to Poole when Poole next visited Basel. Jacobson's British brother-in-law, General Sir Archibald Nye, had been appointed Vice Chief of the General Staff. This was valuable intelligence. Both sides carefully watched staff movements among their enemy's military leadership. The arrival or departure of senior officers could herald new strategies or fresh thinking, and herald the rise or decline of a particular commander. Aware that he was breaking a confidence, Jacobson recorded in his diary that Nye's promotion should be kept from the press. Poole said he was glad to be told. We might make a gentleman's agreement between Hechler himself and me not to mention it further. I pointed out that when it was said in London that what I wrote was too friendly to Germany, these journalists obviously did not know who my relatives were. Thankfully for Jacobson, these journalists also did not know that he was passing valuable military information to the Reichsbank. Jacobson, accompanied by Hechler, met Poole in Zurich on May 1, 1943. Poole and the Reichsbank wanted information about the different plans circulating in Washington for post-war currencies and trade. Forward-thinking Nazi officials were already planning ahead for the post-war era. They needed to know what the Allies were thinking. As ever, Jakobson was ready to help. The meeting must be discreet, Echler emphasized to Jakobson. Poole would of course be suspect if people in Germany heard that he had been in Switzerland to discuss these plans, but Poole hoped, of course, that still one day it would be possible to come to an arrangement with the enemy, Jakobson recorded in his diary. Arrangements with the enemy were why the BIS existed. Poole's wish was granted. The following month, Jakobson made a speech in Berlin to German commercial bankers entitled The Anglo-American Currency Plans, where he shared his thoughts on Allied post-war economic planning based on what he had learned in the United States. Thanks to the BIS's economic advisor, Allied post-war economic plans were now public knowledge in Nazi Germany. Yet it seems unlikely that Jakobson gave this speech without the permission of the United States authorities. As the OSS documents on the Harvard Plan reveal, the US government ensured that the channels to Nazi industrialists and businessmen remained open, even as American and British soldiers walked into a hail of machine gun bullets on the beaches of Normandy. Jakobson's speech, delivered in German, was translated by the American legation in Bern and wired to Washington. Jakobson also passed information on to his brother-in-law Archibald Nye that was useful to the Allies.